Section 13 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 6, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter 4, Part 4. Before Elisabeth had given any decided answer touching the Swedish match, the aged King Gustavus died, and her suitor Eric succeeded to the throne of that realm, and having become jealous of his brother, whom he suspected, not without reason perhaps, of playing the wooer on his own account, he recalled him, and sent an ambassador to renew the matrimonial negotiations in his name. The arrival of the new plenipotentiary, Nicholas Guildenstern, caused great excitement among the Londoners, for it was reported that he had brought 2 ships laden with treasure as presents for the Queen. 18 large pied horses and several chests of bullion, it seems, were actually presented to Her Majesty, in the name of her royal wooer, with an intimation that he would quickly follow in person to lay his heart at her feet. This announcement caused a little prudish perplexity to Elisabeth and her council about the manner in which the King of Sweden should be received on his arrival in the palace, the Queen's Majesty being a maid. As Eric was the handsomest man in Europe, if he had come in person, it is possible that with Elisabeth's admiration for beauty, the result might have been different, but she was not to be won by proxy courtship. As, however, it had pleased her to accept the king's presents, he was naturally regarded by the nation as her bridegroom-elect. The desire of some of the speculative pictorial publishers of the day to be the first to gratify the loyal public with united resemblances of the illustrious couple occasioned the following grave admission to be addressed by the Secretary of State to the Lord Mayor. It may please your lordship, the Queen's Majesty understandeth that certain bookbinders and stationers do utter certain papers, wherein be printed the face of Her Majesty and the King of Sweden, and although Her Highness is not miscontented that either her own face or the said King's should be printed or portraited, yet to be joined in the same paper with the said King, or with any other prince that is known to have made any request for marriage to Her Majesty, is not to be allowed, and therefore Her Majesty's pleasure is, that your lordship should send for the wardens of the stationers, or for the wardens of any other men that have such papers to sell, and to take order with them, that all such papers be taken and packed up together, in such sort that none be permitted to be seen in any part. For otherwise Her Majesty might seem touched in honor by her own subjects, that would in such papers declare an allowance to have herself joined, as it were, in marriage with the said King, where indeed Her Majesty hitherto cannot be induced, whereof we have cause to sorrow, to allow of marriage with any manner of person. One of these contraband engravings, if in existence, would at present be readily purchased at its weight in gold. About the same period that united resemblances of Elisabeth and her comely northern suitor were thus peremptorily suppressed, her old preceptor, Roger Ascham, whom she had continued in the post of Latin secretary and occasionally made her counsellor on matters of greater importance than the niceties of learned languages, informs his friend Sturmius that he had shown Her Majesty a passage in one of his letters relating to the Scotch affairs, and another on the interesting subject of her marriage. Sturmius, it seems, having undertaken, through the medium of the Latin secretary, to advocate the suit of Eric, King of Sweden, to the regal spinster. The Queen read, remarked, and graciously acknowledged in both of them, writes Ascham, your respectful observance of her. Your judgment in affairs of Scotland, as they then stood, she highly approved, and she loves you for your solicitude respecting us and our concerns. The part respecting her marriage she read over thrice, as I well remember, and with somewhat of a gentle smile, but still preserving a modest and bashful silence. Concerning that point indeed, my dear Sturmius, pursues he, I have nothing certain to write to you, nor does anyone truly know what to judge. I told you rightly in one of my former letters, that in the whole ordinance of her life she resembled not Phaedra but Hippolyta, for by nature, and not by the counsels of others, She is thus averse and abstinent from marriage. When I know anything for certain, I will write it to you as soon as possible. In the meantime, I have no hopes to give you respecting the King of Sweden." After this confidential passage, the preceptor's secretary launches forth into more than his wonted encomiums on the learning of his royal pupil, declaring "that there were not 4 men in England, either in church or the state, who understood more Greek than her majesty." And, as an instance of her proficiency in other tongues, he mentions that he was once present at court when she gave answers at the same time to 3 ambassadors, the imperial, the French, and the Swedish, in Italian, French, and Latin, fluently, gracefully, and to the point. Elisabeth, who was perfectly aware of the important influence of men of learning united with genius on the world at large, paid Sturmius the compliment of addressing to him a letter, expressing her sense of the attachment he had manifested towards herself and her country, promising withal, "that her acknowledgments shall not be confined to words alone." While Elisabeth was yet amusing herself with the addresses of the royal Swedes, for there can be little doubt that Eric's jealousy of the brother, who finally deprived him of his crown, was well founded, with regard to his attempts to supplant him in the good graces of the English queen. The King of Denmark sent his nephew, Adolphus, Duke of Holstein, to try his fortune with the illustrious spinster. He was young, handsome, valiant, and accomplished, and in love with the queen. But though one of the busybodies of the court wrote to her ambassador in Paris that it was whispered her majesty was very fond of him, he was rejected like the rest of her princely wooers. She, however, treated him with great distinction, made him a Knight of the Garter, and pensioned him for life. "The Duke of Holstein has returned home," says Jewel, "after a magnificent reception by us, with splendid presents from the queen, having been elected into the Order of the Garter, and invested with its gold and jeweled badge. The Swede is also reported to be always coming, and even now to be on his voyage, and on the eve of landing. But as far as I can judge, he will not stir a foot." Elisabeth, it appears, thought otherwise, for it is reported by that pleasant gossip, Allen, in a letter written from the court, that her majesty was, in the month of September, in hourly expectation of the arrival of her royal suitor, and that certain works were in hand in anticipation of his arrival at Westminster, at which the workmen laboured day and night, in order to complete the preparations for his reception. After all, Eric never came, having reasons to believe that his visit would be fruitless, and finally consoling himself for his failure in obtaining the most splendid match in Europe by marrying one of his own subjects. The death of the favourite's wife at this critical juncture, under peculiar suspicious circumstances, gave rise to dark and mysterious rumours that she had been put out of the way to enable him to accept the willing hand of a royal bride. Lever, one of the popular preachers of the day, exhorted Cecil and Knollys to investigate the matter, because of the grievous and dangerous suspicion and muttering of the death of her that was the wife of my Lord Robert Dudley. Some contradictory statements, as to the manner in which the mischance, as it was called, happened to the unfortunate lady, were offered by the sprightly widower and the persons in whose care, or rather we should say, in whose custody, the deserted wife of his youth was kept at Cumnor Hall, in Berkshire, and it was declared by the authorities, to whom the depositions were made, that her death was accidental. So little satisfactory was the explanation, that even the cautious Cecil expressed his opinion, that Dudley was infamed by the death of his wife. Throckmorton, the English ambassador at Paris, was so thoroughly mortified at the light in which this affair was regarded on the continent, that he wrote to Cecil, "The bruits be so brim and so maliciously reported here, touching the marriage of the Lord Robert and the death of his wife, that I know not where to turn me nor what countenance to bear." In England it was generally believed that the queen was under promise of marriage to Dudley, and though all murmured, no one presumed to remonstrate with her majesty on the subject. Parry, the unprincipled confidant of the Lord Admiral Cecil's clandestine courtship of his royal mistress, and whom she had, on her accession to the throne, made a privy councillor, and preferred, though a convicted defaulter, to the honourable and lucrative office of comptroller of her household, openly flattered the favourite's pretensions, who now began to be distinguished in the court by the significant title of "my lord," without any reference to his name, while daily new gifts and immunities were lavished on him. Meantime the jealous rivalry of the Earl of Arundel led to open brawls in the court, and as the quarrel was warmly taken up by the servants and followers of these nobles, her majesty's name was bandied about among them in a manner degrading not only to the honour of royalty but to feminine delicacy. On one occasion Arthur Gunter, a retainer of the Earl of Arundel, was brought before the council on the information of one of Dudley's servants, to answer for the evil wishes he had invoked on the favourite for standing in the way of his lord's preferment in the royal marriage to which both aspired. Gunter made the following confession: "Pleaseth your honours to understand that, about 3 weeks since, I chanced to be hunting with divers gentlemen, when I fell in talk with a gentleman named Mr. George Cotton, who told me, that the Queen's Highness being at supper one time at my Lord Robert's house, where it chanced her Highness to be benighted homeward, and as her Grace was going home by torchlight, she fell in talk with them that carried the torches, and said, that she would make their lord the best that ever was of his name. Whereupon I said, that her Grace must make him then a duke, and he said, that the report was, that her Highness should marry him, and I answered, I pray God all be for the best, and I pray God all men may take it well, that there might rise no trouble thereof, and so I have said to divers others since that time." It must be evident to every person of common sense that Dudley's man was playing upon the credulity of the choleric servant of Arundel, or, in vulgar phraseology, hoaxing him with this tale, since it was absolutely impossible for her majesty, who on such occasions was either in her state carriage, on horseback surrounded by her own officers of the household, or, which was most probably the case, carried in a sort of open sedan, on either side of which marched the principal nobles of her court, and her band of pensioners with their axes, to have held any such colloquy with Dudley's torchbearers, even if she had felt disposed to make such disclosures of her royal intentions in the public streets. In another examination Gunter affirmed, that Cotton said it was rumoured that his lord Dudley should have the queen, to which Gunter replied, that, if it pleased her Highness, he thought him as meet a man as any in England. Then Cotton asked him, if he had heard any of Parliament towards? Gunter said, no, but of course every nobleman would give his opinion, and some disputes would naturally rise on the subject. Cotton asked, who were Dudley's friends in the matter? Gunter replied, the Lord Marquis of Northampton, Earl of Pembroke, Mr. Treasurer, and many more, adding, I trust the White Horse (Arundel) will be in quiet, and so shall we be out of trouble, if it is well known that his blood, as yet, was never attaint. This remark was in allusion to the ignominious deaths of the favourite's grandfather, Edmund Dudley, the extortioner, his father, the Duke of Northumberland, and his brother, Lord Guildford Dudley, all three of whom had perished on a scaffold. It was reported that Leicester's great-grandfather was a carpenter, and his enemies were wont to say of him, that he was the son of a duke, the brother of a king, the grandson of an esquire, and the great-grandson of a carpenter, that the carpenter was the only honest man in the family, and the only one who died in his bed. The person who well knew the temper of Elisabeth, notwithstanding the undisguised predilection she evinced for the company of her master of the horse, predicted, that the queen would surely never give her hand to so mean a peer as Robin Dudley, noble only in 2 descents, and in both of them stained with the block. The event proved that this was a correct judgment. Touching Lord Robert, continues Gunter, I have said to Mr. Cotton that I thought him to be the cause that my lord and master Arundel might not have the Queen's Highness, wherefore I would that he had been put to death with his father, or that some ruffian would have dispatched him by the way he has gone, with dag or gun. Further I said, if it chanced my Lord Robert to marry the Queen's Highness, then I doubted whether he would not remember some old matter past, to my lord and master's hindrance and displeasure. Gunter made very humble submission and suit to her majesty for pardon, stating, that he had been very properly punished for uttering such lewd and unbefitting words. This matter was evidently brought before the council by Dudley for the purpose of showing how publicly his name was implicated with that of the queen in a matrimonial point of view, and with the intent of ascertaining how his colleagues stood affected towards his preferment in that way. Elizabeth passed the matter over with apparent nonchalance, and when Throckmorton, annoyed past endurance at the sneers of his diplomatic brethren in Paris, took the bold step of sending his secretary, Jones, to acquaint her majesty privately with the injurious reports that were circulated touching herself and Dudley, she received the communication without evincing any of that acute sensibility of female honour which teaches most women to regard a stain as a wound. She sometimes laughed, perhaps, at the absurdity of these ondits, and occasionally covered her face with her hands, and when the secretary, who had been charged with this delicate commission, brought his communication to a close, she informed him that he had come on an unnecessary errand, for she was already acquainted with all he had told her, and that she was convinced of the innocence of Lord Robert Dudley of the death of his wife, as he was in her own court at the time it happened, which had so fallen out that neither his honour nor his honesty were touched therein. Notwithstanding the honest warning of Throckmorton to his royal mistress, the favourite continued in close attendance on her person. It is related that one of his political rivals, who is generally supposed to have been Sussex, gave him a blow at the council board, in presence of the queen. Elisabeth, who was well fitted to rule the stormy elements over which she presided, told the pugnacious statesman that he had forfeited his hand, in reference to the law which imposed that penalty on any one who presumed to violate the sanctity of the court by commission of such an outrage, on which Dudley rejoined, that he hoped her majesty would suspend that sentence till the traitor had lost his head, and the matter went no further. It is shrewdly remarked by Naughton that this influential noble ever kept clear from quarrels with the queen's kinsmen, Henry Carey, Lord Hunsdon, and Sir Thomas Sackville, for of them he was wont to say, that they were of the tribe of Dan, and were noli me tangere. Among the preparations for the Easter festival in 1560, Queen Elizabeth kept her Maundy after the old Catholic fashion in her great hall and in the court at Westminster, by washing the feet of 20 poor women, and then gave gowns to every woman, and one of them had the royal robe in which her majesty officiated on this occasion. The queen drank to every woman in a new white cup, and then gave her the cup. The same afternoon, in St. James's Park, she gave a public alms of 2d. each to upwards of 2,000 poor men, women, and children, both whole and lame. The royal gift was in silver coins, and the value was from 6d. to 8d. of the present money. Nothing endeared the sovereign more to the people than the public exercise of these acts of personal charity, which afforded them at once a holiday and a pageant, making glad the hearts of the poor with a gift, to which inestimable value would be attached. Abject indeed would be the recipient of the royal bounty who did not preserve the fair new coin to wear as a precious amulet about the neck, and to transmit, as a lucky heirloom, to a favoured child, in memory of their gracious queen. There were no sources of licensed temptation to destroy the health and virtues of the working classes, in the shape of gin palaces, under the glorious domestic government of England's Elizabeth. The queen was careful to redress all causes of disaffection among the operative classes, so that royalty should be found no burden to those whom she regarded as the bones and sinews of the realm. In a preceding volume of this book, the extortions and robberies committed by the royal purveyors in the name of the sovereign have been mentioned, and that to a certain degree they were still practised in the early part of Elizabeth's reign is evidenced by the following humorous tale, which is recorded on the authority of an eyewitness. One of her purveyors having been guilty of some abuses in the county of Kent, on her majesty's remove to Greenwich, A sturdy countryman, watching the time when she took her morning walk with the lords and ladies of her household, placed himself conveniently for catching the royal eye and ear, and when he saw her attention perfectly disengaged, began to cry in a loud voice, "Which is the queen?" Whereupon, as her manner was, she turned herself towards him, but he continued his clamorous question, she herself answered, "I am your queen, what wouldst thou have with me?" "You," rejoined the farmer, archly gazing upon her with a look of incredulity, not unmixed with admiration, "you are one of the rarest women I ever saw, and can eat no more than my daughter Madge, who is thought the properest lass in our parish, though short of you, but that Queen Elisabeth I look for, devours so many of my hens, ducks, and capons, that I am not able to live." The queen, who was exceedingly indulgent to all suits, offered through the medium of a compliment, took this homely admonition in good part, inquired the purveyor's name, and finding that he had acted with great dishonesty and injustice, caused the condign punishment to be inflicted upon him. Indeed, our author adds, that she ordered him to be hanged, his offense being in violation of a statute law against such abuses. Great hospitality was exercised in the palace, which no stranger, who had ostensible business there, from the noble to the peasant, ever visited, it is said, without being invited to either one table or the other, according to his degree. No wonder that Elisabeth was a popular sovereign, and her days were called golden. In May, 1560, the new pope, Pius IV, a prince of the house of Medici, made an attempt to win back England, through her queen, to the obedience of the Roman see, by sending Parpaglia, abbot of St. Saviour, to the queen, with letters written in the most conciliatory style, and beginning, "Dear daughter in Christ," inviting her to return into the bosom of the church, and professing his readiness to do all things needful for the health of her soul, and the firm establishment of her royal dignity, and requesting her to give due attention to the matters which would be communicated by his dear son, Vincent Parpaglia. What the papal concessions were, on which this spiritual treaty was to be based, can only be matter of conjecture, for Elisabeth declined receiving the nuncio, and the separation became final and complete. In the autumn of the same year, Elisabeth's great and glorious measure of restoring the English currency to sterling value was carried into effect. A matter, indeed, weighty and great, says Camden, which neither Edward VI could nor Mary durst attempt, since Henry VIII was the first king that ever caused copper to be mingled with silver, to the great disgrace of the kingdom, damage of his successors and people, and a notable token of his excessive expense, since his father had left him more wealth than any other king ever left his successors, and likewise he had drawn abundance of money by the means of tribute and imposts, besides all the revenues, gifts, and goods belonging to the monasteries. This mighty and beneficial change was effected by the enlightened policy of Elisabeth, without causing the slightest inconvenience or distress to individuals. The old money was called in, and every person received the nominal value of the base coin, in new sterling money, and the government bore the loss, which was, of course, very heavy, but the people were satisfied, and their confidence in the good faith and honor of the crown richly repaid this great sovereign for the sacrifice. She strictly forbade melting or trafficking with the coin in any way, a precaution the more necessary, inasmuch as the silver was better and purer in England during her reign than in full 200 years before, and than any that was used in any other nation of Europe in her own time. The reformation of the currency extended to Ireland, and the joy of that distressed people was expressed in the following popular ballad, which has been preserved by Simon in his Essay on Irish Coins. Let bonfires shine in every place, sing, and ring the bells apace, and pray that long may live her grace, to be the good Queen of Ireland. The gold and silver which was so base, that no man could endure it scarce, is now new coined with her own face, and made to go current in Ireland. Well had it been for Ireland, and England also, if the subsequent policy of Elisabeth towards that portion of her dominions had been guided by the same maternal and equitable spirit. The gold coins of Elisabeth were peculiarly beautiful, They were sovereigns, half-sovereigns, or ryals, the latter word being a corruption for royals, nobles, double nobles, angels, half-angels, pieces of an angel and a half, and 3 angels, crowns, and half-crowns. 1 pound of gold was coined into 24 sovereigns, or 36 nominal pounds, for the value of the sovereign was 30 shillings, the value of the royal 15 shillings, and that of the angel 10. On the sovereign appeared the majestic profile portrait of Elisabeth, in armor and ruff, her hair disheveled and flowing over her breast and shoulders, and crowned with the imperial crown of England, similar in form to that worn by all her successors, including our present fair and feminine liege lady. It is impossible, however, for the lovers of the picturesque and graceful not to regret the want of taste, which induced the Tudor sovereigns to abandon the elegant garland-shaped diadem of the Saxon and Plantagenet monarchs of England, for the heavy double-arched regal cap, which so completely conceals the contour of a finely shaped head and the beauty of the hair. The legend round Elizabeth's sovereign, on the side charged with her bust, is Elisabeth Dei gratiae, Angliae, Franciae, et Hiberniae Regina. Reverse, the arms of England and France. She bore the latter at the very time she signed the death doom of her cousin, Mary Stuart, for quartering the first, though entitled by her descent from Henry VII to bear them, as the Duchess of Suffolk, Frances Brandon, did, without offence. The arms on the reverse of Elizabeth's sovereign are flanked by the initials ER, and this inscription as defender of the faith: Scutum Fidei proteget eum. The double rose noble, which is esteemed the finest of her coins, has on one side the queen in her regal costume, with crown, scepter, and ball, seated on her throne with a portcullis at her feet, signifying her descent from the Beauforts, same legend as the sovereign. On the reverse, a large rose enclosing the royal arms, with the motto chosen by Elizabeth when her accession was announced to her: A Domino factum est, istud et est mirabile in oculis nostris. The Lord hath done it, and it is marvelous in our eyes. Queen Elizabeth's silver money are crowns, half-crowns, shillings, sixpence, groats, threepence, twopence, pennies, halfpennies, and farthings. There was no copper money coined before the reign of King James. Notwithstanding all the difficulties with which she had to contend on her accession to the throne, Elizabeth very early assumed the proud position of protectress of the Reformed Church, not only in England, but throughout the world. She supplied the Huguenot leaders in France privately with arms and money, and afterwards openly with a military force, under the command of Lord Robert Dudley's eldest brother, the Earl of Warwick. She also extended her succour secretly to the Flemish Protestants, and excited them to resist the oppression of their Spanish rulers. The Reformed party in Scotland were in her pay, and subservient to her will, although her dislike to John Knox was unconquerable, having been provoked by his abuse of the English liturgy, in the first place, and in the second by his work entitled First Blast of the Trumpet against the monstrous regiment, meaning government, of women. It is true that this fulmination was published during her sister's reign, and was more especially aimed at the Queen Regent of Scotland and her daughter, the youthful sovereign of that realm, but Elizabeth considered that the honour of the whole sex was touched in his book, and that all female monarchs were insulted and aggrieved by it. It was in vain that he endeavoured, by personal flattery to herself, to excuse his attack upon the folly and incapacity of womankind in general. He assured her that she was an exception to the sweeping rule he had laid down, that her whole life had been a miracle, which proved that she had been chosen by God, that the office which was unlawful to other women was lawful to her, and that he was ready to obey her authority. But the queen was nauseated with the insincerity of adulation from such a quarter, and notwithstanding the persuasions of Cecil and Throckmorton, refused to permit him to set a foot in England on any pretence. On the 18th of January, 1561, the first genuine English tragedy in 5 acts, composed on the ancient tragic model, with the interlude of assistant choruses, in lyric verse, was performed before Queen Elizabeth, whose classic tastes must have been much gratified by such a production. It was the joint composition of her poetic cousin, Sir Thomas Sackville, who shared the literary genius of the Boleyn family, and Thomas Norton, and was called Ferrex and Porrex, or Gorboduc. Probably the quaint and impertinent representation of the whole life and reign of the royal Bluebeard, Henry VIII, which, it is said, was among the popular dramatic pageants of the reign of Edward VI, would have given an unsophisticated audience more genuine delight than all the lofty declamations of the imitator of the Greek drama. Elizabeth caused a stage to be erected at Windsor Castle for the regular performance of the drama, with a wardrobe for the actors, painted scenes, and an orchestra, consisting of trumpeters, lutherers, harpers, singers, minstrels, viols, sagbutts, bagpipes, dome-flads, rebecks, and flutes, and very queer music they must have made. Queen Elizabeth passed much of her time at Windsor Castle on the spacious terrace erected by her for a summer promenade in the north front of the castle. She generally walked for an hour before dinner, if not prevented by wind, to which she had a particular aversion. Rain, if it was not violent, was no impediment to her daily exercise, as she took pleasure in walking under an umbrella in rainy weather, upon this commanding and beautiful spot. In the neighbouring park she frequently hunted, and we have the following testimony that her feminine feelings did not prevent her from taking life with her own hand, as this letter, written by Leicester, at her command will testify. To the right honourable and my singular good lord, my lord of Canterbury's grace, give these. My lord, the Queen's Majesty being abroad hunting yesterday in the forest, and having had very good hap, beside great sport, she hath thought good to remember your grace with part of her prey, and so commanded me to send you a great fat stag, killed with her own hand, which, because the weather was wet, and the deer somewhat chafed, and dangerous to be carried so far without some help, I caused him to be parboiled, for the better preservation of him, which, I doubt not, will cause him to come unto you as I would be glad he should. So, having no other matter at this present to trouble your grace withal, I will commit you to the Almighty, and with my most hearty commendations take my leave in haste. Your grace is assured, R. Dudley. At Windsor, this 4th of September. End of section 13. Section 14 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 6, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elizabeth, Chapter 4, Part 5. While Elizabeth kept court at her natal palace of Greenwich, she, on St. George's Day, celebrated the national festival with great pomp, as the sovereign of the Order of the Garter, combining, according to the custom of the good old times, a religious service with the picturesque ordinances of this chivalric institution. All her Majesty's chapel came through the hall in copes, to the number of 30, singing, O God the Father of heaven, etc., the outward court to the gate being strewed with green rushes. After came Mr. Garter, and Mr. Norroy, and Master Dean of the chapel, in robes of crimson satin, with a red cross of St. George, and after 11 knights of the Garter in their robes. Then came the Queen, the sovereign of the order, in her robes, and all the guard following, in their rich coats, to the chapel. After service they returned through the hall to her grace's great chamber. The Queen and the lords then went to dinner, where she was most nobly served, and the lords, sitting on one side, were served on gold and silver. After dinner were 2 new knights elected, namely, the Earl of Shrewsbury and Lord Hunsdon. On the 10th of July the Queen came by water to the Tower to visit her mints, where she coined certain pieces of gold with her own hand, and gave them away to those about her. Catherine Parr's brother, the Marquis of Northampton, and her own cousin, Lord Hunsdon, each received one of these memorable pieces. About 5 she went out at the Iron Gate and over Tower Hill in great state on horseback with trumpeters, and her gentlemen pensioners, heralds, sergeant-at-arms, gentlemen, and nobles preceding her, Lord Hunsdon bearing the sword of state before her majesty, and the ladies riding after her. In this order the maiden monarch and her train proceeded by the way of Aldgate, down Houndsditch and Hog Lane, places little accustomed now to behold royal equestrian processions, with gorgeous dames and courtly gallants, sweeping in jewelled pomp through those narrow dusky streets. But Elisabeth, whose maternal progenitors had handled the mercer's yard and wielded the civic mace, was peculiarly the queen of the city of London, where she was always hailed with enthusiastic affection. As long as the Tower was a royal residence, our sovereigns did not entirely confine the sunshine of their presence to the western quarter of the metropolis, but gave the city, in turn, a share of the glories of regality. Elisabeth and her train, on the above occasion, proceeded, we are told, through the fields to the Charter House, the splendid residence of the Lord North, where she reposed herself till the 14th, when Burleigh has noted in his diary the following entry. The queen supped at my house in Strand, the Savoy, before it was finished, and she came by the fields from Christ Church. Here her council waited on her grace, with many lords, knights, and ladies. Great cheer was made till midnight, when she rode back to the Charter House, where she lay that night. The next day, Elisabeth set forth on her summer progress into Essex and Suffolk. All the streets of the city, through which she was to pass, were freshly sanded and gravelled, and the houses hung with cloth of arras, rich carpets, and silk. But Cheapside, then proverbially called the Golden Cheap, made a display of magnificence in honour of the passage of the sovereign, which we should vainly look for in these days of flimsy luxury, being hung with cloth of gold and silver, and velvets of all colours. All the crafts of London were ranged in their liveries, from St. Michael the Quern as far as Aldgate. The aldermen, in their scarlet robes, had a distinguished place in the royal procession, nearer to her majesty's person than her nobles and officers of state, save my Lord Hunsdon, who bore the sword of state before her, and was immediately preceded by the Lord Mayor, who bore the sceptre. At Whitechapel, the Lord Mayor and aldermen took their leave of her grace, and she proceeded on her way towards Essex, and is supposed to have lodged that night at Wanstead House in the forest. On the 19th of July, Elisabeth reached Ingatestone, the seat of Sir William Petre, one of her secretaries and privy councillors. She had had the wisdom, as well as the magnanimity, to overlook his former inimical proceedings in the time of her adversity, regarding them probably as political rather than personal offences. She remained at his house 2 days, and then passed on to Whitehall, one of the seats of her maternal grandfather, Sir Thomas Boleyn, where Henry VIII had oft-times visited and wooed her fair, ill-fated mother during the fervour of his passion. Over the portal the words Viva Elisabetha and a complimentary Italian quatrain still bear record of her visit. She visited Colchester during this progress, and arrived at Harwich August 2nd, where she enjoyed the sea breezes for several days, and was so well pleased with the entertainment she received, that she inquired of the mayor and corporation if she could do anything for them. They returned humble thanks to her majesty, but said, they did not require anything at that time. When the queen departed, she looked back at Harwich with a smile, and said, a pretty town, and wants nothing. Her majesty arrived at Ipswich, August 6th, the inhabitants of which, like the other towns through which she passed, had been assessed for the expenses of her entertainment. She found great fault with the clergy for not wearing the surplice, and the general want of order observed in the celebration of divine service. The Bishop of Norwich himself came in for a share of the censure of the royal governess of the church, for his remissness and for winking at schismatics. Above all, she expressed her dislike of the marriage of the clergy, and that in cathedrals and colleges there were so many wives and children, which she said was contrary to the intention of the founders, and much tending to the interruption of the studies of those who were placed there. She even proceeded to issue an order on the 9th of August, addressed to the Archbishop of Canterbury for his province, and to the Archbishop of York for his, forbidding the resort of women to the lodgings of cathedrals or colleges on any pretence. Her indignation at the marriage of her bishops carried her almost beyond the bounds of delicacy, and when Archbishop Parker remonstrated with her on what he called the popish tendency of a prohibition, which was peculiarly offensive to him as a married man, she told him, she repented of having made any married bishops, and even spoke with contempt of the institution of matrimony altogether. It is well known that the first time the queen honoured the archiepiscopal palace with a visit, on which occasion an enormous expense and immense trouble and fatigue had been incurred by the primate and his wife, instead of the gracious words of acknowledgment which the latter naturally expected to receive at parting from the royal guest, her majesty repaid her dutiful attention with the following insult. "And you," said she, "madam, I may not call you. Mistress I am ashamed to call you, and so I know not what to call you. But howsoever, I thank you." Elisabeth looked as sourly on bishops' daughters as she did on their wives, and having heard that Pilkington, bishop of Durham, had given his daughter in marriage a fortune of £10,000, equal to the portion bequeathed by her father, Henry VIII, to her and to her sister, she scorched the see of Durham of 1,000 a year, and devoted the money to her garrison at Berwick. During her majesty's sojourn at Ipswich, the court was thrown into the greatest consternation by the discovery that the Lady Catherine Grey, sister to the unfortunate Lady Jane, was on the point of becoming a mother, having contracted a clandestine marriage with Edward, Earl of Hertford, the eldest son of the late Protector Somerset. The matter was the more serious because the young lady was not only of the blood royal, but, as the eldest surviving daughter of Francis Brandon, to whose posterity the regal succession stood entailed by the will of Henry VIII, regarded by the party opposed to the hereditary claim of Mary Queen of Scots as the heiress presumptive to the throne. Lady Catherine held an office in the Queen's chamber, which kept her in constant attendance on her majesty's person, but having listened to the secret addresses of the man of her heart, love inspired her with ingenuity to elude the watchfulness of the court. One day, excusing herself, under pretence of sickness, from attending her royal mistress to the chase, she employed the time, not like her accomplished sister, the unfortunate Lady Jane Grey, in reading Plato, but in hastening with Lady Jane Seymour, one of the maids of honour, the sister of her lover, to his house, where Lady Jane Seymour herself procured the priest, who joined their hands in marriage. Hertford left England the next day. Lady Jane Seymour died in the following March, and thus poor Lady Catherine was left to meet the consequences of her stolen nuptials. The queen, forgetful of her own love passages when princess, with the late Lord Admiral, uncle to this very Hertford, and the disgraceful disclosures which had been made in King Edward's privy council, scarce 10 years ago, treated the unfortunate couple with the greatest severity. Her premier, Cecil, whose cold heart appears at all times inaccessible to the tender impulses of sympathy for beauty in distress, in a letter to the Earl of Sussex, sums up the leading circumstances, as far as they had then proceeded, in this piteous romance of royal history, in the following laconic terms. The 10th of this, at Ipswich, was a great mishap discovered. After naming the situation of the unfortunate Lady Catherine in the coarsest language, he adds, "As she saith, by the Earl of Hertford, who is in France. She is committed to the Tower. He is sent for. She saith that she was married to him secretly before Christmas last." The reader will remember that the father of the husband of Lady Catherine Grey was the first great patron of this climbing statesman, and herself the sister of the illustrious victim whom he had acknowledged as his sovereign. "The Queen's Majesty," pursues he, "doth well, thanked be God, although not well quieted with the mishap of the Lady Catherine." It was in vain that the unfortunate sister of Lady Jane Grey, in her terror and distress, fled to the chamber of the brother of Lord Guildford Dudley, Lord Robert, and implored him to use his powerful intercession with their royal mistress in her behalf. The politic courtier cared not to remind the queen of his family connection with those who had endeavoured to supplant her in the royal succession, and Lady Catherine was hurried to the Tower, where she brought forth a fair young son. Her husband, on his return, was also incarcerated in the Tower. They were in separate prison lodgings, but he found means to visit his wedded love in her affliction. She became the mother of another child, for which offence he was fined in the Star Chamber £20,000, the marriage having been declared null and void, as the sister of Hertford, Lady Jane, the only efficient witness, was no more. Elizabeth was obdurate in her resentment to her unfortunate cousin, and disregarded all her pathetic letters for pardon and pity, kept her in durance apart from her husband and children, till she was released by death after 7 years of doleful captivity. Her real crime was being the sister of Lady Jane Grey, which Queen Mary had overlooked, but Elizabeth could not. Yet Lady Catherine was a Protestant. After Elizabeth had relentlessly dispatched her hapless cousin to the Tower, she proceeded on her festive progress to Smallbridge House, in Suffolk, the seat of Mr. Waldegrave, a Catholic gentleman, who with his lady and some others had been committed to the Tower for recusancy. He was at that very time a prisoner there, and there died, on the 1st of the following September. From thence she passed on to Helmingham Hall, the fair abode of Sir Lionel Tollemache, then sheriff for Norfolk and Suffolk, and honoured him by standing godmother to his heir, and left the ebony lute, inlaid with ivory and gems, on which she was accustomed to play, as a present for the mother of the babe. This relic, which has the royal initials E.R., is carefully preserved by the family, and proudly exhibited among the treasures of Helmingham Hall. It was a customary thing for a king or queen of England to leave some trifling personal possession, as a memorial of the royal visit, at every mansion where majesty was entertained. Hence, so many embroidered gloves, fans, books of devotion, and other traditionary relics of this mighty queen are shown in different old families, with whom she was a guest during her numerous progresses. She returned through Hertfordshire this year, and revisited the abode of her childhood, Enfield House, and on the 22nd of September came from Enfield to London. She was so numerously attended on her homeward route, that from Islington to London all the hedges and ditches were levelled to clear the way for her, and such were the gladness and affection manifested by the loyal concourse of people who came to meet and welcome her, that, says the contemporary chronicler, it was night ere she came over St. Giles in the Fields. Before Elizabeth left town on her late progress, the widowed Queen of Scots, after the death of her consort, Francis II. of France, sent her French minister Doisel to ask her for a safe conduct to pass into Scotland, either by sea, or, if compelled by indisposition or danger, to land in England, and travel without let or hindrance to her own realm. It had been considered the height of inhumanity in that brutal monarch, Henry VIII., when he denied a like request, which had been proposed to him in behalf of the bride of his nephew James V., the beautiful Mary of Lorraine, whom he had passionately desired for his own wife. But that one lady should refuse so small an accommodation to another had certainly not been anticipated. Elizabeth, however, acted like the true daughter of Henry VIII. on this occasion. For though Doisel presented the Queen of Scotland's request in writing, she delivered her answer to him in the negative at a crowded court, with a loud voice and angry countenance, observing, that the Queen of Scots should ask no favours till she had ratified the Treaty of Edinburgh. When this discourtesy was reported to the youthful sovereign of Scotland and dowager of France, then only in her 19th year, she sent for the English ambassador, Throckmorton, and having, in the first place, to mark her own attention to the conventional forms observed, even by hostile princes, in their personal relations towards each other, waved her hand as a signal to the company to withdraw out of hearing, she addressed to him a truly queenly comment on the insult that had been offered to her on the part of his royal mistress. "My lord ambassador," said she, "as I know not how far I may be transported by passion, I will not have so many witnesses of mine infirmity as the queen your mistress had when she talked, not long since, with Monsieur Doisel. There is nothing that doth more grieve me than that I did so forget myself, as to have asked of her a favour which I could well have done without. I came here, in defiance of the attempts made by her brother Edward to prevent me, and, by the grace of God, I will return without her leave. It is well known that I have friends and allies who have power to assist me, but I choose rather to be indebted to her friendship. If she choose, she may have me for a loving kinswoman and useful neighbor, for I am not going to practice against her with her subjects, as she has done with mine. Yet I know there be in her realm those that like not of the present state of things. The queen says, I am young and lack experience. I confess I am younger than she is, yet I know how to carry myself lovingly and justly with my friends, and not to cast any word against her, which may be unworthy of a queen and a kinswoman. And by her permission, I am as much a queen as herself, and can carry my courage as high as she knows how to do. She hath heretofore assisted my subjects against me, and now that I am a widow, it may be thought strange that she would hinder me in returning to my own country." Mary then, in a few words, stated that the late king, her husband, had objected to ratify the Treaty of Edinburgh, that while he lived she was bound to act by his advice, and now her uncles had referred her to her own council and the states of Scotland for advice in a matter in which they, as peers of France, had no voice, and she was too young and inexperienced to decide of herself, even if it had been proper that she should do so. Throckmorton, in reply, adverted to the old offence of Mary and her late husband having assumed the title and arms of England. "But," rejoined the young queen, with great naivete, "my late lord and father, King Henry, and the king, my late lord and husband, would have it so. I was then under their command, as you know, and since their death I have neither borne the arms nor used the style of England." The attempt of Elizabeth to intercept and capture the youthful widow on her voyage to Scotland has been contested by some able writers of the present day, but it is certain that the traitors, Lethington and Murray, counselled the English cabinet to that step. An English squadron was, at this critical juncture, sent into the North Sea, under pretext of protecting the fishers from pirates, and Cecil, in his letter to Sussex, after stating the fact, significantly observed, "I think they will be sorry to see her pass." The royal voyager passed the English ships in safety, under the cover of the thick fog, but they captured one vessel, in which was the young Earl of Eglinton, and carried him into an English port. On finding their mistake, they relinquished the prize, and apologized for the blunder they had committed. Safe conduct having been peremptorily denied to Mary by Elizabeth, it was impossible for her to place any other construction on the seizure of one of her convoy than the very natural one she did. Elizabeth, however, without waiting to be accused, proceeded to justify herself from so unkind an imputation in a formal letter to her royal kinswoman, in which she says, "It seemeth that report hath been made to you, that we had sent out our admiral with our fleet to impede your passage. Your servants know how false this is. We have, only at the desire of the King of Spain, sent 2 or 3 small barks to sea, in pursuit of certain Scotch pirates." The young Queen of Scotland accepted the explanation with great courtesy, and though perfectly aware of the intrigues that had been, and continued to be, practiced against her in her own court by Elizabeth, she pursued an amicable and conciliatory policy towards her, entered into a friendly correspondence, and expressed the greatest desire for a personal interview. Mary's youngest uncle, the Grand Prior of France, who had accompanied her to Scotland, a bold military ecclesiastic of the class of Walter Scott's Brian de Bois Guilbert, asked and obtained leave to visit the court of England on his return to France. He was a victorious admiral, and was commander-in-chief of the French navy, and, being the handsomest and the most audacious of his handsome and warlike race, probably felt no alarm at the possibility of being detained by the maiden queen. He was, in fact, the sort of paladin likely to captivate Elizabeth, who became animated with a livelier spirit of coquetry than usual at the sight of him, and soon treated him with great familiarity. "I have often heard the Queen of England address him thus," says Brantome, "Ah, mon prieur, I love you much. But I hate that brother Guise of yours, who tore from me my town of Calais." He danced more than once with her, for she danced much, all sorts of dances. The testimony of an eyewitness, says a modern French biographer, can never be useless or devoid of interest, when, like the pigeon La Fontaine, he can truly say, J'étais là, telles les choses me devant. Such was the testimony of the chivalrous biographer Brantome, who, with more than 100 other gentlemen of rank, in attendance on the Grand Prior and Constable of France, were guests at the courts of England and France, and saw and spoke to both the island queens, when in the height of their beauty and prosperity. Next to female dress, a Frenchman is the most sedulous critic on female beauty, and surely Brantome bears witness that, at 27, Elizabeth possessed a considerable share of personal charms. This queen gave us all, one evening, says he, a supper, in a grand room hung round with tapestry, representing the parable of the 10 virgins of the evangelists. When the banquet was done, there came in a ballet of her maids of honor, whom she had dressed and ordained to represent the same virgins. Some of them had their lamps burning and full of oil, and some of them carried lamps which were empty, but all their lamps were silver, most exquisitely chased and wrought. And the ladies were very pretty, well behaved, and very well dressed. They came in the course of the ballet, and prayed us French to dance with them, and even prevailed on the queen to dance, which she did with much grace, and right royal majesty, for she possessed then no little beauty and elegance. She told the Constable of France, that of all the monarchs of the earth, she had had the greatest wish to behold his late master, King Henry II, on account of his warlike renown. He had sent me word, pursued she, that we should meet very soon, and I had commanded my galleys to be made ready to pass to France, for the express purpose of seeing him. The constable replied, Madame, I am certain you would have been well pleased with him if you had seen him, for his temper and tastes would have suited yours, and he would have been charmed with your pleasant manners and lively humor. He would have given you an honorable welcome and very good cheer. There are at present alive, besides the constable, continues Brantome, Monsieur de Guiche, Monsieur de Castelnau, Languedoc, and Monsieur de Belloise, besides myself, who heard Queen Elizabeth speak thus, and we all right well remember her as she was then. It has been customary for the learned chroniclers of Elizabeth's life and reign, from Camden downwards, to diverge at this period of her annals into the affairs of Scotland, and for the succeeding 7 years to follow the fortunes of the ill-fated Mary Stuart, rather than those of our mighty Tudor queen, who is certainly a character of sufficient importance to occupy at all times the foreground of her own history. It is, however, requisite to point out the first germ of the personal ill will so long nourished by Elizabeth against Mary. This seems to have arisen from the evil report brought by Mrs. Sandys, Elizabeth's former maid of honor, when she returned from France, at the accession of her royal mistress. The exile of this lady has already been mentioned. As she was forced from Elizabeth's service on account of her zeal for the Protestant religion, it was not very probable that she would be admitted to the confidence of Mary Stuart, who was then queen consort of France. Yet Mrs. Sandys affirmed that Queen Elizabeth was never mentioned by Mary without scorn and contempt. Such was the beginning of that hatred which never diminished while the troubled existence of Mary Stuart continued. Elizabeth was too deeply skilled in the regnal science not to be aware that a country is never so sure of enjoying the blessings of peace as when prepared for war, and therefore her principal care was bestowed in providing her realm with the means of defense. Gunpowder was first manufactured by her orders and encouragement in England, which all her predecessors had contented themselves with purchasing abroad. She sent for engineers, furnished regular arsenals in all fortified towns along the coast and the Scottish borders, increased the garrison of Berwick, and caused a fort to be built on the banks of the Medway, near Upnor, where the ships should ride in shelter, and increased the wages of the mariners and soldiers, to encourage them to serve her well. She not only caused ships of war to be built for the increase of her navy, but she encouraged the wealthy inhabitants of seaports to emulate her example, so that, instead of hiring, as her father and others of her predecessors had done, ships from the Hanse towns and Italian republics, she was, in the 4th year of her reign, able to put to sea a fleet with 20,000 men at arms. Strangers called her the Queen of the Sea and the North Star. Her own subjects proudly styled her the Restorer of Naval Glory. End of section 14. Section 15 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 6, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter 5, Part 1. The evidences of history prove that religious persecution generates faction, and lends the most formidable weapons to the disaffected by dignifying treason with the name of piety. Thus it was in the Pilgrimage of Grace in the reign of Henry VIII, with Kett's rebellion in that of Edward VI, and the Wyatt insurrection in that of Mary. Whether under the rival names of Catholic or Protestant, the principle was the same, and the crown of martyrdom was claimed by the sufferer for conscience sake of either party. The experience of the religious struggles in the last 3 reigns had failed to teach Elizabeth the futility of monarchs attempting to make their opinions on theological matters a rule for the consciences of their subjects. Her first act of intolerance was leveled against the Anabaptists by the publication of an edict in which they and other heretics, whether foreign or native, were enjoined to depart the realm within 20 days, on pain of imprisonment and forfeiture of goods. Subsequently, in a fruitless attempt to establish uniformity of worship throughout the realm, she treated her dissenting subjects of all classes with great severity, as well as those who adhered to the tenets of the Church of Rome. The attempt to force persons of opposite opinions to a reluctant conformity with the newly established ritual rendered it distasteful to many, who would probably, if left to the exercise of their own discretion, have adopted it in time as the happy medium between the 2 extremes of Rome and Geneva. In Ireland, coercive measures were followed by disaffection and revolt, and opened the door to plots and perpetual enterprises against the Queen's person and government, both from foreign powers and those within her own realm, who were desirous of being governed by a sovereign of their own creed. On the first day of 1562, the Queen went in state to St. Paul's Cathedral. The Dean, having notice of her intention, had been at some pains and great expense in ornamenting a prayer book with beautiful prints, illustrative of the history of the apostles and martyrs, which were placed at the epistles and gospels appointed to be read by the Church of England on their commemorations. The book, being intended as a New Year's gift for Her Majesty, was richly bound, and laid on the cushion for her use. A proclamation had, indeed, lately been set forth, to please the Puritan party, against images, pictures, and Romish relics, but as Elizabeth continued to retain a large silver crucifix over the altar of the Chapel Royal, with candlesticks and other ornaments, the use or disuse of which might be regarded rather as a matter of taste than religion, the Dean supposed that Her Majesty did not object to works of art on scriptural subjects, as embellishments for her books of devotion. Elizabeth, however, thought it expedient to get up a little scene on this occasion, in order to manifest her zeal against popery before a multitude. When she came to her place, she opened the book, but, seeing the pictures, frowned, blushed, and shut it, of which several took notice, and calling to the verger, bade him bring her the book she was accustomed to use. After the service was concluded, she went straight into the vestry, where she asked the Dean, how that book came to be placed on her cushion? He replied, that he intended it as a New Year's gift to Her Majesty. You never could present me with a worse, rejoined the Queen. Why so? Asked the Dean. Her Majesty, after a vehement protestation of her aversion to idolatry, reminded him of her recent proclamation against superstitious pictures and images, and asked, if it had been read in his deanery? The Dean replied, that it had, but he meant no harm in causing the prints to be bound up in the service book. She told him, that he must be very ignorant indeed to do so, after her prohibition. The poor Dean humbly suggested, that if so, Her Majesty might the better pardon him. The Queen prayed, that God would grant him a better spirit and more wisdom for the future. To which royal petition in his behalf, the dean meekly cried, Amen. Then the queen asked, how he came by the pictures and by whom engraved? He said, he bought them of a German, and her majesty observed, it is well it was from a stranger. Had it been any of our subjects, we should have questioned the matter. The menace implied in this speech against native artists, who should venture to engrave plates with scriptural subjects, naturally deterred them from copying the immortal works of the great Flemish, Italian, and Spanish masters, which were chiefly confined to themes from sacred history or saintly lore, and may well explain the otherwise unaccountable fact that the pictorial arts in England retrograded, instead of improved, from the accession of Elizabeth till the reign of Charles I. About this time, Margaret, Countess of Lennox, the queen's nearest relation of the royal Tudor blood, and who stood next to the Queen of Scots in the hereditary order of the regal succession, was arrested and thrown into prison. Her ostensible offense was having corresponded secretly with her royal niece, the Queen of Scots. But, having been the favorite friend of the late queen, who was at one time reported to have intended to appoint her as her successor to the prejudice of Elizabeth, that princess had cherished great ill will against her, and she now caused her to be arraigned on the formidable charges of treason and witchcraft. The countess was, with 4 others, found guilty of having consulted with pretended wizards and conjurers to learn how long the queen had to live. The luckless lady, being perfectly aware that the royal animosity proceeded from a deeper root, addressed the following curious letter in her own justification to Mr. Secretary Cecil. Good Master Secretary, I have received your answer by my man Fowler upon the Queen's words to you, whereby the Queen hath been informed, and doth credit the same, that I, in the time of her Highness's trouble in Queen Mary's reign, should be rather a means to augment the same than diminish it, in putting it then in Queen Mary's head, that it was a quietness for the times to have her shut up. Master Secretary, none on live, or alive, is able to justify this false and untrue report made of me, among others the like, as therein I will be sworn, if I were put to it, that never, in all my life, I had, or meant to have, said such words touching the Queen's majesty, nor I, for my part, bear no such stroke to give any advice in any such weighty matter. But what should I say? Even as my lord and I have had extremity showed upon the informations most untruly given unto the Queen's majesty of us so late, I for no other, but the continuance thereof, as long as her highness doth hear and credit the first tale, without proof to be tried, and, as it appeareth, discrediteth my answers any way made to the contrary, how true soever they be. But if my lord and I might find the Queen's majesty so good and gracious to us, as to hear our accusers and us, face to face, I would then be out of doubt to find shortly some part of her highness's favour again, which I beseech you to be a means for, and to participate the contents of this my letter to her majesty, in which doing ye give me occasion to be ready to requite the same as my power shall extend. And so, with hearty commendations, I bid you likewise farewell. From Chathis, the 2nd of October, your assured friend to my power, Margaret, Lennox, and Angus. Margaret had some cause of alarm when she penned this earnest letter, for her life lay at the mercy of the Queen, and the accusation of sorcery against royal ladies had hitherto generally emanated either from the hatred or rapacity of the sovereign. In the autumn of 1562, the Queen was attacked with a long and dangerous illness, and an astrologer named Prestel, who had cast her nativity, predicted that she would die in the ensuing March. This prophecy, becoming very generally whispered abroad, inspired 2 royally descended brothers of the name of Pole, the representatives of the line of Clarence, with the wild project of raising a body of troops and landing them in Wales to proclaim Mary Stuart Queen in the event of her Majesty's death, in the hope that the beautiful heiress of the crown would reward one of them with her hand and the other with a dukedom of Clarence. This romantic plot transpired, and the brothers with their confederates were arraigned for high treason. They protested their innocence of conspiring against the queen, but confessed to having placed implicit reliance on the prediction of Prestel, and that their plot only involved the matter of the succession. It appears probable that this political soothsaying was connected with the misdemeanor of Lady Lennox. Cecil laboured hard to construe the visionary scheme of the deluded young men into a confederacy of the Guises and Mary Queen of Scots, but the notion was too absurd. They were condemned to die, but Elizabeth, having no reason to suppose they had practised against her life, revolted at that time from the thoughts of shedding kindred blood on the scaffold on a pretence so frivolous. She graciously extended her pardon to Arthur Pole and his brother, and allowed them to pass beyond sea. On the last of December this year, Mistress Smythson, Her Majesty's launderer, was presented by the royal command with a kirtle of russet satin, edged with velvet and lined with russet taffeta. The materials of this rich but simple dress prove that the office of launderess to the sovereign was held by a gentlewoman, whose duty it was to superintend the labours of the operative naiads of the royal household. The queen in her royal robes, with her bishops and peers, rode in great state from her palace, January 12, 1563, to open the Parliament at Westminster. She proceeded first to the Abbey, and alighting at Our Lady of Grace's chapel, where she and her noble and stately retinue entered at the north door, and heard a sermon preached by Noel, the Dean of St. Paul's. And then a psalm being sung, she proceeded through the south door to the Parliament chamber, then evidently held in the chapter house. The first step taken by this Parliament, after the choice of a speaker, was to petition the Queen to marry. This, indeed, appeared the only means of averting the long and bloody successive wars, with which, according to human probability, the rival claimants of the female descendants of Henry VII threatened the nation, in the event of Elizabeth dying without lawful issue of her own. The elements of deadly debate, which Henry VIII had left as his last legacy to England, by his arbitrary innovations in the regular order of succession, had been augmented by Elizabeth's refusal to acknowledge the rights of the Queen of Scots as the presumptive inheritor of the throne. The cruel policy which had led her to nullify the marriage and stigmatize the offspring of the hapless representative of the Suffolk line had apparently provided further perplexities and occasions of strife. With this stormy perspective, the people naturally regarded the life of the reigning sovereign as their best security against the renewal of struggles, no less direful than the Wars of the Roses. In this idea, Elizabeth wished them to remain, and it was no part of her intention to lessen the difficulties in which the perilous question of heirship to the crown was involved. "Oh, how wretched are we," writes Bishop Jewel to his friend at Zurich, "who cannot tell under what sovereign we are to live!" Elizabeth briefly replied to the remonstrance of her Parliament on this subject, and that of her marriage, that she had not forgotten the suit of the house, nor ever could forget it, but it was a matter in which she would be advised. Elizabeth was just then too busily occupied in traversing every proposal of marriage that had been made to the Queen of Scots to have leisure to think much of her own. Since the widowhood of Mary Stuart, all Elizabeth's rejected suitors had transferred their addresses to the younger and fairer queen of the sister realm, and nothing but the political expediency of maintaining the guise of friendship she had assumed towards Mary prevented her from manifesting the jealousy and ill will excited in her haughty spirit by every fresh circumstance of the kind. Mary very obligingly communicated all her offers to her good sister of England, having promised to be guided by her advice on this important subject, and all were equally objectionable in Elizabeth's opinion. Mary, in the morning freshness of youth, beauty, and poetic genius, cared for none of these things. Her heart was long faithful to the memory of her buried lord, and she allowed Elizabeth to dictate refusals to her illustrious wooers with perfect unconcern, in the hope that in return for this singular condescension her good sister would be won upon to acknowledge her right to succeed to the crown of England, in the event of that queen dying without lawful issue. Elizabeth was inflexible in her refusal to concede this point. She replied, that the right of succession to her throne should never be made a subject of discussion. It would cause disputes as to the validity of this or that marriage. In allusion to the old dispute of Henry VIII's marriage with her mother, which was, in truth, the source of Elizabeth's jealousy of all her royal kindred, Mary consented to acknowledge that the right to the English crown was vested in Elizabeth and her posterity, if, in return, Elizabeth would declare her claims to the succession as presumptive heiress. Elizabeth in reply said, that she could not do so without conceiving a dislike to Mary, and asked, how it were possible for her to love any one whose interest it was to see her dead? She enlarged withal on the inconstancy of human affections and the proneness of men in general to worship the rising sun. It was so in her sister's reign, she said, and would be so again if she were ever to declare her successor. It was then proposed that the two queens should meet and settle their differences in an amicable manner. Mary, with the confiding frankness that marked her character, agreed to come to York for this purpose, and a passport was even signed for her and her retinue of 1,000 horse. And when Elizabeth, for some reason, postponed the meeting to an indefinite time, the young sovereign of Scotland, in her romantic infatuation, wept with passionate regret at her disappointment. Elizabeth had at this time much to harass and disquiet her. The expedition which she had been persuaded to send out to the shores of Normandy had been anything but successful. Much treasure and blood had been uselessly expended, and the city of Rouen, after it had been defended with fruitless valor, was taken by the royalist forces, and 200 brave English auxiliaries put to the sword. On Lord Robert Dudley the unwelcome task devolved of imparting the news of this misfortune to her majesty. He had the presumption to conceal the fact that the city had actually fallen, but represented it to be in great distress, and artfully persuaded his royal mistress that if the worst happened, her parsimony would have been the cause. Elizabeth was in an agony at the possibility of such a calamity, and dispatched reinforcements and supplies to Warwick, with a letter of encouragement from her council, to which she added the following affectionate postscript in her own hand. My dear Warwick, if your honour and my desire could accord with the loss of the needfulest finger I keep, God so help me in my utmost need, as I would gladly lose that one joint for your safe abode with me. But since I cannot, that I will do, that I may and will rather drink in an ashen cup, than you and yours should not be succoured, both by sea and land, and that with all possible speed, and let this my scribbling hand witness to them all. Yours as my own, E.R. There is an honest and generous warmth in this brief note, which does Elizabeth more honour than all her laboured, metaphorical, epistolary compositions. She felt what she wrote in this instance, and the feeling, that she would rather drink out of an ashen cup than her suffering soldiers on foreign service should want succour, is worthy of being inscribed on her monument. The supplies could not prevent the secret negotiation between the royalists and the Huguenots, by which the English allies were sacrificed. The plague breaking out in the garrisons of Newhaven and Havre de Grace caused such ravages that the Earl of Warwick found himself compelled to surrender Havre to the French, and brought the sickly remnant of his army home. They brought the infection with them, and 20,000 persons died in the metropolis alone. The pestilence lasted nearly a year, which caused the queen to withdraw her court to Windsor. The approach of the maiden monarch was hailed by the youthful classics at Eton with rapturous delight, and in the fervour of their loyal enthusiasm they proclaimed an ovation to Queen Elizabeth, and offered their homage in every variety of Latin verses and orations, which were very graciously received by her majesty. Elizabeth was always on the most affectionate terms with this royal nursery of scholars, was much beloved and honoured by them. Cecil, in his diary, proudly recalls the fact that the Queen's Majesty on the 6th of July, 1564, stood for his infant daughter, to whom she gave her own name. Lady Lennox appears not only to have obtained her liberty at that time, but to have regained her standing at court, as First Lady of the royal blood. For we find that she assisted her majesty on that occasion as the other godmother. The same summer, the Queen decided on visiting the University of Cambridge at the request of Sir William Cecil, who, in addition to his other high offices, was also Chancellor of this university. He was unluckily attacked with what he termed an unhappy grief in his foot, no other than a painful fit of the gout, just at the time when he was nervously anxious that all things should be arranged, in the most perfect manner, for the honour of his sovereign and alma mater. The energy of his mind prevailed over the malady so far, that he went with his lady in a coach, on the 4th of August, to overlook the preparations for her Majesty's reception. The next day the Queen came from Mr. Worthington's house at Hastingfield, where she had slept on the preceding night. She was met by the Duke of Norfolk, the Earl of Sussex, the Bishop of Ely, and an honourable company, by whom she was conducted towards the town. The mayor and corporation met the sovereign a little before Newnham, and there alighted and performed their devoir, and the recorder made an oration in English. Then the mayor delivered the mace with a fair standing cup, which cost £19, and 20 old angels in it, which her Majesty received, gently returned the mace to the mayor, and delivered the cup to one of her footmen. When she came to Newnham Mills, being requested to change her horse, she alighted, and went into the miller's house for a little space. Then she and all her ladies being remounted, proceeded in fair array, and as they neared the town, the trumpeters by solemn blast declared her Majesty's approach. When they entered Queen's College, and her Majesty was in the midst of the scholars, 2 appointed for the purpose knelt before her, and kissing their papers, offered them to her grace. The Queen, understanding that they contained congratulatory addresses in prose and verse, received and delivered them to one of her footmen. When they reached the doctors, all the lords and ladies alighted, her Majesty only remained on horseback. She was dressed in a gown of black velvet pinked, or cut velvet, and had a caul upon her head, set with pearls and precious stones, and a hat that was spangled with gold, and a bush of feathers. When her Majesty came to the west door of the chapel, Sir William Cecil kneeled down and welcomed her, and the beadles kneeling, kissed their staves, and delivered them to Mr. Secretary, who, likewise kissing the same, delivered them to the Queen's hands, who could not well hold them all, and her Grace gently and merrily redelivered them, willing him and the other magistrates of the University to minister justice uprightly, or she would take them into her own hands and see to it, adding, that though the Chancellor halted, his leg being sore, yet she trusted that justice did not halt. All this time Elisabeth was on horseback, and before she alighted came Master W. Masters, of King's College, orator, making his 3 reverences, kneeling down on the first step of the west door, which was with the walls outward, covered with verses, and made his oration, in length almost half an hour, in effect as follows. First, he praised many and singular virtues set and planted in her Majesty, which her Highness not acknowledging, bit her lips and fingers, and sometimes broke into passion, and interrupted with these words, Non est veritas. But the orator, praising virginity, she exclaimed, God's blessing on thine heart, there continue. When he had finished, the Queen much commended him, and marvelled that his memory did so well serve him to repeat such divers and sundry matters, saying, that she would answer him again in Latin, but for fear she should speak false Latin, and then they would laugh at her. But in fine, in token of her contentment she called him to her, offered him her hand to kiss, and asked his name. She was lodged in King's College, the best chambers and gallery being devoted to her use. The fellows of King's resigned their monastic dormitories for the accommodation of Lady Strange and the fair maids of honour of the Virgin Queen. The next day was Sunday, and the Queen went in great state to King's College Chapel. She entered at the litany under a canopy, carried over her head by 4 doctors of divinity. Dr. Perne preached the sermon, and when he was in the midst of it, her Majesty sent the Lord Hunsdon to will him to put on his cap, which he wore to the end. At which time, ere he could leave the pulpit, she sent him word by the Lord Chamberlain, that it was the first sermon she had ever heard in Latin, and she thought she could never hear a better. When the music of the choir concluded, she departed by the private way into the college, the 4 doctors bearing her canopy. At evening prayer, the queen was not expected at chapel, therefore the singing commenced, but, being informed her majesty was then coming through the private passage, it stopped, and when she was seated in her traverse, evensong commenced anew, which ended, she departed by her usual way, and went to the play. This, by the Protestants who surrounded Elizabeth, must have been considered a desecration of the Sabbath evening, if Cambridge did not at that time follow an ancient practice, prevalent in some parts of Europe, where the Sabbath was considered to commence on the Saturday evening, and to end on the Sunday after evening prayer. The customs and manners of an age and people must always be considered charitably, before violent blame is incurred, and it is possible, from so many traces that exist of Elizabeth's uproarious mode of spending our Sabbath evening, that some reckoning of time was in vogue in her days. She went to see one of Plautus's plays, the Aulularia, for the hearing and playing of which, at her expense, a vast platform was erected in King's College Church. The performance of a pagan play in a Christian church on the Sunday evening was no great improvement on the ancient moralities and mysteries, which, in retrospective review, are so revolting to modern taste. Those who glance over the mysteries must feel displeased at finding that sacred subjects could be so absurdly dramatized. Yet these mysteries were listened to with a reverential awe by a demi-savage people, who saw nothing ridiculous or profane in the manner of showing the creation, the history of Noah or of Joseph, the intention being to make them comprehensible to the eye, when the untaught ear refused to follow the thread of sacred history. But Elizabeth and Cambridge had more knowledge, if not more wisdom, and ought to have banished their pagan play from the walls of a Christian temple. When all things were ready in the church for this play, the Lord Chamberlain and Cecil came in with a multitude of the guard bearing staff torches, no other lights being used at the play. The guard stood on the ground, bearing their torches on each side of the stage, and a very curious pictorial effect must the glaring torchlight have thrown on the groups of spectators standing or sitting among the pillars and deep Gothic arches of that church playhouse. At last, the queen entered with her ladies and gentlewomen, Lady Strange carrying her train, and the gentlemen pensioners preceding her with torch staves. She took her seat under a canopy of state, raised on the south wall of the church opposite to the stage, where she heard out the play fully, till 12 o'clock, when she departed to her chamber in the order that she came. The next day the queen attended the disputations at St. Mary's Church, where an ample stage was erected for the purpose. All the scholars had been ordered previously to enclose themselves in their colleges and halls. None but those who had taken a degree were permitted to appear, and among these, great inquisition was made regarding dress, for the queen's eyes had been roaming during sermon time the preceding day over the congregation, and she found sharp fault with sundry ragged and soiled hoods and gowns. Likewise she was displeased that some of the doctors' hoods were lined with white silk, and some with miniver. At the ringing of the university bell, the queen's majesty came to her place with royal pomp. As she passed, the graduates kneeled, and cried modestly, "Vivat Regina," and she thanked them. She then questioned the chancellor, her minister Cecil, on the degrees and differences of every person present. The question whether monarchy were better than a republic was the leading subject of the disputation, which was moved by the celebrated Dr. Caius. But, as the voices of the 3 doctors who disputed were low, the queen repeatedly called to them, "Loquamini altius." But finding this did no good, she left her seat and came to the edge of the stage, just over their heads, yet she could hear little of the disputation. Her own physician, Dr. Hykes, a doctor of the college, decided the disputation, with whom her majesty merrily jested when he asked license of her grace. After his oration concluded, the queen departed merrily to her lodging, about 7 o'clock. At 9 she went to another play, acted in the church, called Dido. Her entertainment at King's ended next evening with another play in English, called Ezekias, and she liked her entertainment so well, that she declared if there had been greater provision of ale and beer, she would have remained till Friday. Her visit to Cambridge was however not concluded. She was entertained at various colleges, and at Christ's received a pair of gloves, in memory of her great grand dame, Lady Margaret, the foundress, mother of Henry VII. As she rode through the street to her lodging, she talked much with divers scholars in Latin, and, at alighting from her horse, dismissed them in Latin. The day before she quitted Cambridge, at the conclusion of a disputation in St. Mary's Church, the Duke of Norfolk and Lord Robert, kneeling down, humbly desired her majesty to say somewhat in Latin, who at first refused. Mark, she had a set Latin oration, ready, prepared, and conned by heart for the occasion, and said, that if she might speak her mind in English, she would not stick at the matter. But understanding by Mr. Secretary that nothing might be said openly to the University in English, she required him rather to speak, because he was Chancellor, and the Chancellor is the Queen's mouth. Whereunto he answered, that he was not her Chancellor, but Chancellor of the University. Then the Bishop of Ely kneeling, said, that 3 words of her mouth were enough. So being pressed on every side, she complied, and made a very sensible speech, in which, among other things, she raised the expectations of the University with respect to some royal foundation, which, however, she never thought fit to gratify. Her speech began thus: although womanly shamefacedness, most celebrated University, might well determine me from delivering this my unlabored oration before so great an assembly of the learned, yet the intercession of my nobles and my own good will towards the University impels me to say somewhat. It contained 9 other sections. The conclusion was, it is time then that your ears, which have been so long detained by this barbarous sort of an oration, should now be released from the pain of it. At this speech of the Queen's, the auditors, being all marvelously astonished, brake forth in open voice, Vivat Regina, but the Queen's Majesty responded with this shout, Taceat Regina, and moreover wished, all those who heard her had drank of the lethe. She departed from Cambridge on the 10th of August, passing from King's College by the schools. Dr. Perne, with many of the University, knelt, and in Latin wished her Majesty a good journey, to whom she mildly answered with a distinct voice, Valete omnes, farewell all. The Master of Magdalen was ready with a Latin oration of farewell, which she declined on account of the heat of the day, and rode forward to dinner at the Bishop of Ely's house at Stanton. All the benefaction she bestowed on this visit was £20 per annum to a handsome student who had acted Dido much to her satisfaction. End of section 15. Section 16 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 6, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter 5, Part 2. The report that her former suitor, the Archduke Charles, was in treaty for the hand of the Queen of Scots, filled Elizabeth's mind with jealous displeasure, for of all the princes of Europe, he was esteemed the most honourable and chivalric, and Elizabeth's rejection of his suit appears to have been only for the purpose of obtaining concessions on the subject of his religion more consistent with her own profession. She made very earnest remonstrances to the Queen of Scots on the unsuitableness of this alliance, and Cecil at the same time wrote to Munt, one of the pensionaries in Germany, to move the Duke of Württemberg to advise the Emperor to repeat the offer of his son to the Queen of England. The Duke performed his part with all due regard to the honour of her maiden majesty, for he sent an envoy to entreat her to permit him to name a person whom he considered would make her very happy in the wedded state, at the same time that he preferred his private mission to the Emperor. Elisabeth replied, with her usual prudery on the subject of marriage, that although she felt no inclination towards matrimony, she was willing, for the good of her realm, to receive the communication of which the Duke had spoken. Unfortunately, however, the Emperor had taken umbrage at the previous rejection of his son's addresses, and declared, he would not expose himself to a second insult of the kind. When Elizabeth found she could not withdraw the Archduke from Mary, she determined to compel Mary to resign him. Accordingly, she gave that queen to understand that she could not consent to her contracting such a marriage, which must prove inimical to the friendship between the two crowns, and that, unless Mary would marry as she desired, she would probably forfeit all hope of a peaceful succession to the English crown. Mary had the complaisance to give up this accomplished prince, who was, perhaps, the only man in Europe worthy of becoming her husband, and professed her willingness to listen to the advice of her good sister, if she wished to propose a more suitable consort. Randolph, Elizabeth's ambassador, suggested that an English noble would be more agreeable to his royal mistress than any other person. Mary requested to be informed more clearly on this point, for it was generally supposed that the young Duke of Norfolk, being the kinsman of the queen, and one of the richest subjects in England, was the person intended for this signal honour by his sovereign. Elizabeth electrified both courts by naming her own favourite, Lord Robert Dudley. Mary replied, that she considered it beneath her dignity to marry a subject, and told her base brother, Murray, who repeated her unlucky witticism to the English ambassador, that she looked on the offer of a person so dear to Elizabeth as a proof of good will rather than of good meaning. Elizabeth, soon after, complained that Mary had treated the proposal of Lord Robert Dudley with mockery, which Mary, in a letter to her own ambassador at Paris, affirms that she never did, and wondered who could have borne such testimony to embroil her with that queen. If, however, Mary forbore from mockery at this offer, no one else did, for it was a theme of public mirth and satire in England, Scotland, and France. Dudley, who had the presumption to aim at a still higher mark, and had been encouraged, by the extraordinary tokens of favour lavished upon him by his royal mistress, to conceive confident hopes of success, was surprised and offended at his own nomination to an honour so infinitely above the rank and pretensions of any person of his name and family. In fact, he regarded it as a snare laid in his path by Cecil, who was jealous of his influence with Elizabeth, and would, he suspected, avail himself of this pretence to remove him from her court and presence. Elizabeth was flattered at Dudley's reluctance to wed her fairer rival, and redoubled her commendations of his various qualifications to the favour of a royal lady. She even offered to acknowledge Mary as her successor to the crown of England, on condition of her becoming his wife. The hope of obtaining this recognition was artfully held out to Mary, as the lure to draw her into the negotiation, and so far it succeeded, although the royal beauty was not sufficiently an adept in diplomatic trickery to conceal at all times the scorn with which she regarded a suitor so infinitely beneath her. Meantime, she was secretly courted by her aunt, Lady Lennox, for the young Henry, Lord Darnley, and was believed to incline towards that alliance. At the very time Elizabeth was recommending her handsome master of the horse to her good sister of Scotland, she had so little command over herself that she was constantly betraying her own partiality for him to Sir James Melville, Mary's envoy, who, in his lively, historic memoirs, gives a succession of graphic scenes between Elizabeth and himself. She told me, says his Excellency, that it appeared to her as if I made but small account of Lord Robert, seeing that I named the Earl of Bedford before him, but ere it were long she would make him a greater earl, and I should see it done before me, for she esteemed him as one whom she should have married herself, if she had ever been minded to take a husband. But being determined to end her life in virginity, she wished the queen her sister should marry him, for with him she might find it in her heart to declare Queen Mary's second person rather than any other, for, being matched with him, it would best remove out of her mind all fear and suspicion of usurpation before her death. Elizabeth would not permit Sir James Melville to return home till he had seen Dudley created Earl of Leicester and Baron of Denbigh. This was done with great state at Westminster, herself, says Melville, helping to put on his robes, he sitting on his knees before her, and keeping a great gravity and discreet behaviour. But as for the queen, she could not refrain from putting her hand on his neck to tickle him smilingly, the French ambassador and I standing beside her. Then she asked me, How I liked him? I said, as he was a worthy subject, so he was happy in a great prince, who could discern and reward good service. Yet, replied she, ye like better of yon lang lad, pointing towards my lord Darnley, who, as nearest prince of the blood, that day bare the sword before her. My answer again was, that no woman of spirit would make choice of sic a man, that was liker a woman than a man, for he was lusty, beardless, and lady-faced. I had no will that she should think I liked him, though I had a secret charge to deal with his mother, Lady Lennox, to purchase leave for him to pass to Scotland. During the 9 days I remained at court, pursues Melville, Queen Elizabeth saw me every day, and sometimes thrice a day, to wit, a forenoon, afternoon, and after supper, and she continued to treat of Queen Mary's marriage with Leicester, and meantime I was familiarly and favourably used. Sometimes she would say, that since she could not see the good queen, her sister, she should open a good part of her inward mind to me, that she was not offended with Queen Mary's angry letter, in which she seemed to disdain the marriage with Leicester, and she should set the best lawyers in England to search out who had the best right to the crown of England, which she would wish to be her dearest sister rather than any other. I replied, there could be no doubt on that head, but lamented that even the wisest princes did not take sufficient notice of the partialities of their familiar friends and counsellors, except it were sic a notable and rare prince as Henry VIII, her father, who, of his own head, was determined to declare his sister's son, James V, at which time Elizabeth was not born, but only her sister Queen Mary, heir apparent to the crown of England, failing the heirs of his own body, for the earnest desire he had to unite the whole island. She said, she was glad he did not. I said, he had but then a daughter, and was in doubt to have any more children, and as yet had not so many suspicions in his head, and added, that her majesty was out of all doubt regarding her children, being determined to die a virgin. She said, she was never minded to marry, except she were compelled by the queen her sister's hard behaviour to her. I said, madam, ye need not tell me that. I know your stately stomach. Ye think, gin ye were married, ye would be but queen of England, and now ye are king and queen baith, ye may not suffer a commander. She appeared to be so affectionate to Queen Mary, her good sister, that she had a great desire to see her, and because that could not be, she delighted oft to look on her picture. She took me to her bedchamber, and opened a little letrone, perhaps a desk, where there were divers little pictures wrapped in paper, their names written with her own hand. Upon the first she took up was written, my lord's picture. This was Leicester's portrait. I held the candle, and pressed to see my lord's picture. Albeit she was loath to let me see it, but I became importunate for it, to carry home to my queen. She refused, saying, she had but one of his. I replied, she had the original. She was then at the further end of her bedchamber, talking with Cecil. Elizabeth then took out my queen's of Scots miniature, and kissed it. Melville kissed her hand in acknowledgment of the great fondness she manifested towards Mary. She showed me, he continues, a fair ruby great like a racquet ball. I desired she should either send it to my queen, or the Earl of Leicester's picture. She replied, if Queen Mary would follow her counsel, she would get them both in time, and all she had, but she would send her a diamond as a token by me. Now, as it was late, after supper she appointed me to be with her the next morning, at 8, at which time was her hour for walking in the garden. She talked with me of my travels, and invited me to eat with her dame of honour, my lady Stafford, one honourable and godly lady, who had been banished to Geneva in the reign of Queen Mary of England. In the course of Melville's conferences with Queen Elizabeth, the female costume of different countries was discussed, and how they became the persons of women. She told him she had the weeds, or costume, of every civilized country, and gave proof of it by appearing in a fresh one every day, and asking the Scotch ambassador which was the most becoming. I said, the Italian weed, continues Melville, which pleased her well, for she delighted to show her golden-coloured hair by wearing a caul and bonnet, as they do in Italy. Her hair was redder than yellow, and curled apparently by nature. Then she inquired, what colored hair was reputed best, and whether my queen's hair or hers was the best, and which of the two was the fairest? Melville's answer was perplexing in its ambiguity. He said, the fairness of both was not their worst faults. Elisabeth was not to be baffled by an oracular compliment. She came again to the question direct, and was earnest for Melville to declare which of them both he thought the fairest. Melville answered, you are the fairest queen in England, and ours the fairest queen in Scotland. Yet, he continues, was she earnest. The poor ambassador then declared, they were both the fairest ladies in their courts, that she was the whitest, but that our queen was very lovely. She inquired, which of them was the highest stature? I answered, our queen. Then she is over high, returned Elisabeth, for I am neither too high nor too low. Then she asked how she, Queen Mary, exercised and employed her time. I answered, when I left Scotland on my embassy, our queen was newly come from the Highland hunting, but that when she had leisure, she read in good books the histories of divers countries, and would sometimes play on the lutes and virginals. Elisabeth, continues Melville, speered or asked whether Mary played well. Reasonably well for a queen, was the very discreet answer. This conversation occasioned a droll little scene of display and vanity to be got up by Elisabeth. The same day after dinner, Lord Hunsdon, Elizabeth's cousin, drew Melville into a retired gallery to hear some music. He whispered as a secret, that it was the queen playing on the virginals. The ambassador listened a while, and then withdrew the tapestry that hung before the doorway, boldly entered the room, and stood listening in an entranced attitude near the door, and heard her play excellently well. Her back was to the listener. At length she turned her head, affected to see him, and left off, coming forwards as if to strike him with her hand, as pretending to be ashamed, alleging, that she was not used to play before men, but when she was solitary, to eschew melancholy, and asked, how I came there? I replied, that I was walking with my Lord Hunsdon. As we passed by the chamber door, I heard sick melody, which raised and drew me into the chamber, I wist not how, excusing my fault of homeliness, as being brought up in the court of France, and that I was now willing to endure any punishment it would please her to lay on my offense. The expert flattery had its expected effect. The royal coquette sat herself down on a cushion to imbibe another dose of it, and the audacious flatterer placed himself on his knee beside her. She gave him, with her own hand, a cushion to place under his knee. Melville protested against such an innovation on the rules of gallantry, but the queen compelled him, and called in my Lady Stafford out of the next chamber to chaperone the conference, for hitherto she had been tête-à-tête with the Scotch ambassador. This arrangement having been happily made, her majesty proceeded to display the rest of her accomplishments. First, she demanded, whether she or the Queen of Scots played best? In that, says Melville, I gave her the praise. She said my French was good, and speered whether I could speak Italian, which she spake reasonably well. Then she spake to me in Dutch, but it was not good. She would know what kind of books I liked best, whether theology, history, or love matters. I said, I liked wheel of all the sorts. I was earnest to be dispatched, but she said, that I tired sooner of her company than she did of mine. I said, albeit there was no occasion to tire, yet it was time to return. But 2 days longer was I detained, that I might see her dance. Quilk being done, she inquired at me, whether she or my queen danced best. I said, my queen danced not so high or disposedly as she did. Whereby it may be gathered that Mary danced like an elegant woman, but surely the elaborate dancing of a vain affected person could scarcely be better defined than by Melville. Elisabeth wished that she might see the Queen of Scotland at some convenient place of meeting. I offered, pursues Melville, to convey her secretly to Scotland by post, clothed in the disguise of a page, that she might see our mistress, as King James V passed in disguise to France, to see the Duke of Vendôme's sister, that should have been his wife. Melville carried on this romantic bandage, by proposing, that Queen Elizabeth should give out that she was sick and kept her chamber, and none to be privy to her absence but my Lady Stafford and one of the grooms of her chamber. She said, alas, she might do it. and seemed to like well of that kind of language. This scene took place at Hampton Court, where Melville at last received his dismissal, and departed with Leicester by water to London. On their voyage, Leicester apologized for his presumptuous proposal for the hand of the Queen of Scots, for he assured her ambassador, apparently with sincerity enough, was a wily move of Mr. Secretary Cecil, designed to ruin him with both queens. Elizabeth appears to have pressed this marriage on her royal kinswoman of Scotland, without any real intention of resigning her favourite to that queen, but rather for the purpose, it has been supposed, of paving the way of her own marriage with him, by proving that she esteemed him worthy of being the consort of another female sovereign. If Mary could have been induced to signify her consent to accept Leicester for her husband, then probably it was intended for him to declare the impossibility of his resigning the service of his royal mistress, even to become the spouse of the Queen of Scots, and this would have afforded Elizabeth a real popular opportunity of rewarding him for the sacrifice with her own hand. Matters never reached this point, for when Mary was urged to accept the newly created English earl, the Queen Mother of France and her kinsman of the House of Guise expressed the utmost contempt at the idea of so unsuitable an alliance, and assured her that Elizabeth intended to marry him herself. This opinion must have had some weight when united with Melville's report of the indecorous manner in which the English queen had committed herself in toying with Leicester during the ceremonial of his investiture, unrestrained even by the presence of the foreign ambassadors. Meantime, peace having been established with France, a regal suitor was offered to Elizabeth's acceptance in the person of Charles IX, the youthful monarch of that realm, who had been recently declared by the states of France to have attained his majority, although his mother, Catherine de Medicis, continued to govern in his name. He was, at this time, about 16, and Elizabeth, with great propriety, replied to Michel Castelnau, the ambassador by whom the proposal was submitted to her, that she was greatly obliged for the signal honour that was done her by so mighty and powerful a king, to whom, as well as to the queen his mother, she professed herself infinitely beholden, but that she felt this difficulty, that the most Christian king, her good brother, was too great and too small, too great as a monarch of such a realm to be able to quit his own dominions to cross the sea and remain in England, where the people always expected their kings and queens to live. Too small, she explained by saying, that his majesty was young and she was already 30, which she called old. Castelnau, not being accustomed to Elizabeth's coquettish manners, far from suspecting that this depreciatory remark on her own age was a trap for a complimentary rejoinder, on his part, gave her credit for meaning what she said, and adds with great simplicity, "She has said the same thing ever since her accession to the throne, although there is not a lady in her court who surpasses her in her endowments of mind and body." The English nobles suggested to Castelnau that the young Duke of Anjou, Charles IX's brother, would be, in point of situation, a more suitable consort for the queen than Charles, as neither France nor England could permit the absence of their respective sovereigns. The French, they said, would not like their king to reside in England, nor would the English permit their queen to live in France. Elizabeth gave no encouragement, at that time, to overtures for her union with either of the royal brothers of Valois, and Castelnau proceeded to Scotland to offer the younger prince to the other island queen, Mary Stuart, of whom he speaks, in his dispatches to his own court, in the most lively terms of admiration and respect. A matrimonial union between the crowns of England and France was too brilliant a chimera to be hastily or lightly abandoned by that restless intrigante and shallow politician, Catherine de Medicis, and she subsequently empowered the resident French ambassador, de Foix, to renew the proposal of a marriage between her eldest son, the youthful sovereign of France, and the maiden monarch of England. To this second overture Elizabeth replied, "I find myself, on the one hand, much honoured by the proposal of the French king. On the other, I am older than he, and would rather die than see myself despised and neglected. My subjects, I am assured, would oppose no obstacle, if it were my wish, for they have more than once prayed me to marry after my own inclination. It is true they have said, that it would pleasure them if my choice should fall on an Englishman. In England, however, there is no one disposable in marriage but the Earl of Arundel, and he is further removed from the match than the East from the West. And as to the Earl of Leicester, I have always loved his virtues. The ambassador was too finished a courtier, it seems, to interrupt her majesty by asking her to point these out, a question which certainly would embarrass the most partial apologist of the crimes of this bold, but not brave, bad man. But, pursues Elisabeth, the aspirations towards honor and greatness which are in me cannot suffer him as a companion and a husband. After this confidential explanation of her feelings towards the two rival earls, her subjects, her majesty, in allusion to the extreme youthfulness of her regal wooer, added, laughing, "My neighbour, Mary Stuart, is younger than I am. She will, perhaps, better please the king." "This has never been spoken of," replied de Foix, "she having been the wife of his brother." "Several persons," rejoined Elisabeth, "and among others, Lethington, have tried to persuade me that such a plan was in agitation, but I did not believe it." A few days after, Elisabeth sent for de Foix again, and repeated her objections to the marriage with his boy king. De Foix endeavoured to convince her they were of no weight, but, after a little courtly flattery had been expended, the negotiation was broken off. This summer Elisabeth honoured Leicester with her first visit to his new manor of Kenilworth, in the course of her progress through the Midland counties. When she entered the city of Coventry, the mayor and corporation who had met and welcomed her, presented her with a purse supposed to be worth 20 marks, containing £100 in gold angels. The queen, on receiving it, said to her lords, "It is a good gift. I have but few such, for it is £100 in gold." The mayor boldly rejoined, "If it like your grace, it is a great deal more." "What is that?" asked the queen. The mayor answered, "It is the faithful hearts of all your true loving subjects." "We thank you, Mr. Mayor," said the queen, "that it is a great deal more indeed." She invited the mayor and corporation to visit her at Kenilworth on the following Tuesday, which they did, and were admitted to kiss her hand. She gave them $30 and knighted the recorder. If Elisabeth at this period were not in love with Leicester, the proverb which affirms that "of the fullness of the heart the mouth speaketh" must go for naught, for she was always talking of him, and not only to those sympathizing listeners, her ladies of the bedchamber, but to such unsuitable confidants as the ambassadors, ergo accredited spies of foreign potentates. Well might the wily son of Burleigh observe of this queen, that if today she were more than man, tomorrow she would be less than woman. De Foix's reports appear to have convinced his own court that it was Elisabeth's positive intention to give her hand to Leicester, for Catherine de Medicis enjoined him to cultivate the goodwill of this favoured peer and entitle the royal family of France to his gratitude, by advocating the match with the Queen of England. "I told Queen Elizabeth," writes de Foix, in reply to the Queen Mother, "that she could do nothing better for the welfare, repose and content of her kingdom, than to espouse one of the great peers of England, and that she would put an affront upon the king and your majesty, if she were to wed any other foreign prince, after having finally grounded her rejection of the king, on the plea that a stranger would be unwelcome to the English." Elisabeth replied, "that she was not yet decided whom to marry," observing, "that even if she espoused a person without extensive possessions, his marriage with her would give him the means of engaging in pernicious schemes and intrigues. For this reason," continued she, "I will never concede to a husband any share in my power," and added, "that but for the sake of posterity and the good of her realm, she would not marry at all. If she did, however, she did not mean to follow his advice by wedding a subject. She had it in her power to wed a king if she pleased, or a powerful prince, so as to overawe France." This was in allusion to the Archduke Charles, who, having been decisively rejected by Mary of Scotland, was renewing his suit to her; while she complained that Charles IX took part with the Queen of Scots, while Darnley was writing her submissive letters and seeking her protection. This reproachful observation proves that Elisabeth and Darnley were already secretly reconciled. She had vehemently opposed his marriage with Mary Stuart, and yet had permitted him to visit the court of that queen. The hitherto impregnable heart of the beautiful widow had surrendered itself at first sight of the beardless lady-faced boy, and Darnley paid no heed to the peremptory mandates of his sometime English sovereign to return at peril of outlawry and forfeiture of his English inheritance. He kept the field of his new fortunes, and was a thriving wooer. De Foix, as soon as he heard the Queen of Scots had resolved on the marriage with her cousin Darnley, went to Elizabeth with the intention of defending Mary. He found the queen at chess, and said, profiting by the opportunity of introducing the subject, "This game is an image of the words and deeds of men. If, for example, we lose a pawn, it seems but a small matter. Nevertheless, the loss often draws after it that of the whole game." The queen replied, "I understand you. Darnley is but a pawn, but may well checkmate me, if he is promoted." After these words she left off playing, complained much of the disloyalty of Darnley and his father, and made evident her intentions of dealing, if it were possible, hostilely by them. The only means she had, however, of testifying her anger effectively was by sending Margaret, Countess of Lennox, to her old quarters in the Tower. 2 out of the 4 royal ladies, who stood in immediate proximity to the throne, were now incarcerated on frivolous charges, and, on the 21st of August, a third of this luckless quartet, Lady Mary Grey, was added to the list of fair state prisoners, for no greater crime than stealing a love match, like her sister, Lady Catherine. Cecil, in a letter to Sir Thomas Smith, relates the circumstance in the following words. "Here is an unhappy chance and monstrous. The sergeant porter being the biggest gentleman in his court, hath married secretly the Lady Mary Grey, the least of all the court. They are committed to several prisons. The offence is very great." Both the meek inoffensive sisters of Lady Jane Grey were thus torn from their husbands, and doomed to lifelong imprisonment by the inexorable queen. Their piteous appeals to her compassion may be seen in Ellis's royal letters. Can anyone suppose that she would have scrupled to shed the blood of either or both of these broken-hearted victims, if their names had been used to excite an insurrection in her metropolis? In a foregoing passage of the letter, wherein Cecil relates the disgrace of Lady Mary Grey, he favours his absent colleague with the following important piece of secret information, which is partly written in cipher. "You may, perchance, by some private letter hereafter, hear of a strange accident here, and therefore I will, in a few words, give you some light. The Queen's Majesty is fallen into some misliking with my Lord of Leicester, and he therewith much dismayed. You know how busy men in court will be to descant hereupon. The Queen's Majesty letteth appear, in many overt speeches, that she is sorry for her loss of time, and so is every good subject." In what other way can this sentence be explained than that Elizabeth, having quarrelled with her presumptuous favourite, repented of the impediment which her flirtations with him had opposed in her matrimonial treaties with foreign princes? "What shall follow of this," pursues her anxious premier, "God knoweth. For my part, I will do that becometh an honest man, not to procure harm to him, though I know he hath not lacked procurers for my harm. But God forgive them, for I fear none of them, having so good a conscience of my well-meaning, both to her majesty and her realm. If I were as evil disposed as others, I could make a flame of this sparkle, but fiat voluntas Dei. The Queen's Majesty, thanked be God, is well disposed towards marriage. The Emperor's ambassador is departed with an honourable answer, and himself well satisfied, and common opinion is, that the Archduke Charles will come, which if he do, and will accord with us in religion, and shall be allowable for his person to see her majesty, then, except God shall continue his displeasure against us, we shall see some success." In another letter to Smith, Cecil declares, "that the Queen's Majesty will marry with none without sight of his person, nor with any that shall dissent in religion. That the articles of marriage are to be much the same as in the treaty between Philip and Mary, and expresses his opinion that the Archduke will come. He considers that the nobility approve of the match, and notices that my Lord of Leicester hath behaved himself very wisely to allow of it." The very day on which this letter is dated, August 30th, the Premier inscribed the following sentence in his private diary. The Queen seemed to be very much offended with the Earl of Leicester, and so she wrote an obscure sentence in a book at Windsor. This oracular sentence was probably her Latin epigram, on the presumption of a bear presuming to cherish hopes of mating with the lion. End of section 16. Section 17 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 6, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter 5, Part 3. The quarrel between Leicester and his royal mistress is, by some authors, supposed to have originated in the following incident, which is related by Sir Thomas Naughton as an evidence that the influence of that nobleman was not so great as many have represented. Bower, the gentleman of the black rod, having been expressly charged by the Queen to be very particular as to whom he admitted into the privy chamber, one day prevented a very gay captain and a follower of Leicester's from entrance, because he was neither well known nor a sworn servant of the Queen's. On which the other, bearing high on his patron's favour, told him, that he might perchance procure him a discharge. Leicester, coming to the contest, said publicly, which was contrary to his custom, that Bower was a knave, and should not long continue in his office, and turned about to go to the Queen. But Bower, who was a bold gentleman and well beloved, stepped before him, fell at her Majesty's feet, and related the story, humbly craving her Grace's pleasure, and whether my Lord of Leicester was king or her Majesty queen. On which the Queen, turning to Leicester, exclaimed, with her wonted oath, God's death, my lord! I have wished you well, but my favour is not so locked up in you that others shall not participate thereof, for I have many servants, unto whom I have and will, at my pleasure, confer my favour, and likewise resume the same. And if you think to rule here, I will take a course to see you forthcoming. I will have here but one mistress and no master, and look that no ill happen to him, lest it be severely required at your hands. Which so quailed my Lord of Leicester, pursues Naunton, that his feigned humility was long after one of his best virtues. Small, however, at the utmost, were Leicester's claims to this rare quality. Lloyd observes of him, his treasure was vast, his gains unaccountable, all passages to preferment being in his hand, at home and abroad. He was never reconciled to her Majesty under £5,000, nor to a subject under £500, and was ever and anon out with both. Just at this period, Elisabeth lavished much regard on a royal female guest, the Lady Cecilia of Sweden, daughter to the great Gustavus Vasa, and sister to Elizabeth's former suitor, Eric. She and her husband, the Margrave of Baden, had recently encountered many perils and hardships during 11 months' wandering in the northern parts of Germany. At length they landed in England, and 4 days after, the lady was delivered of a son. This child was, on the last day of September, christened in the Chapel Royal at Whitehall, the Queen herself standing godmother in person, the godfathers being the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Duke of Norfolk. The Queen gave the little stranger the name of Edward Fortunatus, for that God had so graciously assisted his mother in her long, dangerous journey, and that she regarded it as an auspicious circumstance that he was born in her realm. The Queen took such great delight in the company and conversation of the Swedish princess, that when the Margrave returned to his own dominions, she persuaded the Lady Cecilia to remain with her, and not only allowed her very honourable boucher or table at her court, 3 messes of meat twice a day for her maids and the rest of her family, but allowed her husband a pension of 2,000 crowns a year, as long as he would permit his consort to reside in her court. This lady was given the entree of the Queen's chamber, and enjoyed sufficient influence with Elizabeth to excite the jealousy of her watchful premier, Cecil, who, in a letter to Sir Thomas Smith, betrays some anxiety to discover the real object of her coming to England. Of the Lady Cecilia of Sweden, writes he, your son can report how bountifully she liveth here, of whom also there are sundry opinions, some that she meant to set on foot her brother's former suit of marriage, but perceiving that not to be found probable, some say now that she will further my lord of Leicester, but if she shall find no success there, then some will say as they list, and thus, you see, all things are subject to reports. In the same letter Cecil observes, that there are rumours that the lords of the court do not agree among themselves, that Leicester was not so much in favour as heretofore, that Sussex and he were on strange terms, that the Duke of Norfolk, the Lord Chamberlain, and Lord Hunsdon were opposed to Leicester. These three peers, and Sussex also, were the kinsmen of the Queen, through her grandmother, Lady Elisabeth Howard. Mr. Heneage is also mentioned by Cecil, as reported to be in very good favour with her Majesty, and so misliked by my Lord of Leicester. To tell you truly, continues the watchful Premier, I think the Queen's favour to my Lord of Leicester is not so manifest to move men to think that she will marry him, and yet his lordship hath favour sufficient, as I hear him say, to his good satisfaction. This letter is dated October 16th. A few days later, the Queen manifested an increase of regard for Leicester, such as made his enemies hasten to effect a reconciliation with him. He received their advances in a conciliatory manner, and took a more subtle revenge on Cecil than if he had exerted his renewed influence to effect his fall, by honouring him with a provoking offer of his patronage, in a tone that could not fail to recall to the mind of the man who ruled the destinies of Protestant Europe, and feared not to controvert and bend to his own policy the declared will of the lion-like sovereign herself, the time when he was an underling official in the train of his own parvenu father, the Duke of Northumberland. I have long known your good qualities, said Leicester, your conscientiousness and knowledge of business. I have on these accounts always loved you, although I know that you would fain marry the Queen to a foreign prince. I will now tell you plainly that I am a claimant for the hand of the Queen, and it seems to me that she looks upon no one with favour but myself. I therefore beseech you that you lay aside all other projects, and then I will always give you my hand, and not only keep you where you are, but take care for your further elevation as you deserve, and as the service of the state may require. Cecil had sufficient command over his feelings to thank the favourite of his good opinion and apparent goodwill. During the period of Elizabeth's transient coolness to Leicester, he had manifested some degree of sullenness, and it is supposed that he testified his resentment by soliciting to be sent on a diplomatic mission to France. When de Foix, through whom Leicester had chosen to prefer his request, mentioned it to the Queen, she was surprised and offended that the Earl should wish to absent himself. She caused him to be summoned to her presence and asked him if he really wished to go to France, on his replying, that, with her permission, it was one of the things he most desired. She told him, that it would be no great honour to the King of France were she to send a groom to so great a prince, and then she laughingly observed to the ambassador, I cannot live without seeing him every day. He is like my lapdog. So soon as he is seen anywhere, they say I am at hand, and wherever I am seen, it may be said that he is there also. Elizabeth had formerly condescended to discuss with Quatre, the Spanish ambassador, the scandalous reports then prevalent, not only on the continent, but in her own court, regarding her intimacy with Dudley. She even forgot the dignity of a gentlewoman and a sovereign so far as to demonstrate the improbability of what was said, by showing him the situation of her sleeping apartment and that of the favourite. Subsequently, however, she found that her favourite's health was likely to be impaired by the dampness of the room he occupied in the lower story of the palace, and assigned him a chamber contiguous to her own. De Foix, in his report of the 19th of September, says, Leicester has pressed the Queen hard to decide by Christmas on her marriage. She, on the other hand, has entreated him to wait till Candlemas. I know from good authority, pursues he, and have also learned from the most credible persons that she has promised him marriage before witnesses. Nevertheless, if she chooses to release herself from such promise, no one will summon her to justice or bear witness against her." At Christmas, Leicester was in close attendance on the queen, even while she was in the solemn act of communicating at the altar, and was one of her assistants in that holy rite. The ceremonials observed on that occasion have been thus recorded by a contemporary, and are highly curious. On Christmas Day her Majesty came to service, very richly apparelled in a gown of purple velvet, embroidered with silver, very richly set with stones, and a rich collar set with stones. The Earl of Warwick, Leicester's brother, bore the sword. The Lady Strange, the daughter of the Queen's cousin, Lady Eleanor Brandon, bore her train. After the creed, the Queen went down to the offering, and having a short bench with a carpet and a cushion laid by a gentleman usher, her Majesty kneeled down. Her offering was given her by the Marquis of Northampton, after which she went into her traverse, where she abode till the time of the communion, and then came forth and kneeled down on the cushion and carpet. The gentleman ushers delivered the towel, or the communion cloth, to the Lord Chamberlain, who delivered the same to the beholden by the Earl of Sussex, on her right hand, and the Earl of Leicester on the left. The Bishop of Rochester served her Majesty both with the wine and bread. Then the Queen went into the traverse again, and the Lady Cecilia, wife to the Marquis of Baden, came out of the traverse, and kneeled at the place where the Queen had kneeled, but she had no cushion, only one to kneel on. After she had received, she returned to the traverse again. Then the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Lord Chamberlain received the communion with the mother of the maids, after which the service proceeded to the end. The Queen returned to the chamber of presence, and not to the closet. Her Majesty dined not abroad. Elisabeth was fond of jesting, and now and then perpetrated a pun. This year she sent Man, Dean of Gloucester, as ambassador to Philip of Spain, whose envoy at the English court was Guzman, Dean of Toledo. Elisabeth thought meanly of the person and abilities of Dean Man, and this opinion gave rise to a very bad pun by her Majesty. She said, King Philip had sent Guzman or Guzman to her, and she, in return, had sent a man to him not a whit better than a goose. She also made the following quaint rhyming rebus on a gentleman of the name of Noel. The word of denial and letter of 50 is that gentleman's name that will never be thrifty. A few of the less pleasing traits of Elizabeth's character developed themselves this year, among which may be reckoned her unkind treatment of the venerable Dr. Heath, the non-juring Archbishop of York, and formerly Lord Chancellor. It has been shown that he performed good and loyal service for Elizabeth, whose doubtful title was established, beyond dispute, by his making her first proclamation a solemn act of both Houses of Parliament. Subsequently, in 1560, he was ordered into confinement in the Tower, because he would not acknowledge Elizabeth's supremacy over the Church. He remained there till he was sent into a sort of prison restraint, at one of the houses belonging to his see in Yorkshire. His mode of imprisonment permitted him to take walks for exercise. These rambles could not have been very far, for he was turned of 80. They were regarded with jealousy, and the following order of council exists. In answer to a letter from Lord Scrope, relative to the examination by him to be taken of Nicholas Heath, with whom his lordship is required to proceed somewhat sharply withal, to the end that he should declare the full truth why he wandereth abroad, and if he will not be plain, to use some kind of torture to him, so as to be without any great bodily harm, and to advertise his, Lord Scrope's, doings herein. The old man had been on terms of friendship with the Queen, had done her worthy service. He had been considered an opponent of persecution, yet could Elizabeth, then turned of 30, sit in her conclave, and order the unfortunate prisoner to be pinched with the torture, to reveal some vague and indefinite crime, which perhaps only existed in the suspicions of his enemies. Elizabeth had ordered her ministers at the court of Edinburgh, Throckmorton and Randolph, to foment the disaffections there, and especially to encourage Murray and his party in their opposition to the marriage of Mary with Darnley. in consequence of which they at length took up arms against their sovereign. They were defeated and forced to retreat into England. Murray proceeded to London and requested an interview with the Queen, considering, doubtless, that he had a claim to her favor and protection, having acted in secret understanding with her ministers. The Queen, however, refused at first to see him or any of the Confederates. Murray complained to Cecil and others that he had been moved to what he had done by the instigation of Queen Elizabeth, whereby he had lost all in Scotland. Elizabeth caused it to be represented to him that this was very displeasing to her, and that she would only see him and his friends on condition of their exonerating her from any share in the plot against his own government. When they had received their lesson, they were admitted to an audience, in the presence of the French and Spanish ambassadors, and falling on their knees, they declared that the Queen was innocent of the conspiracy and had never advised them to disobey their sovereign lady. Now, replied Elizabeth, ye have spoken truth. Get from my presence, traitors as ye are. Thus did she outwit and trample on her own abased instruments. However, she gave Murray a pension secretly. Throckmorton was so indignant at her attempting to treat his intrigues with the unsuccessful Scottish rebels as if unauthorized by herself, that he exposed the secret orders on which he had acted, which was never forgiven by Elizabeth and Leicester, although he had been, as the reader has seen, one of the oldest and most trusty of the friends of her youth. To those she was, generally speaking, attached and grateful. Sir James Crofts she promoted very highly in his military capacity, and after the death of Sir Thomas Parry, made him comptroller of her household. Saintlow, the captain of the yeomen of her guard, who was confined in the Tower at the same time with herself, on suspicion of being a confederate in the plots against Queen Mary, continued in her household after her accession to the throne. She was not always very gracious to him, but condescended nevertheless to obtain from him a horse, for which she only paid him with fair words. This is his account of the matter in a letter he wrote to his wife. The Queen yesterday, her own self writing, upon the way craved my horse, unto whom I gave him, receiving openly many goodly words. Elizabeth quarrelled with him the next time they met, all which he thus relates to his better half. The Queen found great fault with my long absence, saying, that she would talk with me further, and that she meant to chide me. I answered, that when her highness understood the truth and cause, she would not be offended. To which she said, very well, very well. Howbeit, hand of hers I did not kiss. This year Elizabeth had appointed Sir Henry Sidney to the government of Ireland, addressed to him the following sapient but pedantic letter on the occasion of the feud between the Earls of Desmond and Ormond, in which she prescribes the part he is to take in a series of quaint punning aphorisms, not always apropos to the subject, and rather reminding us of what Lord Byron called hints and howls by way of an oration. Harry, if our partial, slender managing of the contentious quarrel between the two Irish rebels did not make the way to cause these lines to pass my hand, this gibberish should hardly have cumbered your eyes, but warned by my former faults, and dreading worser hap to come, I read or advise you take good heed. Make some difference between tried, just, and false friends. Let the good service of well-deservers be never rewarded with loss. Let their thanks be such as may encourage more strivers for the like. Suffer not that Desmond's daring deeds, far wide from promised works, make you trust to other pledge than himself, or John for gage. He hath so well performed his English vows, that I warn you, trust him no farther than you see one of them. Prometheus let me be, and Prometheus hath been mine, too long. I pray God you old straying sheep, late as you say, returned into fold, wore not her woolly garment upon her wolfy back. You know a kingdom knows no kindred. Si vult laudum, jus regnum Dei causa. A strength to harm is perilous in the hand of an ambitious head. Where might is mixed with wit, there is too good an accord in a government. Essays be oft dangerous, specially where the cup-bearer hath received such a preservative as whatsoever betide the drinker's draught. The carrier takes no pain thereby. Believe not, though they swear they can be fully sound, whose parents sought the rule that they full fain would have. I warrant you, they will never be accused of bastardry, they will trace the steps that others have trod before. If I had not espised, though very late, legerdemain used in these cases, I had never played my part. No, if I did not see the balance held awry, I had never myself come into the weigh house. I hope I shall have so good customer of you, that all under officers shall do their duty among you. If aught have been amiss at home, I will patch, though I cannot whole it. Let us not, nor do you consult so long, that advice come too late. Where, then, shall we wish the deeds, while all was spent in words? A fool too late bewares when all the peril is past. If we still advise, we shall never do, yea, and if our web be framed with rotten handles, when our loom is well nigh done, our work is new to begin. God send the weaver true prentices again, and let them be denizens. I pray you, if they be not citizens, and such too as your ancients, aldermen, that have, or now dwell in your official place, have had best cause to commend their good behavior. Let this memorial be only committed to Vulcan's base keeping, without any longer abode than the leisure of the reading thereof. Yea, and no mention made thereof to any other wight, I charge you, as I may command you, seem not to have had but secretary's letters from me. Your loving Mistress, Elisabeth R. Early in the new year arrived Ann Boulais, an envoy extraordinary from Charles IX, to invest any two of her Majesty's great nobles, whom it might please her to point out, with the insignia of Saint Michel, the national order of France, which had never before been bestowed on any English subject, save Charles Brandon, Duke of Suffolk. Elisabeth named her kinsman, the Duke of Norfolk, who then held a distinguished place in her favour, and the Earl of Leicester. It had occasioned great wonder in the first year of her reign, when this nobleman was chosen as one of the Knights of the Garter, but so many honours and privileges had since been conferred on him, that this was regarded as a matter of course, and every one expected that his next preferment would be the crown matrimonial of England. Elisabeth had promised to give him a decided answer at Candlemas, but when that time came, she still hesitated. Cecil had bided his time, and when he found her dubious, he suggested 6 important objections to the marriage. First, Leicester could bring neither riches, power, nor estimation. Second, he was deeply involved in debt, notwithstanding all that had been lavished upon him. Third, he was surrounded by needy and rapacious dependents, who would engross all the favour and all the patronage of the crown. Fourth, he was so violent and mutable in his passions, one day so jealous, and another so indifferent, that the queen could not expect to live happily with him. Fifth, he was infamed by the death of his wife. And sixth, his marriage with his sovereign would be taken as a confirmation of all the scandalous reports that had been so long and confidently circulated, both at home and abroad. The wedded misery of the Queen of Scots, and the ingratitude, ambition, and misconduct of Darnley probably operated as a warning to the wary Elisabeth of the danger she might encounter if she married a subject, and above all, she knew Leicester too well to trust him. The state of excitement in the court and the scandalous reports that were in circulation may be gathered from the careful manner in which the cautious premier guards his colleague at the court of France, Sir Thomas Smith, from giving credit to the gossip that may have been collected by the servant whom he had lately sent to England with his letters. Of my Lord Leicester's absence, writes he, and of his return to favour, if your man tell you tales of the court or city, they be fond or foolish and many untrue. Briefly I affirm that the Queen's Majesty may be by malicious tongues not well reported, but in truth she herself is blameless, and hath no spot of evil intent. Marry there may lack specially in so busy a world, circumspections to avoid all occasions. Of giving room for invidious observation, Cecil might have added, had he closed the sentence, but he evidently refers with some annoyance to the levity of carriage in his royal mistress, which rendered it necessary for him to render serious testimony to her ambassador in a foreign court that however her reputation might have suffered, she was herself innocent of actual misconduct. Cecil's letter is dated the 26th of March, 1566, and at that time he appears seriously anxious to promote Elizabeth's marriage with the Archduke, if only to put an end to the disreputable flirtation, which was still going on, with the man whom she probably loved, but was too proud, too cautious to marry. The matter of Charles, pursues the Premier, is of her surely minded, but the progress therein hath many lets. My Lord of Norfolk hath shown himself a very noble man and wise. Norfolk was an earnest advocate of the Austrian marriage, and his disdain of Leicester was never forgiven by the favourite. The rest of the nobility were also anxious for the alliance with Charles. God direct the Queen's marriage in some place, concludes Cecil, for otherwise her regiment will prove very troublesome and unquiet. By the expression, her regiment, the Premier seems to imply her rule, or guidance, but whether the trouble he anticipates would be to himself, in managing his sovereign, or to herself in ruling her aspiring lord, is not quite so clear. Where crowns and sovereigns are at stake, the game must needs be delicately played by those who hope to win, but Leicester's egotism led him to forget the respect due to his royal mistress, so far as to unbosom himself without reserve to the new French ambassador, La Forêt, who, on the 6th of August, 1566, communicated the following particulars to his own court. The Earl has admitted to me, laughing and sighing at the same time, that he knows not what to hope or fear, that he is more unconcerned than ever whether the Queen wishes to marry him or not, that she has so many and great princes suitors that he knows not what to do or what to think. Subsequently he has said, I believe not in truth that the Queen will ever marry. I have known her, from her 8th year, better than any man upon earth. From that date she has invariably declared that she would remain unmarried. Should she, however, alter that determination, I am all but convinced she would choose no other than myself. At least the Queen has done me the honour to say as much to me, and I am as much in her favour as ever. While these doubts and fears, hopes and misgivings, on the subject of love and matrimony were agitating the mighty Elizabeth, her ambitious favourite, her anxious Premier and jealous kinsman, Mary Stuart, on the 19th of June, had given birth to a son, who was one day to unite the Britannic Isles in one peaceful and glorious empire. Sir James Melville was dispatched in all haste to announce this joyful event to Elizabeth. The court was then at Greenwich, and Cecil, hastening to the royal presence before Melville was admitted, approached her Majesty, who was dancing merrily in the hall after supper, and whispered the news in her ear. The mirth and music ceased, for all present were startled at the sudden change which came over the Queen, who, unable to conceal her vexation, sat down, leaning her head on her hand, and then burst out to some of her ladies, who anxiously inquired what ailed her grace. The Queen of Scots is lighter of a fair son, and I am but a barren stock. This extraordinary lamentation for a maiden queen was duly reported to Melville. When he came next morning to his official audience, his spies and friends told him withal that the Queen had been earnestly counselled to conceal her chagrin and show a glad countenance. However, she rather overacted her part, if Melville bears true witness, since, at his introduction, he says, she welcomed me with a merry volt, which certainly must mean that she cut a caper at the sight of him. She then thanked me for the dispatch I had used, and told me the news I brought had recovered her from a heavy sickness, which had held her 15 days. All this she said and did before I delivered my letter of credence. I told her, when she had read it, that my Queen knew of all her friends, her Majesty would be the gladdest of the news, albeit her son was dear brought with peril of her life, adding, that she was so sair handled in the meantime, that she wissed she had never married. This I said to give the English Queen a little scare of marrying. She boasted sometimes that she was on the point of marrying the Archduke Charles, whenever she was pressed to name the second person, or heir to the English crown. Then I requested her Majesty to be a gossip to our Queen, for comers or godmothers are called gossips in England. This she granted gladly, Then I said, Her Majesty would have a fair occasion to see our Queen, which she had so oft desired. At this she smiled and said, she wished that her estate and affairs might permit her, and promised to send honourable lords and ladies to supply her place. She sent the Earl of Bedford as her representative to congratulate the Queen, and to present her splendid christening gift, a font of gold worth £1,000, which she expressed some fear that the little prince might have overgrown. If you find it so, said she, you may observe that our good sister has only to keep it for the next, or some such merry talk. Elisabeth appointed Mary's illegitimate sister, the beautiful Countess of Argyle, to act as her proxy at the baptism of the heir of Scotland, which was performed according to the rites of the Church of Rome. The royal infant received the names of Charles James, though he reigned under that of James alone. Elisabeth was the principal cause of the unfortunate husband of Mary not being present at the baptism of his royal infant, because she had positively enjoined her ambassador to refuse to acknowledge his conventual title of King of Scotland. End of section 17. Section 18 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 6, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter 5, Part 4. This summer the feuds between Sussex and Leicester ran so high on the subject of Her Majesty's marriage that neither of them ventured abroad without a retinue of armed followers. Sussex, whose mother was a Howard, was the kinsman of the Queen, and his high sense of honour rendered him jealous of the construction that was placed on her intimacy with her master of the horse, combined with her reluctance to marry. He was urgent with her to espouse the Archduke Charles, and with him were banded all the Howard lineage and Lord Hunsdon, her maternal relatives. Cecil, her premier, went with them as far as his cautious nature would permit. In June there was an attempt to shake his credit with the Queen, and he has noted briefly, and without comment, the following incidents in his diary. June 1566. Fulsharts, a fool, was suborned to speak slanderously of me at Greenwich to the Queen's Majesty, for which he was committed to Bridewell. 16th. A discord between the Earls of Leicester and Sussex at Greenwich, there appeased by Her Majesty. 21st. Accord between the Earls of Sussex and Leicester before Her Majesty at Greenwich. They were reconciled after the fashion of persons who are reluctantly bound over to keep the peace, for their hatred was deadly and unquenchable. The Queen went soon after in progress into Northamptonshire and to Woodstock. On the 31st of August, she paid a long-promised visit to the University of Oxford, of which Leicester had been elected Chancellor. She was received at Walvicote by the Earl of Leicester, and a deputation of doctors and heads of colleges in their scarlet gowns and hoods. The staffs of the superior beadles were delivered to her by the Chancellor and restored again. Mr. Roger Marbeck, the orator of the University, made an elegant speech to Her Majesty, who was graciously pleased to offer her hand to be kissed by the orator and doctors. When Dr. Humphreys, the leader of the Puritan party, drew near, in his turn, to perform that homage to his liege lady, she said to him with a smile, "Mr. Doctor, that loose gown becomes you well. I wonder your notions should be so narrow." About a mile from the town, Her Majesty was met and welcomed by the mayor and corporation. The mayor surrendered his mace into her hands, which she returned, and he presented to her, in the name of the city, a silver cup, double gilt, in which was 40 pounds of old gold. She entered at the north gate, called Brocardo, from which place to Christ Church Hall. The university was ranged in order, according to their degrees, and each order presented Her Majesty with Latin verses and orations. The scholars, kneeling as she passed, cried, "Vivat Regina!" and she, with joyous countenance, responded, "Gratius ego." When she came to Carfax, an oration was made to her in Greek by Mr. Lawrence, to which she made a suitable reply in the same language. A canopy was borne over her by 4 senior doctors as she entered the church. On the 2nd of September, Her Majesty heard the first half of an English play, called Palamon and Arcite, which had such tragical success, observes old Stowe, as was lamentable, 3 persons being killed by the fall of a wall and part of the staircase, on account of the overpressure of the crowd, which the queen understanding was much concerned, and sent her own surgeon to help those, who were now past remedy. On the 4th of September, the queen heard the remainder of Palamon and Arcite, to her great content, in the common hall of Christ's College. When it was ended, she, who well knew the art of pleasing, and rarely omitted those gracious courtesies which cost a sovereign nothing, but are precious beyond description to those to whom they were vouchsafed, sent for the author, and gave him thanks for the pleasure she had received, with promises of reward, and before her whole court condescended thus to prattle to him of the characters which had afforded her 2 nights' entertainment in the hall. By Palamon, said Her Majesty, I warrant he dallied not in love, being in love indeed. By Arcite, he was a right martial knight, having a swarth countenance and a manly face. By Tricotio, God's pity, what a knave it is. By Pirithous, his throwing St. Edward's rich cloak into the funeral fire, which a stander by would have stayed by the arm with an oath. This circumstance appears to have amused Elisabeth exceedingly. For it seems, that the youthful part of the audience, being new to the excitement of dramatic entertainments, took some of the most lively incidents in the play for reality, without pausing to reflect on the absurdity of a pagan knight of the court of Theseus being in possession of the cloak of the royal Anglo-Saxon saint. It is, however, certain that the fair Amelia, whose part was enacted by a handsome boy of 14, appeared on that occasion, not only in the costume, but the veritable array of the recently defunct Majesty of England, Queen Mary, as we find from the following item in one of the wardrobe books of Queen Elizabeth. There was occupied and worn at Oxford, in a play before Her Majesty, certain of the apparel that was late Queen Mary's, at what time there was lost 1/4 of a gown without sleeves, of purple velvet, with satin ground, etc. Notwithstanding the abstraction of so important a portion of the royal gabardine of her sister and predecessor, with which the roguish representative of the Athenian princess had doubtless guerdoned himself for his trouble, Queen Elizabeth, in token of her approbation of his performance, gave him £8 in gold. In the same play was introduced the cry of hounds on the train of a fox, in Theseus's hunting party, which being imitated with good effect, not on the stage, but the quadrangle of the college, the young scholars standing in the windows were so greatly excited that they cried out, "There, there! He's caught! He's caught!" "Oh, excellent!" cried the queen merrily from her box. "These boys in very troth are ready to leap out of the windows to follow the hounds." On the 5th of September were disputations in physic and divinity in St. Mary's Church, from 2 o'clock until 7, before the queen, at which time Dr. Westphaling prolonged his oration to so unreasonable a length that Her Majesty, who intended herself to speak in the evening, sent word to him to make an end of his discourse without delay. The doctor, having possession of the public ear, paid no heed to the royal mandate, but held forth for half an hour more, to the infinite indignation of the queen, who was not only especially bored by his interminable prosing, but prevented from making the learned display she herself meditated, having been earnestly solicited to speak by the Spanish ambassador, who was present, which she had promised to do when the disputations were over. It was so late before Dr. Westphaling concluded his harangue that Her Majesty was compelled to put off her own speech till the next morning. She sent an angry message to Westphaling, inquiring how he durst presume to go on with his discourse to so unreasonable a length, after she had sent her commands to him to bring it briefly to a close? The learned doctor replied, with great humility, that having committed it all to memory, he found it impossible to omit any part in order to shorten it, lest he should put himself so entirely out of cue that he should forget all the rest, and so be brought to shame before the university and court. Her Majesty laughed heartily when she understood the parrot-like manner in which the poor doctor had learned his theme, so that he feared to leave out one sentence, for fear of forgetting the rest. On the following morning she made her own oration, in Latin, before the whole university, to the great comfort and delectation of them all. But in the midst of it, observing her Secretary of State, Cecil, standing on his lame feet, she broke off, by ordering one of her attendants to bring him a stool, and when she had seen him conveniently seated, she resumed her oration, and went on to the end as fluently as if she had not interrupted herself. This, it is supposed, she intended as a hint to Westphaling on her superior powers of eloquence and memory. Her Majesty was feasted, eulogized, and entertained at Oxford for 7 successive days. On the last, the commissary and proctors presented her Majesty, in the name of the whole university, with 6 pair of very fine gloves, and to the nobles and officers of her household, some 2 pair and others 1, which were thankfully accepted. After dinner, a farewell oration was addressed to her Majesty in Christ Church, and the very walls of Oxford were papered with verses in honour of her visit. She was conducted by the mayor, aldermen, and heads of colleges, as far as Shotover Hill, where the Earl of Leicester informed her their jurisdiction ended, and Mr. Roger Marbeck made a final oration to her Majesty on the glories to which learning was likely to arrive under so erudite a sovereign. Elisabeth listened with pleasure, returned a gracious answer, and looking back on Oxford with all possible marks of tenderness and affection, bade them farewell. From Oxford she proceeded to Rycote, the seat of Sir Henry Norris, and then returned to London to await the opening of the Parliament, which, after 6 lengthened prorogations, she had reluctantly summoned to meet for the purpose of replenishing her empty exchequer. The birth of the son of the Queen of Scots had strengthened the party of those who were desirous of seeing the succession settled on the hereditary claimants who would ultimately unite the crowns of England and Scotland in peace and prosperity. On the other hand, the Protestant community, dreading a renewal of persecution if the sceptre passed into the hands of a Catholic sovereign, desired the marriage of Elizabeth in the hopes of continuing under monarchs of her own immediate lineage. When the Parliament met, both parties united in addressing her Majesty on the 2 subjects most distasteful to her marriage and the settlement of the royal succession. She heard them with fierce impatience, and like a true daughter of Henry VIII, bade them attend to their own duties, and she would perform hers. They were of a different spirit from the men who had crouched to her father's bad passions and ill manners, for they exerted the independence of the National Senate by refusing to grant the supplies, on the grounds that her Majesty had not performed the conditions on which the last were given, and passed a vote that nothing of the kind should be done, till she thought proper to accede to the wishes of the nation by settling the succession. A deputation of 20 peers addressed the Queen on the evils resulting from her silence. She answered haughtily, that she did not choose that her grave should be dug while she was yet alive, that the Commons had acted like rebels, and treated her as they durst not have treated her father. She added, with infinite scorn, that the Lords might pass a similar vote if they pleased, but their votes were but empty breath without her royal assent. She called them harebrained politicians unfit to decide on such matters, and referred herself to a committee of 6 grave and discreet counsellors of her own choosing, by whose advice, she said, she intended to be guided. This intemperate and despotic language did not suit the temper of the times, and was followed by the first serious opposition and censure of the conduct of the sovereign that had been heard for centuries in the National Senate. Leicester, provoked probably at the determination of the Queen not to risk bestowing a share in her power and privileges on a consort, took a leading part in this debate, which so offended her that she forbade him and the Earl of Pembroke her presence. Party recriminations ran high on this subject. Leicester had avenged the opposition of Cecil to his marriage with their sovereign by causing it to be generally circulated that the jealousy of the Premier was the real obstacle which deterred her Majesty from fulfilling the wishes of her people, and great ill will was expressed to the minister on this account, and public curses were bestowed on Hewick, the queen's physician, for having said something, in his professional character, which had deterred her majesty from matrimony. On the 27th of October, a general petition was addressed to her majesty by both houses of parliament, entreating her either to choose a consort or name a successor. Elizabeth assured them that she had not bound herself by any vow of celibacy never to trade, as she termed it, in that kind of life called marriage. She acknowledged that she thought it best for private women, but, as a prince, she endeavoured to bend her mind to it, and as for the matter of the succession, she promised that they should have the benefit of her prayers. The Commons were not content with this oracular declaration, and passed a vote that the bill for the supplies should be incorporated with a bill for the settlement of the succession. The queen was exasperated at this novel step in the provision of ways and means, and when it was communicated to her by a deputation from the lower house, she hastily scribbled at the foot of the address her sentiments on the occasion, which, according to a notation in cipher added by Sir William Cecil, she repeated, by way of answer, to Mr. Speaker and 30 members of the House of Commons, who brought up the unlucky address, November 14, 1566. It is to be hoped her speech was more perspicuous than her notes of it, or little could the Commons learn further than that their liege lady was in a rage. I know no reason why my private answers to the realm should serve for prologue to a subsidy vote, neither yet do I understand why such audacity should be used to make, without my license, an act of my words. Are my words like lawyers' books, which nowadays go to the wire drawers to make subtle doings more plain? Is there no hold of my speech without an act to compel me to confirm? Shall my princely consent be turned to strengthen my words, that be not of themselves substantives? Say no more at this time, but if these fellows (we fear she meant the members of the House of Commons by this irreverent word, fellows) were well answered, and paid with lawful coin, there would be no fewer counterfeits among them. The Commons regarded this intimation as a breach of their privileges, and allowed the bill for the supplies, that business to which alone her majesty was desirous they should direct their attention, to remain unnoticed. They maintained with unwonted independence that since the queen would not marry, she ought to be compelled to name her successor, and that her refusing to do so proceeded from feelings which could only be entertained by weak princes and faint-hearted women. Elizabeth was mortified at this language, but felt that she reigned solely by the will and affections of her own people, whose representatives she had insulted. France, Spain, Scotland, Rome, were ready to unite against her if she took one false step, and she was without money. It was not in her temper to retract, but she well knew how to cajole, and sending for 30 members from each house, she assured them of her loving affection and desire to do all that her subjects' weal required, and that, understanding that the house was willing to grant her an extra subsidy if she would declare her successor, she could only say that half would content her, as she considered that money in her subjects' purses was as good as in her own exchequer. This popular sentiment obtained from the Parliament the really ample grant of 1/15 and 1/10 from the people, and 4 shillings in the pound from the clergy, unfettered by any conditions whatsoever. When Elizabeth had gained this point, she dismissed her Parliament without delay, in a half pathetic, half vituperative speech from the throne, observing in the commencement of her harangue, that although her Lord Keeper Bacon had addressed them, she remembered that a prince's own words bore more weight with them than those that were spoken by her command. She complained bitterly of the dissimulation she had found among them when she was herself all plainness. As for her successor, she said, they might, perhaps, have a wiser or more learned to reign over them, but one more careful for their weal they could not have, but whether she ever lived to meet them again, or whoever it might be, she bade them beware how they again tried their prince's patience, as they had done hers. And now to conclude, said her majesty, not meaning to make a Lent of Christmas, the most part of you may assure yourselves that you depart in your prince's grace. At the very period of this stormy excitement, Elisabeth was secretly amusing herself with the almost exploded chimeras of alchemy, for Cecil, in his diary, has noted that in January 1567, Cornelius Lannoy, a Dutchman, was committed to the Tower for abusing the Queen's Majesty in promising to make the elixir. This impostor had been permitted to have his laboratory at Somerset House, where he had deceived many by promising to convert any metal into gold. To the Queen a more flattering delusion had been held forth, even the draught of perpetual life and youth, and her strong intellect had been duped into a persuasion that it was in the power of a foreign empiric to confer the boon of immortality upon her. The particulars of this transaction would doubtless afford a curious page in the personal history of the mighty Elisabeth. That she was a believer in the occult sciences and an encourager of those who practiced the forbidden arts of divination and transmutation, no one who has read the diary of her pet conjurer, Dr. Dee, can doubt. It is probable that he was an instrument used by her to practice on the credulity of other princes, and that, through his agency, she was able to penetrate into many secret plots and associations in her own realm, but she placed apparently an absurd reliance on his predictions herself. She even condescended with her whole court and privy council to visit him one day at Mortlake, when it was her gracious intention to have examined his library, and entered into further conference, but understanding that his wife had only been buried 4 hours, she contented herself with a peep into his magic mirror, which he brought to her. Her Majesty, says Dee, being taken down from her horse by the Earl of Leicester, master of the horse, at the church wall at Mortlake, did see some of the properties of that glass, to her Majesty's great contentment and delight. A strange sight, in sooth, it must have been for the good people of Mortlake, who had witnessed in the morning the interment of the wizard's wife in the churchyard, to behold in the afternoon the maiden Majesty of England, holding conference with the occult widower under the same church wall, on the flowery margin of the Thames. Nay, more, alighting from her stately palfrey, to read a forbidden page of futurity in the dim depths of his wondrous mirror, ebon-framed, and in shape and size resembling some antique hand-screen, while her gay and ambitious master of the horse scarcely refrained perchance from compelling the oracle to reflect his own handsome face to the royal eye as that of the man whom the fates had decided it was her destiny to wed. Many, however, were the secret consultations Dee held with Queen Elizabeth at Windsor and Richmond, and even at Whitehall, and when she passed that way she honored him with a special greeting. September 17th, says he, the Queen's Majesty came from Richmond in her coach, the higher way of Mortlake Field, and when she came right against the church, she turned down towards my house, and when she was against my garden in the field, she stood there a good while, and then came into the street at the great gate of the field, where, espying me at my door making obeisances to her Majesty, she beckoned me to come to her coach side. She very speedily pulled off her glove and gave me her hand to kiss, and, to be short, asked me to resort to her court, and to give her to weet or to know when I came there. He had also flattered Elisabeth with promises of perennial youth and beauty, from his anticipated discovery of the elixir of life, and the prospect of unbounded wealth, as soon as he should have arrived at the power of bringing to practical purpose his secret of transmuting the baser metals into gold. After years of false but not fruitless trickery, he professed to have arrived at the point of projection, having cut a piece of metal out of a brass warming pan, and merely heating it by the fire, and pouring on it a portion of his elixir, converted it into pure silver. He is said to have sent the warming pan with the piece of silver to the Queen, that she might see with her own eyes the miracle, and be convinced that they were the veritable parts that had been severed from each other by the exact manner in which they corresponded after the transmutation had been effected. His frequent impositions on the judgment of the Queen did not cure her of the partiality with which she regarded him, and after a long residence on the Continent, she wooed him to return to England, which he did, travelling with 3 coaches, each with 4 horses, in state, little inferior to that of an ambassador. A guard of soldiers was sent to defend him from molestation or plunder on the road. Immediately on his arrival he had an audience with the Queen at Richmond, by whom he was most graciously received. She issued her especial orders that he should do what he liked in chemistry and philosophy, and that no one should on any account interrupt him. He held 2 livings in the church, through the patronage of his royal mistress, though he was suspected by her loyal lieges of being in direct correspondence and friendship with the powers of evil. Elizabeth finally bestowed upon him the chancellorship of St. Paul's Cathedral. The very accurate accounts that were kept by the officers of Elizabeth's wardrobe of every article of royal dress and decorations are evidenced by the following amusing entry from the highly curious manuscript pertaining to that department, to which we have referred before. Lost from her Majesty's back, the 17th of January, Anno Decem Regina Elisabeth, at Westminster, 1 aglet of gold enamel blue, set upon a gown of purple velvet, the ground satin, the gown set all over with aglets of 2 sorts, the aglet which is lost being of the bigger sort. Memoria, that the 18th of April, Anno Octo Regina Elisabeth, Her Majesty wore a hat having a band of gold enameled with knots, and set with 12 small rubies or garnets, at which time one of the said rubies was lost. Item, lost from Her Majesty's back at Wellington, the 16th of July, 1 aglet of gold enameled white. Item, 1 pearl and tassel of gold being lost from Her Majesty's back, off the French gown of black satin, the 15th day of July at Greenwich. These aglets were ornamental loops or eyelets of goldsmith's work, with which Elizabeth's robes appear to have been thickly besprinkled. They were movable, and changed from one dress to another, according to pleasure, and she had various sets of them of different colors and patterns, some gold enameled white, some blue, others purple, and some enriched with pearls and gems. Manifold are the entries in the said wardrobe book of the losses Her Majesty sustained in these decorations. In one instance, the record is entered in regal style. Item, lost from the face of a gown, in our wearing the same at Chanis, July Anno 12, 1 pair of small aglets, enamelled blue, parcel of 183 pair. The inference of the reader would naturally be, that Her Majesty's yeomen of the robes must have performed their duties very negligently to allow such insecure stitching to be used in her service, but we remember to have seen in a contemporary manuscript that when the Queen dined in public on one of her progresses, some of those that stood about her cut aglets from Her Majesty's dress, and that not out of a pilfering disposition, but from feelings of loyal enthusiasm for the sake of possessing something that had been worn by their adored liege lady. Her losses of jewelry were not confined to aglets. At Oatlands, in the month of June, she was minus 4 buttons of gold, enamelled white and blue, and at Hampton Court, in the month of January, in the following year, 4 pair of pomander buttons. Item, lost from Her Majesty's back, the 25th of December, Anno Quindecim, 1 tassel and 1 middle piece of gold from a knotted button, containing 3 pearls, in depice. Lost from Her Majesty's back, 17th of November, 1 eft of gold. Pope's sarcastic lines on the habit of mind of some females, who seem to employ equal depth of stratagem on matters of trifling import as on the government of a state, never sure received completer historical illustration than when the acute heads of Elizabeth and Cecil plotted together to obtain surreptitiously the services of a tailor, employed by the Queen Regent of France, Catherine de Medicis. The gout with which the Prime Minister of England enters into this intrigue rather authenticates the statement of Parsons, the Jesuit, that he was the son of an operative tailor, being in the same predicament with Pepys, whose affectionate instincts towards his paternal craft have more recently diverted all the world. The Queen's Majesty, wrote Cecil to Sir Henry Norris, the ambassador at Paris, would fain have a tailor that had skill to make her apparel both after the Italian and French manner, and she thinketh that you might use some means to obtain some one that serveth the French Queen, without mentioning any manner of request in our Queen's Majesty's name, first caused your lady to get such a one. The gist of the intrigue was, that the tailor was to be enticed into England by the agency of Lady Norris, without Catherine de Medicis knowing the matter, lest that queen should formally offer the services of the man of stitch, and thus entail a political obligation on the majesty of England. The time and talents of this profound statesman were also employed by Elizabeth in devising a truly ludicrous proclamation to prevent unskilful painters, gravers, and printers from doing injustice to the goodly lineaments of her gracious countenance, by presuming to attempt portraitures of her, till some cunning person should have made such a perfect representation as might serve for a pattern meet to be followed. But even when the state pattern was provided, none were allowed to copy it but persons of understanding, nor even such as were, unless duly authorized by a license. As for the ill-favoured portraits of her majesty that had already been rashly perpetrated, they were absolutely prohibited as contraband articles, and were not permitted to be exposed for sale, till such should be reformed as were reformable. Elizabeth, though drawing is said to have been one of her accomplishments, was so little acquainted with the principles of art, that she objected to allow any shades to be used by her court painter, as she considered all dark tints injurious to the fairness and smoothness of complexion and contour. Hence the Chinese flatness and insipidity which is generally the prevailing characteristic of her portraits. End of section 18. Section 19 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 6, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter 5, Part 5. In February 1567, the horrible and mysterious murder of the unfortunate husband of Mary, Queen of Scots, took place, under circumstances artfully contrived by the perpetrators of this atrocious deed, to fling a strong suspicion of the crime on their hapless sovereign. Elizabeth's first impulse on learning this tragic event was to send Lady Howard and Lady Cecil to her ill-treated cousin, Lady Lennox, whom she had detained now 2 years a close prisoner in the Tower, to break to her the agonizing news of the calamity that had befallen her. In the evening she sent her own physician, Dr. Hewick, to visit her, and the Dean of Westminster to offer her consolation. It is possible that if this experienced lady had been allowed to join her husband and son in Scotland on the marriage of Mary with the latter, her counsels and mediation might have operated to prevent most of those unhappy differences between the royal pair which were fomented by their mutual foes. Now that the worst that could befall had happened, Elizabeth restored Lady Lennox and her youngest son, Charles, to liberty, and treated her with tenderness and consideration. Both the Countess and her husband, having been led to believe that the Scottish Queen was deeply implicated in the murder of their son, appealed to Elizabeth for vengeance, and especially to bring Bothwell to an open trial for his share in the transaction. Elizabeth wrote, in the energetic spirit of a daughter of the Plantagenets, to her unhappy cousin Mary Stuart, conjuring her to act as became her in this frightful crisis. She says, "For the love of God, madam, use such sincerity and prudence in this case, which touches you so nearly, that all the world may have reason to judge you innocent of so enormous a crime, a thing which unless you do, you will be worthily blotted out from the rank of princesses, and rendered, not undeservedly, the opprobrium of the vulgar. Rather than which fate should befall you, I should wish you an honourable sepulchre instead of a stained life." This letter was written at the instance of Darnley's father, the Earl of Lennox, who was desirous of having Bothwell's trial postponed till he could obtain further proofs of his guilt, but Mary was in the hands of Bothwell and his faction. Elizabeth's letter fell into the possession of Maitland, whose interest it was to suppress it, and there is reason to believe that it never reached her at all. Maitland attended Bothwell on his trial, and he was acquitted. Elisabeth, of course, received no answer to her letter, which might have led so acute a princess to suspect that it had been intercepted or detained, especially when she understood that it had passed into hands so suspicious as those of Maitland, whose falsehood she had good reason to know. However, it suited her policy to consider Mary as a state criminal, and she eagerly received the strong tide of circumstantial evidence as confirmation of her guilt. On the subject of Mary's marriage with Bothwell, Elizabeth expressed herself with great severity, not only on account of its appearing an outrage against every proper feeling, but because she anticipated that an immediate league between the new consort of the Scottish Queen and France would be the result. There can be little doubt but this would have been the case if Mary's marriage with that ruffian had been her own choice, or anything but the offspring of dire necessity. Mary's kindred and the court of France treated him, by the advice of the ambassador Ducroc, who was the friend and confidant of the hapless queen, with the scorn he merited. They would not acknowledge him in any way, therefore Elizabeth was very soon relieved from her apprehension of a dangerous coalition between Bothwell and France. Relentlessly as Elizabeth had laboured to undermine the throne of Mary Stuart, she no sooner beheld it in dust and the queen a degraded and heartbroken captive in the hands of the fierce oligarchy whom her machinations and her gold had spirited up against their sovereign, than her mind misgave her. The blow that had been successfully struck at her hated rival might rebound upon herself, by demonstrating to her own subjects the fact that crowned heads were amenable to the delegates of the people, not only for misgovernment but for personal crimes, a principle which no Tudor sovereign could desire to see established in England. Yet she, Elizabeth, the most despotic monarch, save and except her father, that ever swayed the sceptre of this realm, had nourished the spirit of revolt against the regal authority in the dominions of her neighbour, and for the sake of personal vengeance on a fairer woman than herself, had committed a political sin against her own privileged and peculiar class, by teaching others to set at naught the divinity that hedges in a king. The recent proceedings in Scotland, the movements of the Huguenots in France and in Flanders, were signs of the tendency of the times towards a general emancipation from the restraints which governments and state creeds had imposed on the minds of men. The spiritual yoke of Rome had been broken in England and Scotland, and the elements of political revolution were agitating the western nations. Elizabeth had fed the flame for the sake of embarrassing the hostile sovereigns, who were ready to impugn her title to the crown she wore, but she was the most arbitrary of all in her determination to crush the same spirit in her own realm. A party was, however, struggling into existence, whose object was to establish the right of senates to hold the sovereign in check, and Elizabeth already began to feel its influence. Her own parliament had recently opposed her will, and attempted to dictate to her the line of conduct they considered it was her duty to adopt, and if encouraged by the example of the successful revolt of Mary Stuart's subjects, they might ere long treat herself with as little ceremony. In the first revulsion caused by these reflections, Elizabeth dispatched Throckmorton to Scotland, on a mission of comfort to the captive queen, and of stern remonstrance to her former tools and pensioners, Murray and his triumphant faction. While Mary was exposed to every bitter insult and indignity, during her woeful incarceration at Loch Leven, Elizabeth wrote to the Queen Regent of France, Catherine de Medicis, the following letter, which casts a peculiar light on the apparent inconsistency of her political conduct at this period with regard to her royal kinswoman. October 16, 1567. Having learned by your letter, madam, of which Monsieur Pasquier is the bearer, your honourable intention, and that of the king my brother, on the part of my desolate cousin, the Queen of Scots, I rejoice me very much to see that one prince takes to heart the wrongs done to another, having a hatred to that metamorphosis, where the head is removed to the foot, and the heels hold the highest place. I promise you, madam, that even if my consanguinity did not constrain me to wish her all honour, her example would seem too terrible for neighbours to behold, and for all princes to hear. These evils often resemble the noxious influence of some baleful planet, which commencing in one place, without the good power, might well fall in another, not that, God be thanked, I have any doubts on my part, wishing that neither the king my good brother, nor any other prince, had more cause to chastise their bad subjects, than I have to avenge myself on mine, which are always as faithful to me as I could desire. Notwithstanding which, I never fail to condole with those princes who have cause to be angry. Even those troubles that formerly began with the king have vexed me before now. Monsieur Pasquier, as I believe, thinks I have no French, by the passions of laughter into which he throws me, by the formal precision with which he speaks and expresses himself. Beseeching you, madam, if I can at this time do any pleasure, you will let me know, that I may acquit myself as a good friend on your part. In the meantime, I cannot cease to pray the Creator to guard the king and yourself from your bad subjects, and to have you always in his holy care. In haste, at Hampton Court, this 16th of October, 1567. Your good sister and cousin, Elisabeth. The commiseration effected by Elisabeth in this letter for the troubles she had industriously fomented in the dominions both of Mary Stuart and Charles IX. Was doubtless galling in the extreme to the proud Catherine de Medicis. In her answer, some months afterwards, that princess retorts, in the keenness of Italian sarcasms, her own words upon the English queen. Elisabeth was at that time amusing herself with the matrimonial negotiations which were actively renewed for her marriage with the accomplished Archduke Charles, youngest son of the Emperor Ferdinand I and brother to Maximilian II, the reigning Emperor of Germany. The religion of the Archduke was the only impediment to an alliance, which Elisabeth is supposed to have considered with more complacency than any other of her numerous offers. The Earl of Sussex, her Grand Chamberlain, the well-known opponent of Leicester, was the ambassador in the treaty, and prosecuted his mission with great zeal, in the hopes of giving a check to the absorbing favoritism of his adversary. The letters of this magnificent noble are worthy of his high character. He draws, for his mistress's information, a very graphic picture of her suitor. His Highness, writes Sussex to the Queen, is of person higher surely, a good deal than my Lord Marquis of Baden, his hair of head and beard a light auburn, his face well proportioned, amiable, and of a very good complexion, without show of redness or over paleness, his countenance and speech cheerful, very courteous, but stately. His body very well shaped, without deformity or blemish, his hands very good and fair, his legs clean, well proportioned, and of sufficient bigness for his stature, his foot as good as may be. So as, upon my duty to your majesty, I find not one deformity, misshape, or anything to be noted worthy of misliking in his whole person, but contrariwise, I find his whole shape to be good in all respects, and such as is rarely found in a prince. His Highness, besides his natural language of Dutch, or German, speaketh very well Spanish and Italian, and, as I hear, Latin. His dealings with me are very wise, his conversation such as much contents me, and, as I hear, not one returns discontented from his company. He is greatly beloved here of all men. The chiefest gallants of these parts are his men, and follow his court, and truly we cannot be so glad to have him come to us, as they will be sad here to have him go from them. He is reported to be valiant and of great courage in defending his countries from the Turks, and in making them keep his rules. And he is universally, which I most weigh, noted to be of such virtue, that he was never spotted or touched with any notable vice or crime, which is much in a prince of his age, endowed with such qualities. He delights much in hunting, riding, hawking, and exercise of feats of arms, and hearing of music, whereof he hath very good. He hath, as I hear, some understanding in astronomy and cosmography, and takes pleasure in clocks that set forth the course of the planets. He hath for his portion the countries of Styria, Carniola, Trieste, and Istria, and the government of what remains in Croatan, where he may ride without entering any other man's territories, 300 miles. Since the writing of my other letters, continues Sussex, I took occasion to go to the Archduke in order to sound him in all causes, and to feel whether what he had uttered to me proceeded from him bona fide, or were but words of form. At my coming, his Highness willed me to go into his bedchamber, where, the doors being shut, and no person present, we had long talk, the effect whereof I will recite to your Majesty as near as I can. You, I said, were free to marry where it should please God to put you in the heart to like, and you had given no grateful ear to any motion of marriage before this, although you had received sundry great offers from others. I would therefore be as bold with his Highness as I was with your Majesty, and therefore beseeched him to let me, on his honour, understand whether he earnestly desired for love of your person, and had determined in his heart for this marriage, or else to satisfy others that procured him thereto, and cared not what became thereof, for in the one I would serve your Majesty and him truly, and in the other I was not a person of that quality to be made a convenient minister. His Highness answered, Count, I have heard by the Emperor of your dealing with him, and I have had dealings with you myself, wherewith he and I rest very well contented, but truly I never rested more contented than I do of this dealing, wherein, besides your duty to her who trusted you, you show what you are yourself, for which I honour you as you are worthy. Pardon me, interpolates Sussex, I beseech your Majesty for writing the words he spake of myself, for they serve to set forth his natural disposition. Although, continues the Archduke, I have always had good hope of the Queen's honourable dealings in this matter, yet I have heard so much of her disposition not to marry as might give me cause to suspect the worst. But, by your manner of dealing with me, I do think myself bound, wherewith he put off his cap, to honour, love, and serve her Majesty while I live, and will firmly credit what you, on your Majesty's behalf, have said. Therefore, if I might have hope that her Majesty would bear with me for my conscience, on account of his being a Catholic, I know not that thing in the world I would refuse to do at her commandment, and surely I have from the beginning of the matter settled my heart upon her, and never thought of other wife, if she would think me worthy to be her husband. I thanked his Highness for his frank dealing, wherein I would believe him, and deal likewise. And now I am satisfied in this. I beseech your Highness to satisfy also me in another matter, and bear with me, though I seem somewhat busy, for I mean it for the best. Sussex, with more diplomacy than seems consistent with his manly character, proceeded to give the Archduke a hint that some indecision had been attributed to him on the point of religion, in plain language that he meant to act according to the fashion of the times, and adopt the creed that best suited his interest and aggrandizement. If this be true, continued Sussex, trust me, sir, I beseech you, I will not betray you, and let me know the secret of your heart, whereby you may grow to a shorter end of your desire. On my oath I assure you, I will never utter your counsel to any person living, but to the Queen my mistress, and I deliver you her promise, upon her honour, not to utter to any person without your consent, and if you will not trust me therein, commit it to her Majesty by letter, and she will not deceive you. The answer of the Archduke is noble and sincere. Surely, said his Highness, whoever has said this of me to the Queen's Majesty, or to you, or any other, hath said more than he knoweth. God grant he meant well therein. My ancestors have always holden the religion that I hold, and I never knew other, therefore I never could have purpose to change. I trust when her Majesty shall consider my case well, my determination herein shall not hurt my cause. For, Count, continued he, to the Earl of Sussex, how could the Queen like me in anything, if I should prove so light in changing my conscience? Therefore I will myself crave of her Majesty by my letters her grant of my only request, and I pray you, with all my heart, to further it all you may. In such like talk his Highness spent almost 2 hours with me, which I thought my duty to advertise your Majesty. Hereupon I gathered that reputation rules him much in the case of religion, and that if God couple you together in liking, you shall find him a true husband, a loving companion, a wise counselor, and a faithful servant, and we shall have as virtuous a prince as ever ruled. God grant, though you are worthy a great deal better than he, if he were to be found, that our wickedness be not such as we be unworthy of him, or of such as he is. From Vienna, this 26th of October, 1567. Your Majesty's most humble and faithful subject and servant, T. Sussex. In succeeding conferences, the Archduke agreed to conform so far as to be present with Elizabeth at the service of the Church of England, and that neither he nor his would speak or do the least thing to the disparagement of the established religion, and that if he were allowed the use of a chapel for the rites of his own, no Englishman should ever be present at mass. But Elizabeth showed her usual sagacity in the rejection of his hand. She knew if she married a Catholic, however wise and moderate he might be, she would instantly lose the confidence of the great mass of her Protestant subjects who kept her on the throne, and that she should be forced, with her husband, to join entirely with the Catholic party, very few of whom could consider her birth as legitimate. Sussex continued to describe the personal gallantry of the Archduke when riding at the ring, and other chivalric exercises, in the contemplation of which his royal mistress delighted. In the afternoon, he said, the Emperor rode in his coach to see the Archduke run at the ring, who commanded me to run at his side, and my Lord North, Mr. Cobham, and Mr. Powell to run on the other side. And after our running was done, the Archduke mounted a courser of Naples, and surely his Highness, in the order of his running, the managing of his horse, and the manner of his seat, governed himself exceedingly well, and so as, in my judgment, not to be amended. Elisabeth, notwithstanding, knew her duty too well, as Queen of England, to introduce more jealousies among her people than those which were already fermenting around her. She ultimately refused the accomplished German on account of diversity of religion. Sussex attributed the ill success of his mission to the paramount influence of Leicester, saying, he knew who was at work in the vineyard at home, but if God should ever put it into his dear mistress's heart to divide the weeds from the grain, she would reap the better harvest here. Leicester's party had already whispered that the Archduke was devotedly attached to a German woman, and had a family of young children, for whose sake he would never marry. While this negotiation was yet proceeding, events occurred in the sister realm of Scotland, which gave a new and strange colouring to the next 20 years of Elizabeth's life and reign. The unfortunate Queen of Scots having effected her escape from Lochleven Castle, her faithful friends rallied round her standard, but being intercepted and cut off by the rebel lords in her retreat to Dumbarton, she suffered a decisive defeat, May 13, 1568, at the Battle of Langside. She took the fatal resolution of throwing herself on the protection of Queen Elizabeth, to whom she wrote a touching letter from the Abbey of Dundrennan, assuring her that her sole dependence was on her friendship. To remind you, concludes the royal fugitive, of the reasons I have to depend on England, I send back to you, its queen, this token of her promised friendship and assistance. This was a diamond, in the form of a heart, which had been sent to her by Elizabeth as a pledge of her amity and goodwill. Contrary to the advice of her friends, Mary, with the rash confidence of a queen of tragedy or romance, crossed the Firth of Solway in a fishing boat, with Lord Herries and her little train, and on the 16th of May landed at Workington in Cumberland. The next day she addressed an eloquent letter to Elizabeth, detailing briefly and rapidly the wrongs to which she had been subjected, her present sore distress, even for a change of apparel, and entreated to be conducted to her presence. Mary was recognized by the gentlemen of the neighbourhood, and received an honourable welcome, and she was conducted to Carlisle with sufficient marks of affection and respect to excite the jealous ill will of Elizabeth, who sent her own trusty kinsman, Sir Francis Knollys, and Lord Scroop, ostensibly to congratulate the royal fugitive in her name on her escape, but in effect to constitute her a prisoner. The hard, uncourteous manner in which, after a few deceitful compliments, this pair of statesmen behaved, is sufficiently proved by the testimony of their own letters. Yet it is impossible to read those of Knollys without being struck with his sagacious foresight of the evil results arising from Mary's detention, although his comments are personally malicious to the Queen of Scots, and he omitted nothing that was calculated to excite Elizabeth's jealousy and suspicion against her, still he wisely deprecated her imprisonment in England as alike impolitic and dishonourable. Elizabeth, not contented with the detention of her unfortunate guest, endeavoured, by all the means she could devise, to obtain possession of Mary's infant son, the heir, as he subsequently proved, of both their realms. Could she have succeeded in getting this babe into her hands, she would then have had every living creature who stood in the line of the regal succession in her power. The broken-hearted Lady Catherine Grey was dead, but her orphan infants, though stigmatized as illegitimate, were still regarded by a strong party, whom the queen could neither silence nor awe, as the representatives of the line to which the crown had been entailed by Henry VIII. There had been an attempt by Hales, the clerk of the Hanaper, to advocate the claims of these children to the succession. Elizabeth's acute minister, Nicholas Bacon, was implicated in this project, and had been for a time under the cloud of the royal displeasure. The presence of the heir male of the elder line, under the immediate tutelage of Elizabeth, would effectually silence the partisans of the persecuted descendants of the House of Suffolk, besides guarding the sovereign from any attempts on the part of the royal line of Lennox Stuart. Murray would not, however, resign the infant prince, in whose name alone he could exercise the regal power of Scotland, for well he knew that Elizabeth's next step would be to make herself mistress of Scotland, under the pretence of asserting the rights of the lawful heir. Independently of this her favourite project, Elizabeth, as the umpire chosen to decide the controversy between Mary Stuart and the faction by whom that queen had been dethroned, and branded with the crimes of adultery and murder, had a mighty political advantage in her power, if she could have resolved to fulfil her promises of friendship and protection to her hapless kinswoman. She was exactly in that position which would have enabled her to name her own terms with Mary as the price of re-establishing her on the throne of Scotland. The predominant faction, for it was no more, since Mary had a strong party in her favour, ready to peril all in her behalf, and others willing to befriend her, yet fearing to expose themselves to the malice of her enemies, unless some visible protection encouraged them, dared not have acted in opposition to the fiat of the armed umpire they had chosen, whose troops were ready to pour over the border, and even then occupied some of the fortresses of the frontiers. Elizabeth could have negotiated a pardon for her old confederates and pensioners, could have replaced Mary in a moderate exercise of the regal power of Scotland, and established herself in the dignity maintained by the monarchs of England in the olden times, even that of Bretwalda, or paramount suzerain of the Britannic Empire. She preferred gratifying her personal revenge to the aggrandizement of her realm, and the exaltation of her glory both as sovereign and a woman, and committed an enormous political blunder, as well as a crime, by the useless turpitude of her conduct to Mary Stuart. From that moment, too, that she resolved on the unjustifiable detention of the royal fugitive, her own peace of mind was forfeited. She had sown the hydra's teeth in the hitherto peaceful soil of her own realm, and they sprang up to vex her with plots, foreign and domestic, open revolts, and secret confederacies, in which her ancient nobility were deeply involved. The loving welcome that Mary Carlisle and its neighbouring magnates, the chivalric aristocracy of the border, had given to the beautiful and fascinating heiress presumptive to the crown, early filled Elizabeth and her council with jealous uneasiness, and Mary was removed, sorely against her will, to Bolton Castle, in Yorkshire, the seat of Lord Scroop, to whose charge she was consigned. In August, contrary to her first decision and to the advice of her faithful counsellors, Mary agreed to submit her cause to the decision of the English commissioners appointed by Elizabeth. The conferences were opened at York, where Murray and his confederates urged not only their old accusations against their sovereign, but produced the far-famed silver-gilt casket and its contents, the sonnets and letters which they asserted Mary had written to Bothwell. They refused to allow Mary herself to see these, neither was she permitted to appear, according to her own earnest desire, to confront and cross-question her accusers. So impressed, however, was the president of the commission, the premier peer of England, Elizabeth's maternal kinsman, the Duke of Norfolk, of the innocence of the Scottish queen, that he was willing to trust his own honour in her hands, and actually pronounced the fullest sentence of acquittal that mortal judge could do, by seeking her for his wife. It is true that he had seen her at Carlisle, and was captivated by her beauty, but if any portion of the horrible and vulgar letters purporting to have been written by Mary to Bothwell could have been proved, a revulsion of feeling in the breast of Norfolk must have been the result which would have taught him to regard her with sentiments of horror, instead of the love and reverence for her virtues which attended him to the block, and was transmitted by him as a legacy to his equally unfortunate son, Philip, Earl of Arundel. Elizabeth herself, after she had considered the evidences, pronounced that she had seen nothing proved on either side, and broke up the conferences. As early as November 1568, Norfolk disclosed to Maitland his desire of a union with the captive queen, and suffered himself to be deluded by his pretended friendship, and the wiles of the treacherous Leicester and Murray, who induced him to believe that they were desirous of bringing this matter to pass. The project was revealed by them to Elizabeth, who caused Mary to be immediately transferred from the keeping of Lord Scroop, whose lady was the sister of the enamoured duke, to the gloomy and noxious fortress of Tutbury, where she was subjected to many harsh restraints, her train diminished, and herself placed under the ungentle gaolership of the Earl and Countess of Shrewsbury. The letters of the Earl of Shrewsbury unroll a long diary of concealed history. The injustice with which Elizabeth treated her hapless heiress seems to have produced most baleful fruits to whoever partook of it. The Earl of Shrewsbury himself was greatly to be pitied. He was more honourable and humane than many of his contemporaries, and most lamentably he entreated his royal mistress to relieve him of his charge. Elizabeth, who cantoned Mary and her attendants on him, because she was jealous of the report of his enormous wealth, at first either refused to pay him anything for the board of the royal captive and her followers, or paid him very meanly, and the magnificent earl was forced to raise piteous plaints of poverty, and of being utterly devoured, whenever he done for remittances to Leicester or Cecil. The earl was, in truth, converted into a wretched jailer, who inflicted and received a life of domestic misery. His intriguing, proud, and cruel wife, whose temper could not be restrained by any power either on earth or in heaven, soon became jealous of the lovely and fascinating prisoner, and led her husband, a noble of exemplary gravity and a grandsire, a terrible life. The reports that originated from his own fireside caused Elizabeth to be exceedingly suspicious in her turn of the stout earl, on whom she set spies, who reported his minutest actions. Writers have been found to justify the injurious treatment to which Mary Stuart was subjected in England, on the plea that she, as a foreign sovereign, might, by the laws of nations, be constituted a prisoner, because she entered Elizabeth's realm without having obtained permission to do so. Cecil, her great enemy, far from using so paltry an excuse, has written in his barristerial argument on her side, "She is to be helped because she came willingly into the realm, upon trust of the Queen's Majesty." Secondly, he says, and this convicts Elizabeth of perfidy, which requires no comment, "She trusted in the Queen's Majesty's help, because she had, in her trouble, received many messages to that effect." If all the pens in the world were employed in the defence of Elizabeth's conduct, they could not obliterate the stain which that incontrovertible record of her treachery has left upon her memory. In justice to Elizabeth, however, be it recorded, that when the Countess of Lennox, with passionate tears, presented a petition to her, entreating in the name of herself and husband, that the Queen of Scots might be proceeded against for the death of their son, Lord Darnley, the natural subject of the English sovereign, her Majesty, after graciously soothing the afflicted mother, told her, "that she could not, without evident proof, accuse a princess, and her near kinswoman, of so great a crime," significantly reminding her that the times were evil and hatred blind, imputing often offences to persons of exalted rank of which they were innocent. The Countess of Lennox was ultimately convinced that her daughter-in-law, the Queen of Scots, was wholly guiltless of Darnley's death, and continued till she died in friendly correspondence with her. End of section 19. Section 20 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 6, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter VI, Part 1. Elisabeth, generally speaking, appears like Talleyrand, to have considered the chief use of language was to conceal her real meaning. The involved and mystified style of her letters proved that such was the case, and in consequence she frequently deceived those whom it was her interest to enlighten, namely, her own ambassadors and deputies. On the other hand, her artifices amounted to mannerism, and were quickly penetrated by the representatives of other sovereigns whom she admitted to personal conferences. With all her pride and caution, she was a great talker, and very excitable. It was no difficult matter to put her in a passion, and then she spoke her mind freely enough, if we may rely on the reports of the various ambassadors resident at her court. Her vanity and coquetry, if skilfully played upon, often carried her beyond the bounds of prudence, and rendered her communicative on some points, on which private gentlewomen generally maintain some degree of reserve. The reader has seen the free and easy terms on which Sir James Melville contrived to establish himself with this haughty princess, and the singular confidences with which both she and Leicester favoured two successive French ambassadors, de Foix and La Forêt. The recent publication of the dispatches of La Mothe Fenelon enables us to unfold many a rich scene between that statesman and our royal heroine, which are now, for the first time, translated from the original French, and interwoven in her biography. Elisabeth honoured this ambassador, who was one of the deepest intriguers of the age, and of course one of the most agreeable flatterers, with an audience at Hampton Court, November 14, 1568. She gave him a very gracious reception, but expressed some regret for the departure of La Forêt, of whom she made honourable mention. She made particular inquiries after the health of the King of France and the Queen Mother, and asked, if it were true that they had been visited with the heavy affliction of the death of the Queen of Spain, Elisabeth of France? La Mothe replied, that it was only too true that their majesties were overwhelmed with grief, and that they and their whole court were in mourning on that sorrowful occasion, which was the reason why he presented himself before her majesty in that dress. Elisabeth, like her father and her brother Edward, entertained the greatest aversion to the sight of dule or anything that could remind her of the uncertainty of human life. She was pleased, however, to make a very courteous response, and said, that she regretted the death of the Queen of Spain with all her heart, and that she should wear mourning for her, as if she had been her sister, and that she felt very much for their majesties, knowing for a certainty how great their sorrow must be for this sad event, and she prayed God to give them some other good consolation in compensation for their loss. She observed, that she had not yet been informed of this misfortune, either by the King of Spain or his ambassador, for if she had had the proper intimation of it, she would have had the obsequies of the Queen of Spain celebrated in England as well as elsewhere. These complimentary solemnities, in honour of the departed Catholic Queen, were performed according to the rites of the Protestant Church of England in St. Paul's Cathedral, in the same manner that the obsequies of Henry II of France and those of the Emperor had formerly been celebrated there by her command. Elisabeth told the French ambassador that she had paid this respect to the memory of the Queen of Spain, out of regard to her mother, the Queen Regent of France, and her brother, Charles IX, and added, that all Christendom had cause to weep for this princess, and that she herself had listened with tears to the account which had been given of her virtues by the Countess of Feria, an English lady, formerly in her own service, who had recently come from Spain, and she doubted not but her late majesty was now one of the brightest angels in heaven, having been a very holy queen on earth. and she prayed Monsieur de la Mothe to write to the Queen of France, that she had given orders for the said obsequies more than a month ago, although the Spanish ambassador had not thought proper to communicate the death of the queen to her, and that she had even sent to remind him that it was the custom on such an occasion to notify it officially, either by a letter or a gentleman sent express for the purpose. Fenelon said, he imagined the Duke of Alva had the letter already in his hands for that purpose. Elizabeth coquettishly rejoined with a smile, that she supposed the King of Spain did not wish to write to her, or rather that the Duke of Alva had detained the letter, under the notion that it was not quite decent, that so soon after the death of the Queen, his wife, he should be sending letters to an unmarried girl, like her, but that she had waited still some days, and then ordered the obsequies for the deceased Queen to be made. I thanked her, says M. de la Mothe Fenelon, and only added that the King of Spain was still young enough to take a fourth wife. Elizabeth was at that time on terms approaching to open hostility with Spain. She had opened her arms as a protectress to the fugitives of the Reformed faith, whom the cruelties of the terrible Alva in the Low Countries had compelled to abandon their homes. The persecuted Hollanders fondly regarded her as the representative of her royal ancestress, Queen Philippa, one of the co-heiresses of William, Count of Holland and Hainaut. The first movements of the furious war which separated those whom the rod of Alva bruised from the crown of Spain commenced in this year. Meantime, Elizabeth's ambassador at the court of Philip II, Dr. Mann, whom she had not inaptly termed a man-goose, instead of attending to the business of his legation, had, in a fit of spiritual quixotism, defied the Pope in such undiplomatic terms of vituperation, that he was prohibited from appearing at the court of his Catholic Majesty and banished to a very uncivilized village, where he was compelled to hear mass. The English flag had also been insulted in the Gulf of Mexico by the attack and capture of 3 ships in the fleet of the mercantile adventurers commanded by the famous, or rather we should say the infamous, Sir John Hawkins, since he was the first man who brought the odious stain of the slave trade on this nation. A traffic that to her eternal disgrace was sanctioned, nay, even encouraged, by Queen Elizabeth. The high spirit of this princess was greatly chafed at the twofold affronts she and her subjects had received from Spain, nor was it long before she had an opportunity of making reprisals. 4 Spanish vessels bound for Flanders, laden with specie, were chased by French pirates into the ports of Plymouth, Falmouth, and Southampton. Don Guerin d'Espes, the new Spanish ambassador, applied to the English government for further protection for these vessels, which was granted, but the French adventurers having made a fresh attempt to seize the ships, the Queen ordered the treasure to be brought to London, for she had ascertained that it was the property of a company of Genoese merchants, who were about to establish a bank at Antwerp, and to assist Alva with a loan. No sooner did she understand this arrangement, than she determined to frustrate it, by appropriating the loan to her own use. D'Espes, in great anger, informed Alva of the seizure of the money, and Alva, exasperated at the disappointment, wrote a brief and peremptory letter to Elizabeth, demanding restitution. She replied very coolly, that she understood the treasure was private property, and had borrowed it, but if the King of Spain could prove that it belonged to him, she would restore it. Alva retorted by laying an embargo on all English subjects and English property in Antwerp, and Elizabeth, not to be outdone, put all the Spaniards in her dominions under arrest, not even excepting the person of the ambassador, whom she constituted a prisoner in his own house, and appointed 3 gentlemen of her court to keep guard over him. The French ambassador, M. de la Mothe, who visited Elizabeth a few days after these events, gives the following amusing particulars of his conversations with her at that period. Her Majesty, says he, was then at Hampton Court, and apparently full of sorrow for the death of Lady Knollys, her cousin, whom she loved better than all the women in the world, notwithstanding which, she favoured me with a gracious reception, and after saying a few words expressive of the regret she felt for the loss of so good a relative, observing that the mourning habit which she had assumed could manifest but a small part of the greatness of her grief, she demanded incontinently of me the news. The ambassador proceeded to detail to her matters of which she was doubtless as well, if not better, informed than himself, namely, the recent movements of the warring parties in France. On which she protested her great affection for the king, his master, and said, she prayed God that she might hear better news of his affair than that which had been told her within the last 2 days, which made her regret that his majesty had despised her counsel, although it was but that of a woman which she had given him, for the peace of his realm. She expressed herself sharply against the authors and fomenters of wars, saying, that princes ought to pursue to the death of all such as enemies to themselves, and pernicious to their states. Then she spoke of the Spanish ambassador, who had, she said, already kindled a war between his master's country and hers, adding that she had been deceived in that personage, having always considered him as very honest and moderate, and could never have thought that, while she was treating so courteously with him on the affair of the Spanish reals, he had, by his letters, of which she had a copy, caused the seizure of the goods and persons of the English at Antwerp. She complained also, that he had written of her in a different manner from what he ought, he having named her Oriana in some of his letters, at which she was so indignant, that, if he had been her subject, she would have pursued him with the utmost rigor of the law. The Duke of Alva had been too hasty in believing him, and of him, the Duke, she must say, that he had behaved both arrogantly and lightly. Arrogantly, in having only deigned to write her one little letter, which, pursues M. de la Mothe, the said lady compared to a Valentine. An expression which one would scarcely have expected from the lips of this great female sovereign during a grave political discussion with a foreign minister. His Excellency, in his official report of the conversation, considers it necessary for the information of his royal master to subjoin the following explanation in the form of a marginal note, after mentioning the word Valentine. This term, which the English employ in the style familiar, answers exactly to our word poulet, billet de galanterie. He then proceeds with Elisabeth's indignant description of the Duke of Alva's letter, which only contained 4 or 5 words of credence for the ambassador, and she said, he had acted lightly, by executing on such trivial grounds an act of open hostility against her subjects, adding, with some degree of scorn, that the Duke was neither so great, herself so little, or the affair so unimportant, but that he might have troubled himself to write more at length to her, and to have made proper inquiries before he attempted such an outrage against her and her subjects. She concluded by expressing a hope that the King of Spain would neither sanction what the Duke of Alva had done, nor that which his ambassador had written to him. La Mothe observed, as soon as he could get a word in, that she ought to consider that the Duke of Alva was naturally irritated at the loss of the money which was intended to pay his troops, who were likely to mutiny if he did not make his disbursements with punctuality, and facetiously reminded her that the King of Spain, being once more a widower, and in search of a suitable consort, would not for the world offend an unmarried princess like her. Neither, for the same cause, should she quarrel with him who was on that pursuit. She replied with a smile, that she could be very well assured of the friendship of the King of Spain, as she might have married him at the beginning of the war if she had chosen. La Mothe seriously remonstrated with her on the rash step she had taken in arresting the Spanish ambassador, telling her, that since God had established the kingdoms and powers of the world, ambassadors had always been respected and their persons held inviolate. Even in the midst of the fiercest wars, care had been taken not to touch them, or to treat their persons otherwise than honorably, that she had accepted this gentleman as the representative of a great king, and ought to be cautious in what she did with regard to him. Not, continued La Mothe, that he has requested me to plead for him, but because we both hold the like office towards your majesty, and therefore I entreat that you will allow me to visit him, at least once a week, in the presence of gentlemen who have him in ward. She replied, that seeing the terms on which D'Espes had been in the means of placing her with the king, his master, she had taken measures for his protection, lest he should be attacked; but that she had merely confined him to his lodgings, under the guard of 3 gentlemen, whom she had commanded to bear themselves courteously towards him; that formerly, on a less occasion, her ambassador, Throckmorton, had been much worse treated in France. She then prayed La Mothe not to visit him for some days, because she would not be seen to approve or justify any of the evil he had done, by permitting him to be visited by a person who represented the King of France. This conversation took place on the 20th of January, 1568. On the 24th arrived an envoy from the Duke of Alva, named Elisabeth, to enter into explanations with the queen on the subject of the recent misunderstanding. Elizabeth was encouraged by this indication of placability to assume a more offensive attitude, and to show that she was prepared for war, and that she considered it was already commenced. Before Elisabeth could present his credentials, she caused him to be arrested at Rochester, where he was detained 2 days, that he might see her grand arsenal, the activity of her military preparations, and the great number of workmen who were employed in building her mighty ships of war at Chatham. She then had him conducted to London, separated him from all his people, and placed him in a lodging of her own providing, under a strict guard, without allowing him to see or speak to any one, much less the Spanish ambassador, with whom he was of course desirous of conferring, before he proceeded to open a negotiation with the queen. Elisabeth, guessing what the event would be, had previously written a letter to D'Espes, which he smuggled to him under cover to the French ambassador, and another addressed to Queen Elizabeth, requesting to be informed of the time and place where he might present his credentials. This, however, was forcibly torn by Cecil from the hand of the Spanish gentleman, who was waiting in the queen's presence chamber for an opportunity of presenting it, warning him, rudely enough, not to be found there any more. The object of all this was, to compel the poor envoy to unfold his business to some of the council, before he had received his cue from his own ambassador, who was still a prisoner in his own house. But Elisabeth, with laudable obstinacy, refused to open his lips to anyone, till he had communicated with D'Espes. Elizabeth meantime indited an elaborate letter to Philip II in Latin, in which, after commending herself for the care she had taken to save his money from the pirates and put it out of danger, she imputed all that the Duke of Alva and his ambassador had done to the evil counsel of those who would wish to see a breach in the amity and good faith which had hitherto united them. Philip, however, assumed a high tone, and approved of all that had been done by Alva and D'Espes, and demanded the restitution of his money under the threat of a war. Elizabeth was at that moment in an awkward predicament. She had, by her intrigues with the insurgents in France, so embroiled herself with that government, that hostilities appeared inevitable, and, at the same time, a formidable rebellion was organizing among the old Catholic nobility in her own realm, while her merchants loudly complained of the injury done to commerce by the seizures of English property, which had been heedlessly provoked in the ports of France and Spain. In fact, it appeared scarcely possible to avoid a war with both. Each sovereign complained of mutual grievances. Elizabeth aided the Queen of Navarre incipiently, her subjects helped her openly, and this princess was virtually Queen of the South, and all of the Protestants in France. The goldsmiths in England, it was supposed, had lent the Queen of Navarre money on her jewels, and, after the disastrous battle of Moncontour, Elizabeth had offered, in case the King of France proved too strong for the Protestant cause, to give refuge to her and her daughter Catherine, the Princess of Condé, and her little ones in England. On the other hand, the King of France, by way of reprisal, supported the partisans of Mary, Queen of Scots, who was regarded as the rightful queen by most of the Roman Catholics in the British Isles. On the 10th of February, La Mothe Fenelon, in an audience with Elizabeth, informed her that a gentleman, in the service of the Queen of Scots, had complained to him of the rigour with which his royal mistress had been treated, on her compulsory removal from Bolton to Tutbury. His Excellency, with manly plainness, represented that those who advised her Majesty to put constraint not only on the will but the royal person of a sovereign and her kinswoman, made her do a wrong to her own reputation. He then besought her to cause the Scottish queen to be treated in such a manner, in the place where she had compelled her to go, that she might have occasion to speak of her with praise in her letters to the king and queen of France. Elisabeth replied, with some choler, that she had neither used force nor violence to the queen of Scotland, having merely removed her to a place where she would be better treated than at Bolton, where all the necessaries of life were scarce. She also gave, as a reason for what she had done, that Mary had written into Scotland a letter which had fallen into her hands, requiring some of the lords of her country to take up arms and make an inroad to where she was at Bolton, that she had, in the same letter, accused her of having treated with the Earl of Murray to have him declared legitimate, with several other things equally false. Elisabeth told La Mothe that he might assure their majesties of France that the Queen of Scots received nothing else but good treatment at her hands, and although it was not for her to render account to any person in the world for her actions, it was her wish to justify herself to all the world in respect to her usage of the Queen of Scots, that all other princes might know that she proceeded with such rectitude that she had no cause to change her pale hue for anything that could be brought against her on that account. Would to God, added she, that the Queen of Scots had no more occasion to blush at that which could be seen of her. La Mothe replied, that her majesty held it in her power to convince the world of the unprincipled ambition of the adversaries of the said lady, and to explain all that they could urge against her, and if she acted as the duty of queen to queen and relation to relation prescribed, it would prove that she was innocent of all the unkindness that had been imputed to her. Elisabeth, instead of making any direct reply to this home stroke, merely observed, that she had never had any praise from the Queen of Scots for any of the good offices she had rendered her, and then turned the conversation to the subject of Rouen and the seizure that had been made of English property by the French government. On another occasion, says La Mothe, she told me that she had taken pains to be more than a good mother to the Queen of Scots, yet she, on the contrary, had continually practiced intrigues in her kingdom against her, and that those who did not know how to behave to a good mother merited no other than the cruelest step-dame. She then summoned her council and the Bishop of Ross, to whom she recited in French most of what I had told her, and the reply she made me. Then she uttered in English many complaints of the Queen of Scots, and, in conclusion, menaced the most active and greatest among them with being made shorter by the head. The fierce jealousy which had been excited in Elizabeth against Mary Stuart by the assumption of the royal arms and style of England in her name by her ambitious father-in-law, Henry II of France, was not the only cause of the enmity of that queen. There was a still deeper root of bitterness in this matter, for Henry II had obliged his young daughter-in-law, during a dangerous fit of sickness, to sign a testamentary paper, bequeathing her rights to the kingdom of Scotland and her claims on the succession of England, if she died without children, to his heirs. Queen Elizabeth became fully aware that such instruments existed in the year 1568–69, and discussed the point with the French ambassador, La Mothe Fenelon. She likewise wrote to Mary the following letter, which she commences with insincere professions of her grief for Mary's dangerous illness just before. Elizabeth, Queen of England, to the Queen of Scots, May 25, 1569. Madam, to my infinite regret, I have learned the great danger in which you have lately been, and I praise God that I hear nothing of it until the worst was past. For, in whatever time or place it might have been, such news could have given me little content. But if any such bad accident had befallen you in this country, I believe really, I should have deemed my days prolonged too long, if previous to death I had received such a wound. I rely much on his goodness, who has always guarded me against mal-accidents, that he will not permit me to fall into such a snare, and that he will preserve me in the good report of the world till the end of my career. He has made me know, by your means, the grief I might have felt if anything ill had happened to you, and I assure you that I will offer up to him infinite thanksgivings. As to the reply that you wish to receive by my Lord Boyd regarding my satisfaction in the case touching the Duke of Anjou, I neither doubt your honor nor your faith in writing to me that you never thought of such a thing, but that perhaps some relative, or rather some ambassador of yours, having the general authority of your signature, to order all things for the furtherance of your affairs, had adjusted this promise as if it came from you, and deemed it within the range of his commission. Such a matter would serve as a spur to a courser of high mettle, for as we often see, a little bow served to save the life of a swimmer, so a slight shadow of claim animates the combatant. I know not why they, the royal family of France, consider not that the bark of your good fortune floats on a dangerous sea, where many contrary winds blow, and has need of all aid to obviate such evils, and to conduct you safely into port. And if so be they are able to serve you in aught, still you can in honor deny the intention of transferring her rights to the young Anjou, for if this right abides in them, then to me pertains the wrong. Forasmuch I entreat you to have such consideration for me, to whom the like right only pertains, who have merited on your part true guerdon and honorable opinion, with such deeds as may preserve the true accord of harmony with mine, who, in all my actions towards you, will never fail of right dealing. Howbeit, this bearer will declare to you more amply what I wish in this case. Moreover, if you desire some reply as to the commission given to my Lord Ross, the Bishop of Ross, I believe that you forget how near it touches me, if I tamper with aught that I am satisfied touches your honor and my safety. Meantime, I will not fatigue you with this letter longer than that, with my cordial commendations, I pray God to preserve you in good health and give you long life. From Greenwich. This letter is certainly one of the most remarkable ever penned by Elisabeth. The reader will observe her recurrence, in the midst of her caresses, to the leading object of her thoughts, perpetual jealousy of her title. Mary willingly executed the instrument required, and at her request, the Duke of Anjou renounced any benefit he might hereafter have claimed from the deed of cession extorted from the youthful Mary by his sire. But, after all, the cession had never been made to him in particular, but to the heirs of Henry II. Charles IX was, therefore, the party by whom the grant should have been renounced. As Mary did all that Elisabeth required of her, this was the precise point where good policy should have prompted Elisabeth to permit Mary's retirement from England. She ought by that time to have perceived the profound mistake she had committed by detaining her in the heart of England, where she served as a rallying point to every seditious movement. Elisabeth ought to have recollected that in the height of Mary's prosperity, when backed by all the power of France, and living at Paris as queen consort and queen regnant of Scotland, no injury had been effected to England. It was not probable that Mary could do more against her, if she had suffered her to retire to France, blighted as she was now by calumny and ill health, and dethroned from her realm. The glory of Elisabeth's reign was dim from the hour Mary was detained as prisoner, not only in a moral sense, but, politically and statistically speaking, it was a false step, which placed England in an incipient state of civil war during the whole life of the Queen of Scots, and she became, with good cause, jealous of her own subjects, even those among her nobility who were most nearly connected with herself by the ties of blood. On one occasion she observed significantly, that as long as the Duke of Norfolk lived, the Queen of Scots would never want an advocate. On the return of Norfolk from the Scotch conferences, she had given him a very ungracious reception, in consequence of the reports that had been conveyed to her by persons who had first of all suggested to him the flattering chimera of a marriage with the Scottish queen. Norfolk entered into the subject with his sovereign, and told her that the project had not originated with him, and that he never had given it any encouragement. "But would you not," said Elisabeth, "marry the Scottish queen, if you knew that it would tend to the tranquillity of the realm and the safety of my person?" If Norfolk had not been deficient in moral courage, he would have replied frankly, that if her majesty were disposed to think so, he would be ready to conform to her wish, but that he had already assured Murray, and the others who had suggested this marriage to him, that it was a matter in which he could not engage himself without the consent of his sovereign. He, however, knew the deep dissimulation of Elisabeth, and suspecting it was her design to entangle him in his talk, replied, with answering insincerity, "Madam, that woman shall never be my wife who has been your competitor, and whose husband cannot sleep in security on his pillow." This artful allusion to the injurious reports against Mary's honour, though most unworthy of the man who was secretly pledged to become her husband, had the desired effect of lulling Elisabeth's suspicions to sleep, and restoring her to good humour. She had, however, ere long, sufficient reason to be convinced that the enamoured duke was every day involving himself more deeply in the snares which were thrown in his way by those who were tempting him to his ruin, by their pretended schemes for the accomplishment of his wishes. End of section 20. Section 21 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 6, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter VI, Part 2. Elisabeth's great dread, in the perilous year for Protestantism, 1569, was a Catholic coalition throughout Europe in behalf of her royal prisoner, Mary Queen of Scots. Ireland was in a state of revolt, the northern counties progressing to the same. The Protestant cause had received two severe blows, the retreat of the Prince of Orange, and the victory of the Duke of Anjou at Jarnac. Jealousy between the courts of France and Spain had proved her safeguard hitherto, but there was a prospect of a new bond of union in the proposed marriages of Charles IX and Philip II with the daughters of the Emperor Maximilian. Elisabeth thought it possible to prevent this brotherly alliance by a little coquetry, on her own account, with Charles IX. Her hand had been twice solicited by the plenipotentiaries of that prince, and she had declined because of his tender youth. His Majesty was now really marriageable, though much too young to be a suitable consort for her, yet she might, without committing herself too deeply, contrive to lure him from his imperial fiancé. Catherine de Medici's favourite project was to marry her second son, the Duke of Anjou, to Elisabeth, and that able intriguer, La Mothe Fenelon, had instructions to bring this matter to pass if possible. With this design constantly in view, the conversations between him and her Majesty of England invariably turned to the subject of matrimony. The conference in which Elisabeth threw out her first lure for the young King of France, as related by La Mothe, has almost dramatic interest. The Queen began by asking news of the marriages between Charles IX and Philip of Spain with the daughters of the Emperor, which appeared to give her uneasiness. La Mothe fully exemplified Sir William Wotton's character of an ambassador, whom he defined to be a person sent to lie abroad for the service of his country, for he denied any knowledge of his master's intended marriage. Elisabeth told him that she had heard for certain that the marriages were concluded, and repeated the eulogiums she had heard of the fine stature and martial appearance of Charles and his brother, and of their vigorous constitutions and excellent dispositions. How Charles IX, in martial bearing and skill in horsemanship, resembled Henry II his father, who was the most accomplished warrior of any prince in his times, and that his brother had exchanged all his boyish diversions at court for heroic and difficult enterprises, and that everybody wonderfully commended him. She concluded this flourish by observing, that as the Princess of Portugal had been proposed as a match, first to the king and afterwards to Anjou, she herself could not be considered as too old. I told her, said La Mothe Fenelon, that all the world stood amazed at the wrong she did to the grand endowments that God had given her of beauty, wisdom, virtue, and exalted station, by refusing to leave fair posterity to succeed her. It was a duty she owed to God, who had given her power of choice, to elect some partner, and that she could not find a prince more worthy of such distinction than one of the three sons of the late king of France, Henry II. The eldest of them was the true successor of his father, the second, royal in all conditions excepting being crowned, and the third would, without doubt, in time be equal to his brethren. This last was the young Alençon, to whom Elizabeth was almost married when she was many years older. But the point to which all this expert flattery tended was to persuade her to wed the handsome Duke of Anjou. Elizabeth pretended to discuss the possibility of wedding the elder of these much lauded princes, and, for the purpose of eliciting a stronger dose of flattery from the ambassador, replied, that the king, Charles IX, would none of her, for he would be ashamed to show, at an entry into Paris, a queen for his wife so old as she was, and that she was not of an age to leave her country, like the Queen of Scots, who was taken young to France. The ambassador replied, if such a marriage could happen, then would commence the most illustrious lineage that had been known for the last 1,000 years, but that previously she had been objecting to the age of his king, and now she was finding fault with her own. Meantime, she had so well spent her years, that time had carried away none of her beauties, while King Charles and the Duke of Anjou had so well profited by time, that they had acquired beauty, strength, and stature, so that no men could be more perfect. The king certainly ought to desire the Queen of England to make her entry into Paris as his wife, for it was there she would be the most honoured, most welcome, and most blessed by all the good people and nobility of France, and if she suffered with passing the sea, nevertheless she would find it a most happy voyage, from which she would ultimately receive great pleasure and satisfaction. At the time of uttering this flourish, the ambassador was as well convinced as the queen herself that Charles IX was almost married to Elizabeth, the youngest daughter of the emperor. I know not, rejoined Elizabeth, if the queen, Catherine de Medicis, would approve of it, for it is possible she might choose to have a daughter-in-law whom she might mold to her pleasure. I know, answered the ambassador, that the queen mother is so benign and of such humane and gracious conversation that nothing in the world would be more agreeable than for you to be together. Witness the honour and respect in which she has always held the Queen of Scotland, and that she now bears to her. When this interview was over, Cecil came to discuss with him the projected marriage of the King of Spain with the eldest daughter of the Emperor. I was far enough from giving him a hint respecting the marriage of the youngest, added the ambassador, but declared I would treat with him touching another marriage, which would be the most apropos in the world for the aggrandizement of the two realms, and for the universal peace of Christianity. A future day was then appointed for Queen Elizabeth to receive another repast of these frothy compliments. The French ambassador subjoined to his dispatches a dissertation on the queen's real intentions regarding marriage, and it is certain the result bore out his view of the subject. It is the general opinion, he wrote, that Queen Elizabeth will never marry, but when her subjects press her to name her successor, she meets the inconvenient proposal by a feigned intention of entering into some marriage she never means to conclude. And he brought, as an instance, the late feudal negotiation regarding the Archduke Charles. The Earl of Arundel, who had been for many years a suitor for the hand of Queen Elizabeth, made no scruple of declaring that the intimacy between her and the Earl of Leicester was the reason for her refusing all her suitors, whether they were foreign princes or English peers. This great noble, according to the report of the French ambassador, instigated his son-in-law, the Duke of Norfolk, to call Leicester to a sharp account for familiarities with the queen, which they affirmed disgraced them all, as Englishmen, as well as the crown she wore, and that neither the English nobility, nor her subjects in general, would permit the continuance of such proceedings. They then taxed Leicester with using his privilege of entrée into the queen's bedchamber unbecomingly, affirming that he went there before she rose, and that he took upon himself the office of her lady-in-waiting, by handing to her a garment which ought never to have been seen in the hands of her master of horse. Moreover, they charged him with kissing her majesty when he was not invited thereto. It is very evident that the first queens regnant of England had many officers in attendance in their private apartments, the same as if they had been kings, and in this instance the fault found was, not that Leicester had the right of entrée into the royal sleeping apartment, but that he used it at improper times, and took freedoms which the premier duke and the premier earl of England deemed derogatory to the decorum which ought to be observed towards the female sovereign of their country. They proceeded to exhort Leicester to be candid and say if the queen really wished to marry him, and then they would both unite their influence with the nobility and the rest of the nation to sanction their honourable union and stop all this scandal. Leicester, the arrogant Leicester, seems to have assumed the humble tone of a chided inferior to these two great peers. He thanked them both for their offer and for their warning. He acknowledged that the queen had shown him such good affection as had emboldened him to use some well-intentioned familiarities in the hope of espousing her. He assured the Duke of Norfolk that he had, by this offer of assistance, laid him under the greatest obligation in the world, and at the same time had done his duty well to the queen and the crown, as a faithful vassal and counsellor ought, and during the remainder of his life he would never forget the same. Neither, according to Bishop Goodman, did he ever forget that Norfolk had once bestowed on him a box on the ear. Till Norfolk subsequently laid his head on the block, there is little doubt this conversation was duly remembered by Leicester, as well as the unlucky box on the ear. He assuredly understood the intentions of Norfolk and Arundel as well as they did themselves. Arundel had long wooed Queen Elizabeth. Norfolk, who had previously married his heiress, was the father of a son who was, at the same time, heir of Arundel, and a mutual bond between them. Norfolk was a widower and the secret suitor of Mary Queen of Scots. Thus a strong family compact already existed between these noblemen, the two greatest of the ancient English aristocracy, and if the earl wedded Queen Elizabeth, the actual possessor of the English crown, and the duke, the Queen of Scotland, and heiress of the whole island, they might well deem that their united strength might have defied the sons of little men, whom the Tudor monarchs had called from the shears and the forge, to guide the civil and religious government of England. As for Leicester's freedoms in the chamber of the queen, there is no reason for implicit belief that they ever occurred, merely because we find them in a French ambassador's dispatch. But that such were the current reports at the English court is indubitable, and when the intentions of Norfolk and his father-in-law, Arundel, in regard to the marriages they projected with Queen Elizabeth and her captive heiress, are considered, the fact that they held their conversation with the favourite, and taxed him with the scandal circulating at court, becomes highly probable, and is in consonance with other facts, which are narrated by eyewitnesses, both as to her past and future conduct. It was the policy of the two great nobles, Norfolk and Arundel, to clear their path of the favourite, as the matrimonial pretender to the hand of Elizabeth, and, according to La Motthe's letter, this measure was speedily effected. Some days after, he resumes, the said lady, meaning Queen Elizabeth, being earnestly pressed to declare her intentions respecting the Earl of Leicester, resolutely answered, that she pretended not to marriage with him. Since this reply, both have conducted themselves more modestly, and he has withdrawn the expensive parade he made while he had hopes of success in his enterprise. Perhaps Elizabeth was far more incensed at this forced éclaircissement of her intentions than Leicester. Although she did not intend to bring their courtship to the serious termination of matrimony, she evidently liked Leicester to flutter about her as a declared pretender to her hand. On the contrary, he wished to be at liberty to marry, which he afterwards did, and was withal suffering cruelly in his property, from the gorgeous display he was expected to keep up at court, while he sustained the character of the queen's suitor, whom her realm expected, hourly, she would declare to be her spouse. There are very evident indications that for some time subsequent to this crisis, occasional agitating scenes passed between the queen and Leicester, while the endless negotiations for her marriage with Anjou were proceeding. Leicester, in one of his letters to Walsingham, then ambassador at Paris, declares his queen was in good health, save some spice, or show, of hysteric fits. These fits do not trouble her more than a quarter of an hour, yet this little in her hath bred strange bruits, or gossip, here at home. God send her, I beseech him, a long life. The treachery of Leicester's conduct with regard to the Duke of Norfolk and the other noblemen he had been the means of drawing into the snare he had planned for their destruction, by his pretended desire of the marriage of Norfolk to the Queen of Scots, appears a dark picture of the principles of Elizabeth's cabinet. Leicester had a twofold object in view: the destruction of his great enemy, Sussex, as well as that of Norfolk. Sussex, who was related in the same degree by his mother, Lady Elizabeth Howard, to Norfolk and to the Queen, had undoubtedly favoured the idea of a marriage between Norfolk and the Queen of Scots. But when he found the dangerous tendency of some of the ramifications of the plot, he recoiled from it, as inconsistent with his duty to his sovereign. Elizabeth was at first incensed against him, but though not honest herself either in word or deed, she knew how to estimate those who were, and finally confided to her plain-speaking kinsman the command of the forces appointed to quell the northern insurgents. Leicester had encouraged the duke to hope for the accomplishment of his wishes by undertaking to obtain the queen's consent, but put off from day to day mentioning the matter. Cecil observed the perplexity of the duke, advised him to seek her majesty, and revealed to her the matter he had on his mind, whatever it might be. If Norfolk could have resolved to do this, it would probably have saved his life, but instead of acting without delay on this judicious advice, he sought counsel of Leicester, who dissuaded him from that course, and promised to name it to her majesty the next time she went to walk in the fields. Norfolk himself records that when the court was at Guildford, he came unaware into the queen's privy chamber, and found her majesty sitting on the threshold of the door, listening with one ear to a little child, who was singing and playing on the lute to her, and with the other to Leicester, who was kneeling by her side. The duke, a little confused, no doubt at interrupting a party so conveniently arranged, drew back, but her majesty bade him enter. Soon after Leicester rose and came to Norfolk, leaving the queen listening to the child, and told him that he was dealing with the queen in his behalf when he approached. To which the simple peer responded, "If I had known so much, I would not have come up," and eagerly inquired how he found her majesty disposed. Leicester replied, "Indifferently well," adding, that the queen had promised to speak to him herself at Thornham, at my lord of Arundel's. "Before her highness came to Thornham," says Norfolk, "she commanded me to sit down, most unworthy, at her highness's board, where at the end of dinner her majesty gave me a nip, saying, that she would wish me to take good heed to my pillow." Like many of Elizabeth's bon mots, this sharp innuendo cut two ways, conveying as it did a threat of the block, and a sarcastic allusion to the unworthy expression he had condescended to use, when endeavouring to persuade her that he had no intention of becoming the husband of the Scottish queen. Then followed the contemptible farce of Leicester's feigned sickness at Titchfield, and his message to the queen that he could not die in peace without confessing his faults, and obtaining her pardon for his guilt. Elizabeth hastened to his bedside, and he acknowledged with many sighs and tears how deeply he had sinned against her, by being privy to a design of marrying her foe, the Queen of Scots, to the Duke of Norfolk, and under pretence of making a clear conscience, put her into possession of the whole of the circumstances of the plot, in which many of the principal nobles of the realm were implicated. There was no proof, however, that any attempt against either the life or government of Elizabeth was contemplated. It was simply a plan for the restoration of Mary to liberty and royal dignity, by becoming the wife of the great Protestant English peer, whom her own rebels of the Reformed faith had first solicited to unite himself with her. The treacherous Leicester probably led Elizabeth to suppose that much more was intended. The next time her majesty saw the duke, she called him to her in the gallery, and sharply reprimanded him for presuming to attempt a match with the Queen of Scots without her cognizance, and commanded him on his allegiance to give over these pretensions. The Duke promised to do so, and proudly added, that his estate in England was worth little less than the whole realm of Scotland in the ill state to which the wars had reduced it, and that when he was in his own tennis court at Norwich, he thought himself as great as a king. The next day the queen refused the suit of the Spanish ambassador for the liberation of the royal prisoner, observing at the same time, that she would advise the Queen of Scots to bear her condition with less impatience, or she might chance to find some of those on whom she relied shorter by the head. Norfolk now found his situation at court intolerable. The queen regarded him with looks of anger and disdain, and Leicester and all his former associates treated him with studied insolence. He endeavoured to avoid collision with those who sought to force a quarrel, by returning with his father-in-law, the Earl of Arundel, and the Earl of Pembroke, first to London, and afterwards to his princely seat at Kenninghall in Norfolk, whence he wrote an apologetic letter to the queen, attributing his departure to the pain he felt at her displeasure, and his mortification at the treatment to which he had been subjected by the insolence of his foes, by whom he had been made a common table talk. The queen sent a peremptory order for his return to court, which the duke obeyed, and was arrested by her order at Burnham, 3 miles from Windsor, and committed to the Tower. He was subjected to an examination by Lord Keeper Bacon, Northampton, Sadler, Bedford, and Cecil, but they reported to her majesty that the duke had not put himself under the penalty of the law by any overt act of treason, and that it would be difficult to convict him without this. "Away," she replied, "what the law fails to do, my authority shall effect." Her rage was so ungovernable that she fell into a fit, and they were forced to apply vinegar and other stimulants to revive her. The Queen of Scots naturally felt the ill effects of the treachery of her supposed friend, Leicester. His denouncements placed her, as well as her friends, in a most perilous position, and the Earl of Huntingdon, Leicester's brother-in-law, the immediate descendant of George, Duke of Clarence, and, like all that line, a covert pretender to the regal succession, was associated with the Earl of Shrewsbury in the ungracious office of gaoler to the royal captive. Mary's terror at this appointment is described in a lively manner in the letters written by her at this period, and also her distress of mind at the peril to which Norfolk was exposed for her sake, but the details belong to her life and not to that of Elizabeth, who must perforce occupy the foreground of her own history. The arrest of Norfolk precipitated the disastrous rising in the north, under the luckless earls of Northumberland and Westmoreland. The re-establishment of Catholicism in England was the object of this insurrection, and it may be regarded as a second part to that ebullition of misdirected zeal and patriotism, the Pilgrimage of Grace, 36 years before, and it is a curious fact, that the persons engaged in the Northern Rebellion were the sons of those who figured as pilgrims. Wordsworth, in a few of his graceful lines, appears to have given a very clear and correct view of the case. No apology can be required for quoting them, pleasingly illustrative as they are of the period in question. It was the time when England's queen 12 years had reigned a sovereign dread, nor yet the restless crown had been disturbed upon her virgin head. But now the inly working north was ripe to send its thousands forth, a potent vassalage to fight, in Percy's and in Neville's right, 2 earls fast leagued in discontent, who gave their wishes open vent, and boldly urged the general plea, the rights of ancient piety, to be triumphantly restored by the dread justice of the sword. Mary Stuart, as the Catholic heiress of the crown, and exciting by her beauty and misfortunes, her persecutions and her patience, the deepest interest among the chivalry of the north, who were chiefly professors of the same creed, was the watchword and leading point of the association. Whether the plot was fomented by her is doubtful. It has, however, been generally supposed, that Shakespeare's mysterious lines in the Midsummer Night's Dream imply that some seductions had been used by the captive queen to charm the northern magnates from their duty to their own sovereign. Once I sat upon a promontory, and heard a mermaid on a dolphin's back, uttering such dulcet and harmonious breath, that the rude sea grew civil at her song, and certain stars shot madly from their spheres to hear the sea maid's music. The rebel earls entered Durham in warlike array, November 14th. Richard Norton, of Norton Conyers, who had married the sister of Queen Catherine Parr's second husband, Neville Lord Latimer, a hoary-headed gentleman, aged 71, bore the banner of the cross before the insurgents. The Nortons ancient had the cross, and the 5 wounds our Lord did bear. The principal exploits of the misguided multitude who followed this banner consisted in burning the translations of the Scriptures and the liturgies in all the towns they passed through. They had neither plan, order, nor money to maintain themselves in the rash positions they had assumed. A few days sufficed the Earl of Sussex to crush the insurrection. The 2 earls fled, Northumberland to Scotland, where, falling into the hands of Murray, he was sold to the English government and brought to the block. Westmoreland took refuge in Flanders and died in exile. The calamity of the Percys, Nortons, Dacres, and Nevilles, and other noble ancient families who took part in this disastrous rising, inspired some of the noblest historical ballads and metrical romances in our language. Elisabeth herself became malignly poetical on the occasion, and perpetrated the following sonnet, as it is styled. The doubt of future foes exiles my present joy, and wit me warns to shun such snares as threaten mine annoy. For falsehood now doth flow, and subjects' faith doth ebb, which would not be if reason ruled, or wisdom wove the web. But clouds of toys untried do cloak aspiring minds, which turn to rain of late repent, by course of changed winds. The top of hope supposed, the root of ruth will be, and fruitless all their grafted guiles, as ye shall shortly see. These dazzled eyes with pride, which great ambition blinds, shall be unsealed by worthy wights, whose foresight falsehood binds. The daughter of debate, that eke discord doth sow, shall reap no gain, where former rule hath taught still peace to grow. No foreign banished wight shall anchor in this port. Our realm it brooks no stranger's force, let them elsewhere resort. Our rusty sword with rest shall first his edge employ, to pull their tops that seek such change, and gape for joy. Elisabeth made good the threats with which this unfeminine effusion concludes, for besides the execution of the leaders of the rebellion as fell into her hands, she compelled her victorious general, Sussex, to deluge the northern counties with the blood of the simple, unreflective peasants, who had been induced to join the revolt. The learned research of Sir Cuthbert Sharp has brought to light some hideous facts in contemporary documents preserved among the Bowes manuscripts. Staunch, indeed, must be the admirers of good Queen Bess, who can calmly peruse the following order for the hangings in Richmondshire without a shudder. The Earl of Sussex to Sir George Bowes. Sir George Bowes, I have set the numbers to be executed down in every town, as I did in your other book, which draweth near to 200, wherein you may use your discretion in taking more or less in every town, as you shall see just cause for the offences and fitness for example, so as, in the whole, you pass not of all kind of such the number of 200, amongst whom you may not execute any that hath freeholds, or noted wealthy, for so is the Queen's Majesty's pleasure. By her special commandment, 10th of January, 1569-70. T. Sussex. Under the list of those who joined from each town and village, the Earl of Sussex has written the number to be executed, amounting to every 5th man. The fearful order was tardily executed, and Sussex wrote to spur on the reluctant ministers of the royal vengeance. In his letter of the 19th of January, addressed to Sir George Bowes, he says, I received, yesternight, letters from the court, whereby I perceive that the Queen's Majesty doth much marvel that she doth not hear from me that the execution is yet ended, and that she is disburdened of her charges that was considered for that respect, and therefore I heartily pray you to use expedition, for I fear this lingering will breed displeasure to us both." The richer sort purchased their lives, but no less than 800 of the working classes perished by the hands of the executioner. Leicester had expressed a great wish to march against the rebels, but the queen detained him as her principal adviser and protector in case of danger. Early in the spring of 1570, Pope Pius V published his bull of excommunication against Queen Elizabeth, and on the morning of May 15th, a copy of this anathema against the sovereign was found fixed on the gates of the Bishop of London's palace in St. Paul's. After strict search, a duplicate was discovered in the possession of a student of Lincoln's Inn, who, being put to the torture, confessed that he received it from Mr. Felton, a rich Catholic gentleman of Southwark. Felton, on being apprehended, not only acknowledged that he had set up the bull on the Bishop of London's gate, but gloried in the daring act, bore the rack without betraying his accomplices, and went to the scaffold in the spirit of a martyr. As the purport of the bull was to deprive Elizabeth of the title of queen and the allegiance of her subjects, Felton gave her no other title than the Pretender, but at his execution he said, he begged her pardon if he had injured her, and drawing a magnificent diamond ring, value £400, from his finger, requested the Earl of Sussex, who was present, to give it to her in his name, as a token that he died in peace with her, bearing her no malice for his sufferings and death. The bull caused little mischief, but great annoyance to Elizabeth. She even condescended to solicit the Emperor Maximilian to procure its revocation. A sarcastic query from the pontiff, in reply to the imperial intervention, was the only result of this undignified proceeding on the part of the head of the Protestant Church. In August, the plague broke out in London, and some deaths having occurred in the Tower, Elizabeth was induced to release the Duke of Norfolk, on his promising to give up all future correspondence with the Queen of Scots, and attempts in her behalf. He was then allowed to return to his own mansion at the Charterhouse, where he remained for a time as a prisoner at large, under the charge of his friend, Sir Henry Neville. A sort of riot had taken place in his behalf among his loving tenantry and servants at Harleston Fair, in his territorial county of Norfolk. Some of the nobles and gentry in that neighbourhood were supposed to have encouraged the outbreak, but it was merely regarded as the effects of pot vapour on the part of the men of Harleston, and no injury resulted to the Duke for their injudicious way of manifesting their affection. On the assassination of the Scottish regent, Murray, Elizabeth was urged by the friends of the captive Queen of Scots, both in France and Scotland, to reinstate her to her royal authority under certain conditions, which might have been rendered of great political advantage to England, but those demanded by Elizabeth were neither in Mary's power, nor consistent with her honour to perform, especially as the sine qua non was, that she should give up her infant son, who had been crowned King of Scotland, as her principal hostage. The possession of this princely babe had been the great object of Elizabeth's intrigues, almost from the time of his birth, but neither Mary nor the lords of the congregation would hear of trusting him to her keeping. The times, says Camden, were then full of suspicions and conspiracies. For Thomas and Edward Stanley, the two younger sons of the Earl of Derby, by the Duke of Norfolk's daughter, with Sir Thomas Gerald, Ralston, Hall, and others of the county of Derby, conspired to free the Queen of Scots out of prison, but Ralston's son betrayed the confederacy, and the parties were arrested, except Hall, who fled to Scotland, where he was afterwards taken, at the fall of Dumbarton Castle, and put to death in London. Mary's ambassador, the Bishop of Ross, being implicated in this plot, was once more sent to the Tower. Elizabeth had taken a terrible vengeance on the border counties of Scotland, for the encouragement of the partisans of the Queen of Scots, there had given to the rebels in the north of England, for she caused Sussex, with a military force, to burn and lay waste nearly 300 villages. These cruelties were regarded as so many triumphs by those who heard the progress made by the unresisted bands of England, and saw not the misery caused by the inglorious work of destruction that was perpetrated. End of section 21. Section 22 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 6, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter 6, Part 3. The 12th year of Elisabeth's reign being now completed, the anniversary of her accession was celebrated as a general festival throughout her dominions. The aspect of public affairs was, however, still gloomy. The unsettled state of the succession was more alarming to the nation than ever, and Elisabeth herself began to consider that the only chance of putting an end to the plots and intrigues of the partisans of Mary Stuart would be the birth of heirs of her own. Her attempt to attract the young King of France from the Austrian princess had only procured a few empty compliments from the ambassador, and, even if the king had not been too deeply pledged to his affianced bride to avail himself of the opening she had given him, Elisabeth was well aware that the obstacles to such a union were insuperable. But that she did regret having been induced by Cecil and Leicester to trifle with the addresses of the Archduke Charles, there is abundant proof, and even that she was anxious to lure the tercel gentle back again. In the secret minutes of the affairs of the court of England, prepared by the Sieur de Vassal, one of Fenelon's spies, for the information of the Queen Mother of France, it is stated that after the announcement had been made to her that the marriages of her two rejected royal suitors, the kings of France and Spain, with the daughters of the emperor, were concluded, Elisabeth became very pensive, and when she retired to her chamber with her ladies, she complained that while so many honourable marriages were making in Europe, not one of her council had spoken of a match for her, but if the Earl of Sussex had been present, he, at least, might have reminded them of the Archduke Charles. This being repeated by one of the ladies to the Earl of Leicester, he was compelled, on the morrow, to endeavour to please her, by taking measures to renew the negotiations with the Archduke. The son of Sir Henry Cobham was forthwith dispatched on a secret mission to Spires for that purpose. In the meantime she showed more and more inclination to marry, and spoke with so much affection of the Archduke, that the Earl repented having taken any further steps in the matter. The juvenile appearance of that functionary, whom Elisabeth had selected for this delicate business, excited some surprise, both at home and abroad, for it was said that, if so grave and experienced a statesman as the Earl of Sussex had failed to arrange a matrimonial treaty to her Majesty's satisfaction, it was scarcely to be expected that a beardless boy of no weight would be able to effect much. The youthful Mercury, however, opened the object of his mission to the Emperor with all possible solemnity, by informing him that his royal mistress had sent him to continue the same negotiation that had been commenced 3 years before by the Earl of Sussex, that she had not been able, till the present moment, to render a decisive answer on the proposal of the Archduke, by reason of frequent illnesses, the wars in France and Flanders, and other impediments. But this delay had not, she trusted, put an end to the suit of his Imperial Majesty's brother, and if he would be pleased to come to England now, he should be very welcome, and, as to the differences in their religion, she hoped that her subjects would consent that he and his attendants should have such full exercise of their own, and that he would be satisfied. The Emperor replied, that his brother was very sorry that her Majesty had been so tardy in notifying her good intention to him, for which he was nevertheless very much obliged, but that the prince, not supposing that her Majesty would have delayed her answer for 3 years, if she had intended to accept him, had turned his thoughts on another match, and was now engaged to a princess, his relation and a Catholic, with whom there could be no disputes on the subject of religion, but that he regretted that he had not been accepted by the Queen at the proper time, and hoped that she would henceforward regard him in the light of a brother. His Imperial Majesty concluded with a few compliments, on his own account, to the Queen, and dismissed young Cobham with the present of a silver vessel. This reply was taken in such evil part by Elisabeth, that she exclaimed, in her first indignation, that the Emperor had offered her so great an insult that if she had been a man instead of a woman, she would have defied him to single combat. Our authority goes on to report the contents of an intercepted letter, written by one of the lords of the English court to another, in which the following passage occurs. The cause of the grief and vexation of our queen is assuredly the marriage of the Archduke Charles with the daughter of his sister, the Duchess of Bavaria, either because she had fixed her love and fantasy on him, or that she is mortified that her beauty and grandeur had been so lightly regarded by him, or that she has lost this means of amusing her people for the present, and fears that she will now be pressed by her states and her parliament not to defer taking a husband, which is the principal desire of all her realm. Elisabeth had, however, reached that point when, in common with every childless sovereign who is on ill terms with the successor to the crown, she felt that her power was checked and her influence bounded within comparatively narrow limits by the want of heirs of her own person. This consideration appears, if we may believe her own assertion, to have inclined her to encourage thoughts of marriage, and the offer of the young, handsome Henry of Valois came at the seasonable juncture, when she was burning with indignation at the marriage of the Archduke Charles. After the said Cobham had returned with the answer of refusal, says the Sieur de Vassal, she began to listen with more affection to the proposal of Monsieur. This prince was the second surviving son of Henry II and Catherine de Medicis, and had just completed his 18th year. Elisabeth was turned of 37, and had been, in her infancy, proposed as a wife for his uncle, Charles, Duke of Angoulême. The project for her marriage with the Duke of Anjou seems to have been first suggested by the Cardinal Chastillon, who, notwithstanding his high rank in the Church of Rome, came to England for the purpose of soliciting the mediation of Elizabeth in a pacific treaty between the King of France and the Huguenots. It is probable that this liberal-minded ecclesiastic imagined that the union of the heir of France with the Protestant Queen of England would procure a general toleration for persons of her religion in France, and that her influence and power would be amicably exerted to compose the stormy elements, whose strife was pregnant with every species of crime and misery. He took the first opportunity of touching on this project during a private conference with Elizabeth at Hampton Court, as soon as the fact of the Archduke's marriage transpired, and received sufficient encouragement to induce him to open the matter to the Queen Mother, who, on the 20th of October, wrote to La Mothe Fenelon, that the Cardinal de Chastillon had spoken to her son, the Duke of Anjou, of an overture of marriage between him and the Queen of England, and she was earnest with him to give it all the encouragement in his power. Towards the end of December, La Mothe Fenelon paid a visit to the Queen at Hampton Court. He was introduced into her privy chamber by Leicester, where he found her better dressed than usual, and she appeared eager to talk of the king's, that is Charles IX's, wedding. La Mothe told her that he could wish to congratulate her on her own. On which she reminded him that she had formerly assured him that she never meant to marry, but added, that she regretted that she had not thought in time about her want of posterity, and that if she ever did take a husband, it should be only one of a royal house, of suitable rank to her own. On this hint, the ambassador could not forbear from recommending the Duke of Anjou to her attention, as the most accomplished prince in the world, and the only person who was worthy the honour of her alliance. She received this intimation very favourably, and replied, that the Monsieur was so highly esteemed for his excellent qualities, that he was worthy of the highest destiny the world could bestow, but that she believed his thoughts were lodged on a fairer object than her, who was already an old woman, and who, unless for the sake of heirs, would be ashamed to speak of a husband. That she had formerly been sought by some who wished to espouse the kingdom, but not the queen. As, indeed, it generally happened among the great, who married without seeing one another. She observed, that the princes of the house of France had a fair reputation for being good husbands, much honoured by their wives, and not less beloved. She said many more things to the same purpose, but La Mothe, in reporting this conversation in a private letter to the queen mother, expresses himself as doubtful whether she will ever carry any marriage into effect, having frequently promised her people to marry, and then, after entertaining a proposal for a long while, found means to break it off. However, he recommends the offer to be made. The first time Elizabeth gave audience to the French ambassador after the marriage of Charles IX, she asked him, "How his master found himself as a married man?" and added many questions as to the probability of his being happy with his young queen. La Mothe replied, that his sovereign was the most contented prince in Christendom, and the greatest pleasure he had was being in her company. Elizabeth cynically observed, that the record of the gallantries of his majesty's father and grandfather, Francis I and Henry II, inclined her to fear that he would follow their example. And thereupon, pursues the ambassador, slyly to his sovereign, she revealed to me a secret concerning your majesty, which, sire, I confess I had never heard before. So much better was our maiden queen acquainted with the scandals of her royal neighbour of France than his own ambassador, although Monsieur de la Mothe Fenelon was a notorious gossip. We are indebted to his lively pen for many rich details of her sayings and doings relative to the successive matrimonial negotiations between her and Henry Duke of Anjou, and subsequently with his younger brother Francis, alias Hercules, Duke of Alençon, also for a variety of anecdotes of this great queen, which are new to all but those who have studied his dispatches. In a private letter, dated January 18, 1571, he informs the queen mother that on the preceding Sunday he was conducted by the Earl of Leicester into the presence of the Queen of England, when the conversation having been led to the subject of the private overtures for the marriage with the Duke of Anjou, the queen acknowledged that she objected to nothing but his age, to which it was replied, that the prince bore himself already like a man. "But," said the queen, "he can never cease to be younger than me." "So much the better for your majesty," rejoined Leicester, laughing, and Elizabeth took this freedom from her master of the horse in good part. Then the ambassador took the word, and, after adverting to the wedded happiness of his recently wedded king and queen, said, that he would advise any princess who wished to acquire perfect felicity in wedlock to take a consort from the royal house of France. Elizabeth replied, that Madame d'Estampes and Madame de Valentinois made her fear that she would be only honoured by her husband as a queen, and not loved by him as a woman. This interesting conversation was interrupted by the entrance of Cardinal Chastillon, on which Fenelon and Leicester withdrew, and her majesty remained a considerable time in private conference with him. As soon as the cardinal retired from her presence, Elizabeth summoned her council, and communicated her matrimonial prospects to them in a truly original style. She began by informing them that the Cardinal Chastillon had inquired of her 3 things. First, if she were free from all contracts, with power to marry where she pleased. Secondly, whether she intended to marry within her own realm, or to espouse a foreigner. And thirdly, in case it was her will to take a foreigner for her consort, if she would accept Monsieur, brother to the King of France? And that she had replied to these questions, that she was free to marry, but that she would not marry one of her subjects, and that she would, with all her heart, enter into a marriage with Monsieur on such conditions as might be deemed advisable. She then went on to say that the cardinal had presented his credentials from the king, and prayed her, as the affair was of great consequence to the world, that she would communicate with her council on the subject before it went any further. But this, her majesty said, she could tell them plainly, she had not thought good, and had replied, that she was queen sovereign, and did not depend on those of her council, but rather they on her, as having their lives and their heads in her hand, and that they would, of course, do as she wished. But inasmuch as he had represented to her the inconveniences which had been considered to result to the late queen, her sister, for having chosen to treat of her marriage with the King of Spain, without consulting her council, she had promised him that she would propose it to them, and she willed that they should all promptly give her their advice. The members of the council hung their heads in silence, being scarcely less startled at the gracious terms in which their maiden monarch had thought proper to signify her intentions with regard to this new suitor, than astonished at the fact that the affair had proceeded to such lengths. For so secretly had the negotiations been kept that very few of them had an idea that such a thing was in agitation. At length, after a considerable pause, one of the most courageous ventured to say, that Monsieur appeared to be very young for her majesty. What then? Exclaimed Elisabeth, fiercely interrupting him. If the prince be satisfied with me! And then, apparently desirous of averting the unwelcome discussion of her age, she concluded by saying, that the cardinal, after showing his credentials, had proposed several articles of an advantageous nature, which she considered well worthy of attention. The reason of Elisabeth's imperious language to her council on this occasion may be attributed to the displeasure she had cherished against those who opposed obstacles to her marriage with the Archduke, which had ended in his abandoning his suit to her and wedding the Bavarian princess. Far from concealing her feelings on the subject, she spoke among her ladies in a high tone of the ill treatment she considered that she had experienced from her cabinet with regard to the various overtures that had been made by foreign princes for her hand, observing, with emphatic bitterness, that her people had often pressed her to marry, but they, her ministers, always annexed such hard conditions to the treaty as to keep it from her, and that she should know now who were her good and faithful subjects, and they might note well that she should hold as disloyal those who attempted to cross her in so honourable a match. When one of her ladies regretted that Monsieur were not a few years older, she replied, He is 20 now, and may be rated at 25, for everything in his mind and person beseems a man of worth. And when my lord chamberlain proceeded to relate an anecdote of the prince, which some of the ladies of the bedchamber considered rather alarming on the score of morality, her majesty only turned it off with a joke. But however favourably disposed she might be to her new suitor, she could not forget or forgive the slight which she considered she had received from him by whom she had been forsaken. If we may believe the Sieur de Vassal and La Mothe Fenelon, when the Baron de Voilfrind was presented to her, she expressed herself, with mingled jealousy and disdain, on the subject of the Archduke's nuptials. She inveighed with strong reprobation on a marriage between such near relations as uncle and niece, observing, that the King of Spain, as a great prince, possibly considered that his example might be a law to the world, but that it was a law against heaven. According to the same authority, she so far forgot the dignity of the queen and the delicacy of the woman as to add, that the Archduke was much obliged to her for refusing him, since he had found a better than her, and where love could not fail, for if they could not love each other as spouses, they might love as relations, and that she also hoped, on her part, to find better than him, and so the regret would cease on both sides. Then she went on to say, that she had not refused him, but only delayed her answer, and he had not been willing to wait, but nevertheless she loved and honoured the emperor and all his house, without any exceptions. When the baron left her majesty's presence, he inquired of the writer of this memorial, whether the queen had spoken thus of the Archduke from affection and jealousy, or by way of a device, and said, he repented of not having proposed Prince Rodolph, the emperor's eldest son, to her, as he was already 17. The Sieur de Vassal told him, that the mission of young Cobham to the emperor showed plainly that if the Archduke had been willing to wait the queen's leisure, he would have been accepted. On which the baron expressed much regret that the Archduke had been so hasty in plighting himself to the Bavarian princess, but observed, that the conditions to which they would have obliged him if he had married the queen were so hard that it was shameful to impose such on a king. One of the proudest and happiest days of Elizabeth's queenly life was the 23rd of January, 1571, when she came in state into the city to dine with that prince of English merchants, Sir Thomas Gresham, who had invited her to open the new bourse on Cornhill, which he had built at his own expense for the benefit of his fellow citizens. The queen had not visited the city of London for upwards of 2 years on account of the pestilence, of which, like her father, Henry VIII., she was always in great dread. The welcome which she received on this occasion from her loving lieges in the East was enthusiastically affectionate. La Mothe Fenelon, who accompanied her majesty as an invited guest to the festival of the Bourse, as he terms it, bears testimony in his letters to his own court to the magnificence of the preparations that had been made in the city in honor of her coming, which, he says, were no less splendid than on the day of her coronation. She was received everywhere by throngs of acclaiming people, the streets were hung and garlanded, and all things in the same order as at her first public entrance. It gave her great pleasure, continues he, that I assisted on this occasion, because it showed more of her grandeur, that such a display should be so suddenly arranged, than if it had been premeditated, and got up some time beforehand. The said lady did not omit to make me remark the affection and devotion with which she is looked upon by this great people. Elisabeth dined in company with Fenelon at Sir Thomas Gresham's house, in Bishopgate Street, where, though every costly viand that wealth could procure, and refined luxury devise, were provided for her entertainment, her greatest feast appears to have been that which neither Stowe, Holinshed, or any other pleasant civic chroniclers of that day were at all aware her majesty enjoyed, namely, the choice dose of flattery, which the insinuating French diplomat administered. In his private letter to the Queen Mother of France, he says, "The Queen of England took pleasure in conversing a long time with me after dinner, and, among other things, she told me, that she was determined to marry, not for any wish of her own, but for the satisfaction of her subjects, and also to put an end, by the authority of a husband, or by the birth of offspring, if it should please God to give them to her, to the enterprises which she felt would perpetually be made against her person and her realm, if she became so old a woman that there was no longer any pretense for taking a husband, or hope that she might have children." She added, that in truth she greatly feared not being loved by him whom she might espouse, which would be a greater misfortune than the first, for it would be worse to her than death, and she could not bear to reflect on such a possibility. I told her in reply, continues M. de la Mothe, that to such prudent considerations I had nothing to say, except, that in the course of a year she might remedy all that, if before next Easter she would espouse some royal prince, the choice of whom would be easy for her to make, as I knew of one who combined in himself every virtue, by whom there was no doubt but she would be singularly beloved and greatly honoured, and then I hoped that in due time she would find herself the mother of a fair son, and being thus rendered happy in a consort and an heir, she would by that means prevent any more evil plots being devised against her. She approved of this very much, and pursued the subject with joyful and modest words for a considerable time. The Cardinal Chastillon was also at this festival, but she did not speak with him apart. The time chosen by Sir Thomas Gresham for her majesty's visit to his patriotic foundation was evening, and the whole of the buildings of that fair cloister, the Bourse, as it is called by the old translator of Camden, were brilliantly illuminated and adorned in every appropriate manner for the occasion. Neither pains nor expense had been spared to render it worthy of her attention. The munificent founder had secured a grand and unbroken coup d'oeil by offering the shops free rent for a year to such as would furnish them with goods and wax lights against the coming of the queen. Thus everything was new and fresh, and effectively arranged, and a splendid display was made of every variety of the most costly and splendid wares that native industry could procure or commerce supply. The queen, attended by the principal nobles and ladies of her court, and the friendly representative of the King of France, on her homeward route from Cornhill, entered the Bourse on the south side, and visited with great interest every part of the edifice, in which she beheld, not only a monument of the generosity and public spirit of her civic kinsmen, but a pledge of the increasing greatness of her city of London. And after expressing herself with eloquent and gracious words in commendation of all she saw, especially the pawn, where the richest display was made. She gave it the name of the Royal Exchange, and caused proclamation to that effect to be made by sound of trumpet. She remained till about 8 o'clock, and was escorted in great state through the illuminated streets, which were lined on each side by torchbearers. The whole population, indeed, supplied themselves with torches on this occasion to do her honour, and surrounded and followed her with tumultuous acclamations of joy. Her Majesty asked M. de la Mothe if this did not, in a small way, remind him of the late rejoicings in Paris at the public entrance of the king his master? She then observed, that it did her heart good to see herself so much beloved and desired by her subjects, and added, that she knew that they had no other cause for regret than that they knew her to be mortal, and that they had no certainty of a successor, born of her, to reign over them after her death. The courteous statesman replied, with an outpouring of compliments to this pathetic boast, that her Majesty would be without excuse to God and the world if she deprived her subjects of the fair posterity she had it in her power to provide for them. Soon after the opening of the Royal Exchange, Elizabeth created Sir William Cecil Lord of Burleigh, and made him Lord High Treasurer. Her uncle, Lord William Howard, exchanged the office of Lord Chamberlain for that of Lord Privy Seal. The Earl of Sussex succeeded him as Chamberlain. Sir Thomas Smith was made Principal Secretary of State, and Christopher Hatton, Esquire, Captain of Her Majesty's Guard. The latter gentleman, who has been described by Naunton as a mere vegetable of the court that sprang up at night and sank again at his noon, was soon after preferred to the office of Vice-Chamberlain, sworn of the Privy Council, and lastly, made Lord Chancellor. He was indebted for his good fortune to his fine person, insinuating manners, and graceful dancing. He was bred to the law, and entered the court, as his great enemy, Sir John Perrot, used to say, by the Galliard, for he first appeared there among the gentlemen of the Inns of Court in a mask, at which time her Majesty was so charmed with his beauty and activity that she took him into her band of pensioners, who were considered the tallest and handsomest men in England. The extraordinary marks of favour lavished by the Queen on her new favourite excited the jealousy of the whole court, and most especially that of Leicester, who, for the purpose of deprecating the accomplishment which first attracted Elizabeth's notice to the handsome young lawyer, offered to introduce to her attention a dancing master, whose performance of the same dances, in which Hatton's caperings had been so much admired, was considered much more wonderful, and worthy of the encouragement of her smiles. "Pish!" replied Elizabeth, contemptuously. "I will not see your man, it is his trade." Not only her partiality for Hatton, but her good taste, led her to prefer the easy grace of the gentleman to the exhibition of the professor of the art. Scandal did not spare Elizabeth on the score of Sir Christopher Hatton, but as he was not only the beau ideal of a queen's vice-chamberlain, but acquitted himself very well in his high and responsible office of Lord Chancellor, we may fairly conclude that his royal mistress preferred him for his talents to those places, rather than from the improbable weakness which has been attributed to her. Hatton, though of mild and gentle manners, was rapacious, and coveted a slice of the Bishop of Ely's noble garden, which consisted of 20 acres of richly planted ground on Holborn Hill and Ely Place. Dr. Cox did not like his see to be despoiled, and resisted this encroachment, though backed by the Queen's private orders. This refusal produced the following unique epistle from her maiden Majesty. "Proud prelate, you know what you were before I made you what you are now. If you do not immediately comply with my request, I will unfrock you, by God. Elizabeth." This letter had the desired effect of inducing the Bishop of Ely to resign a large portion of the estate of the see, the gatehouse of his palace on Holborn Hill, and several acres of land, now Hatton Garden, reserving to himself and his successors free access, through the gatehouse, of walking in the garden, and leave to gather 20 bushels of roses yearly therein. 20 bushels of roses gathered on Holborn Hill. What a change of time, place, and produce since! How perplexed would the denizens of Ely Place and Hatton Garden be, if the present Bishop of Ely were to demand his 20 bushels of roses, and admission to gather them in Hatton Garden? It was this Bishop of Ely who remonstrated with Elisabeth for retaining the crucifix and lighted tapers in her chapel, for which she never forgave him. Soon after, her fool, set on by one of her courtiers, put out the wax lights, but though she suffered them to be abolished in general, she ever retained them on her own domestic altar. Fenelon informs Catherine de Medicis that there were 4 lords of Queen Elizabeth's court and cabinet who influenced the decisions of all the others, and even those of their royal mistress. He does not name this junta, but they appear to have consisted of Leicester, Cecil, Walsingham, and the Lord Keeper Bacon. In his letter of the 6th of February, he writes to Catherine, that these 4 statesmen had met in council to deliberate on what course they should advise the queen to pursue touching the proposed marriage with the Duke of Anjou. The first of these approved of it as good and honourable, the second opposed it as perilous to the Protestant religion, calculated to provoke jealousy in other princes, and full of danger to the realm. The third was of the same opinion as the second, and the fourth held with the first, but only so far that he considered the match was for the honour of her majesty and the realm, yet, if it could be broken without personal offence to Monsieur, by means of such conditions being annexed as would be refused by the King of France, it would be the means of creating a division and enmity between the royal brothers, which would be advantageous to England. The queen, when she was informed of these adverse opinions of her council, assembled them together, and said, with a tear in her eye, that if any ill came to her, to her crown, or her subjects, from her not having espoused the Archduke Charles, it ought to be impugned to them, and not to her; adding, that they had been the cause of giving umbrage to the King of Spain, that they had embroiled her with the Scotch, and that, through their intrigues with the Rochellers, a war with the King of France would have ensued if she had not prevented it, and she prayed them all to assist her now to smooth all these evils in the only way they could, which was by forwarding her marriage with Monsieur, and that she should hold every one as a bad subject, an enemy to this realm, and disloyal to her service, who in any way crossed her in it. No one present, of course, presumed to contradict or oppose her in her sad and passionate mood. It appears to have been the rule with Elizabeth's ministers to listen, with profound reverence, to every rating it pleased her to bestow upon them, but without altering, except in a few deceitful compliances of trifling and temporary import, the line of conduct which had provoked her displeasure. It was the decided opinion of that minute observer, La Mothe Fenelon, that it was not the intention of those who ruled the councils of the queen and overawed the ancient aristocracy of her realm to permit their royal mistress to marry. Leicester, from whom he had much of his information, whether true or false, but most probably a mixture of both, informed him that such of the lords of the council as were in the interest of Spain were greatly opposed to the match between her majesty and Monsieur. So also, he said, was Mr. Secretary Cecil, Burleigh, who did not choose that his mistress, after the fashion of the world, should have any husband but himself, for he was more the sovereign than she was. So earnestly, indeed, was Cecil bent on diverting Elizabeth from the French marriage, that he even ventured the daring experiment of tampering with her suspected passion for Leicester by gravely soliciting her to accept him for her husband, as the person who would give the greatest satisfaction to the whole realm, but she treated the notion with deserved contempt. Leicester, on his part, assured La Mothe Fenelon that, knowing full well that Burleigh had no good meaning in this, and that he only devised it as a contrivance to hinder the queen from entering into a matrimonial treaty with the French prince, he had replied, that when the time was favourable for him in that matter, Burleigh had opposed and prevented him, but now that the time was unpropitious for it, he pretended to assist him. But those who would now attempt such a thing were neither good servants to her majesty nor true friends to him, their only aim being to interrupt the proposition of Monsieur, for which he, Leicester, owed them no good will, nor would render them thanks, not choosing to become their tool. The queen, meantime, having apparently set her mind entirely on the French marriage, complained to Lady Clinton and Lady Cobham of the difficulties that some of her ministers made to her marriage with Monsieur, on account of his being too young, and she conjured them to tell her freely their opinions, as she esteemed them as two of the most faithful of her ladies, and placed more confidence in them than in all the ladies in the world, and therefore did not wish them to dissimulate with her in anything. Then Lady Clinton, being an old courtier, and well knowing that her majesty did not wish to hear a repetition of the same sentiments which had displeased her in her uncomplying council, replied by praising the perfections of her majesty, and encouraging her in her design of marrying, and highly approving of her choice of Monsieur, whose youth, she said, ought not to inspire her with fear, for he was virtuous, and her majesty was better calculated to please him than any other princess in the world. Her majesty received this agreeable answer with such evident satisfaction, that Lady Cobham, not daring to say anything in opposition, merely observed, that those marriages were always the happiest when the parties were of the same age, or near about it, but that here there was a great inequality. Elisabeth interrupted her by saying, that there were but 10 years difference between them. Now, although both the ladies were aware it was nearer 20, neither ventured to correct the royal calculation, and her majesty said, in conclusion, that it might possibly have been better if the prince had been the senior, but since it had pleased God that she was the oldest, she hoped that he would be contented with her other advantages. But while the mighty Elisabeth, laying aside the dignified restraints of the sovereign, endeavoured, like a perplexed and circumvented woman as she was, to find among her favoured confidants of the bedchamber coterie sentiments and advice more in accordance with her wishes than the unwelcome opposition she had encountered from her privy councillors, and was soothed by their flattery into so happy an idea of her own perfections, that she anticipated no other obstacle to her marriage with the handsome Henry of Anjou than that which proceeded from the jealousy of her own cabinet. The possibility of a demur arising on his part appears never to have entered into her imagination. Unfortunately, however, the overtures for this marriage had been made by the scheming politicians of France, and the negotiations pursued by the desire of the ambitious queen mother, Catherine de Medicis, up to the present point, without the necessary preliminary of obtaining the assent of the said Henry of Anjou to the disposal of his hand in wedlock to her majesty of England. When matters were so far advanced, it was absolutely necessary for the formal suitor to come forward in propitia persona. The royal youth, with all the reckless wilfulness of his age, expressed his disapproval of the mature bride-elect, who had been so warmly wooed in his name, and protested that he would not marry her, for she was not only an old creature, but had a sore leg. This infirmity, though a new feature in the personal description of Queen Elizabeth, was not altogether the invention of her refractory suitor. It seems she really had a temporary affliction of the kind, for, in the preceding June, La Mothe Fenelon informed his court, in his official report, that he could not have an audience, on business, with Elizabeth, for she was ill, and the truth to say, something was the matter with her leg. On the 26th of the same month, she gave the French ambassador an audience in her chamber, dressed in a wrapping gown, with the leg laid in repose. First she discussed her malady, and then the affairs of Europe, and she vowed, if she were lame, France and Scotland would find her affairs did not halt. The next month her lameness was not amended, and she was forced to make her summer progress in a coach. Nevertheless, in September, she was not only on her feet, but pursued her old diversions of the chase. She received La Mothe, he says, in a sylvan palace, not far from Oxford, surrounded by forests, which, though he calls it by the unintelligible name of Vunc, could be no other than Woodstock. She gave him audience, not in the main building, but in a lodge in the wilderness, where toils were pitched, that she might shoot deer with her own hand, as they defiled before her. She took the crossbow and killed 6 does, and, says the ambassador, she did me the honour to give me a share of them. End of section 22. Section 23 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 6, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter 6, Part 4. Early in February 1571, the repugnance of young Anjou assumed a graver and sterner form, and finding that his ill-mannered railing against the royal bride, who had been provided for him, was only regarded by his mother as a boyish petulance, he appealed to the king, his brother, against the marriage, on such startling grounds, that the wily queen mother, deeming it useless to proceed further with the negotiation in his name, wrote an agitated letter to M. de la Mothe, informing him of the contumacy of Henry, and imploring him to do his best to prevail on the Queen of England to accept his younger brother, the Duke of Alençon, in his place. After telling the ambassador that she would not confide the purport of what she is about to write to any other hand than her own, she says, "I assure myself that you will conduct this affair so secretly and dexterously that we shall not incur the danger I apprehend if the Queen of England, thinking herself disdained or scorned, should avenge herself by making war upon us, either openly or underhand, as she has done before now. To come to the point, my son, Anjou, has let me know, by the king his brother, that he will never marry the Queen of England, even if she be ever so willing to have him. So much has he heard against her honour, and seen in the letters of all the ambassadors who have ever been there in England, that he considers he should be utterly dishonoured, and lose all the reputation he has acquired. But still, hoping to make him yield to reason, I would wish you to continue to write in the same strain as at present, till I can decide what to do, letting the affair proceed, lest she should bear us ill will, and feel resentment at being refused. I declare to you that if she expresses a willing mind, I shall feel extreme concern at the opinion he has taken. I would give half my life blood out of my body could I alter it, but I cannot render him obedient in this matter. Now, M. de la Mothe, continues the royal maternal speculator, we are on the point of losing such a kingdom and grandeur for my children that I shall feel great regret. See if there be no means, as I formerly asked you, of inducing her to adopt one of her female relatives as her heiress, whom one of my sons could espouse." The ignorance betrayed by Catherine de Medicis in this modest suggestion is scarcely less laughable than her absurd egotism, since, if Elizabeth could have been guilty of the folly of involving her realm in a succession war, for the sake of thus aggrandizing one of the cadet princes of France, there was no surviving marriageable lady descended from Henry VII, save Elizabeth herself, and the captive Queen of Scots. Catherine had, however, another project, scarcely less chimerical, by which she hoped to secure the crown of the Plantagenets and Tudors to her own precious offspring. Not very easy, as she herself admits in the same letter to La Mothe, but still possible to be accomplished through his surpassing powers of persuasive eloquence. Her Majesty discloses this darling scheme in the following anxious query: Would she, Queen Elizabeth, have my son Alençon? As for him, he wishes it. He is turned of 16, though but little of his age. I deem she would make less difficulty of it if he were of stately growth, like his brethren, than I might hope somewhat, for he has the understanding, visage, and demeanour of one much older than he is. And as to his age, there are but 3 years between his brother and him. This doughty candidate for the hand of the greatest female sovereign the world had ever seen, was born in March 1555, consequently he was 22 years younger than Elizabeth, and his diminutive, mean figure, and prematurely old face were rendered more ridiculous by the fact that he had received the potent name of Hercules at the baptismal font, though at the death of his elder brother it had been judiciously changed for that of Francis. To make the case worse, he was scarred with the smallpox. His nose was so disproportionately large as to amount to deformity, and the conditions of his mind were as evil as those of his inconvenient little body. These circumstances were the more unpropitious, as Elisabeth was a decided admirer of beauty, and entertained the greatest antipathy to ugly and deformed people. She even carried her fastidiousness on this point to such an extreme, that she refused the place of a gentleman usher to an unexceptionable person for no other objection than the lack of one tooth, and whenever she went abroad, all ugly, deformed, and diseased persons were thrust out of her way, by certain officers whose business it was to preserve her majesty from the displeasure of looking on objects offensive to her taste. La Mothe Fenelon, who was aware of all her peculiarities, in his reply to Catherine, positively refused to insult Elisabeth by the offer of such a consort as the ugly urchin whom he was requested to recommend to her acceptance, and requested leave to return to France. He advised the queen mother withal to wait till the Duke of Alençon should have grown a little, before she caused him to be proposed to the Queen of England, or that princess would consider that it was done in mockery, and might possibly retaliate by some serious political injury. In reply to the evil reports alluded to by the Duke of Anjou, he affords the following noble testimonial of Elisabeth's character. They can write and speak very differently of this princess from the hearsay of men, who sometimes cannot forgive the great qualities of their betters. But in her own court they would see everything in good order, and she is there very greatly honoured, and understands her affairs so well, that the mightiest in her realm, and all ranks of her subjects, fear and revere her. And she rules them with full authority, which, I conceive, could scarcely proceed from a person of evil fame, and where there is a want of virtue. Nevertheless, I know what you have heard, and that there is an opinion that she will never have children. At the end of February, the importunities of Catherine de Medicis had wrung from Anjou a declaration that he was not only willing to wed Queen Elizabeth, but that he earnestly desired it. She wrote indefatigably with her own hand to forward the marriage, and gave the most earnest advice to Elisabeth to wed Anjou while he was in the mind. She exerted all her diplomatic skill in a dialogue she had with Lord Buckhurst, Queen Elizabeth's relative, and ambassador extraordinary at Paris. But to her infinite vexation, she found him perfectly acquainted with the reluctance of the bridegroom, for his refrain to all her fine speeches was, "But why is Monsieur so unwilling?" On the return of Norris, her ambassador, to the court of France, Elisabeth questioned him very minutely as to the personal qualifications of Henry of Anjou, and received such a favourable description of his fine figure, handsome face, and graceful mien, that, conceiving a great wish to see him, she ordered Leicester to make a discreet arrangement for that purpose with La Mothe Fenelon, without committing her maidenly decency. The plan proposed was, for her to direct her progress toward the Kentish coast, and then, if her princely suitor wished to see her, he might cross the channel incognito by a morning tide, and return by the next tide, provided he had no inclination to remain longer, to cultivate the opportunity, thus condescendingly vouchsafed to him, of pleading his own cause. Unfortunately, Monsieur did not feel disposed to become the hero of the petite romance, which the royal coquette had taken the trouble of devising by way of enlivening the solemn dullness of a diplomatic courtship with a spice of reality. She had, from first to last, declared that nothing on earth should induce her to marry a prince whom she had never seen, and Henry of Anjou, though acknowledged to be one of the handsomest princes in Europe, perversely determined not to gratify her curiosity by exhibiting himself. Perhaps he had been alarmed at the well-meant but injudicious hint conveyed by Monsieur de la Mothe to his royal mother, that the queen's ladies had received instructions to watch him very diligently, in order to discover whether he evinced any genuine demonstrations of love for their mistress. A formidable ordeal, certainly, for any man to undergo who was expected to play the wooer to a royal spinster of Elizabeth's temper, and who was so many years his senior. Elisabeth, though disappointed of a personal interview of Monsieur, requested to see his portrait, and two were sent for her inspection by the queen mother. In her official instructions to Walsingham on the subject of the preliminary negotiations for her marriage with Anjou, Elizabeth expresses herself sincerely disposed to take a consort for the good of her realm, enlarging at the same time on her natural preference for a maiden life. She says, "In the beginning of our reign, it is not unknown how we had no disposition of our own nature to marry, no otherwise than it is manifestly known, that when the king, our dear father, reigned, and many times pressed us earnestly to marry, nor when in the late king, our brother's time, the like was renewed unto us, even for such as were then in real possession of kingdoms. When we lived but in a private state as a daughter or a sister to a king, yet could we never induce our mind to marry, but rather did satisfy ourself with a solitary life." Who the regal suitors were by whom the hand of Elizabeth was sought during her father's life might have been known to herself, but no historian or documentary evidence has ever recorded their names. Small, however, would have been the attention vouchsafed by Henry VIII to her reluctance to espouse any person on whom he might have felt disposed to bestow her in marriage. The evidences of history sufficiently prove that, from the time of her mother's first decline in the favor of the capricious tyrant, Henry, the young Elizabeth was at discount in the royal matrimonial market, and even the Earl of Arran neglected to secure her when offered as a bride for his son. The scene was changed, as she felt, when a kingdom became her portion, and her contempt for the interested motives of the numerous princely wooers by whom she was then surrounded was open and undisguised. But as the princes of the royal house of France were not marriageable till some point after her accession to the crown, she received the successive proposals of the three brothers with more civility than sincerity. She had a great political game to play, and in entertaining the matrimonial overtures from the court of France, she disarmed every direct hostile attempt that might otherwise have been made in favor of her royal prisoner, Mary Stuart. She directed Walsingham to say, in her name, that, considering the king is married, there can be no greater nor worthier offer made by the crown of France than Monsieur d'Anjou, and therefore we do thankfully accept it. On the terms of the marriage she bids him say, "that he thinks no less can be offered for conditions than was by the Emperor Charles with King Philip for Queen Mary." On the matter of religion, Walsingham was privately to inform the Queen Mother, that though she did not mean to put any force on the conscience of her son, yet she could not permit his exercising that form of religion in England which was prohibited by the laws of her realm, and that she should require his attendance upon her at such churches and oratories as she frequented. She adds, that she is content to have this matter kept secret for the present, meaning to make no one privy to it but such members of her council whom she most reasoned to trust, both for fidelity and secrecy, to wit, our cousin, the Earl of Leicester, of whom you may say whatsoever may be otherwise doubted, we find ready to allow of any marriage that we shall like, and with all marriages with any prince stranger, most of all this with the crown of France. The other is Sir William Cecil, Lord of Burleigh, and our principal secretary. This letter is given under the royal signet at Greenwich, the 24th of March, 1571. Walsingham, diplomatist though he was, candidly wrote to Burleigh that this letter fairly perplexed him, but he thought it safest to follow the course prescribed by her Majesty, whatever came of it. Meantime, the Earl of Morton and others of his party had arrived in England to treat on the affairs of Scotland in the name of the infant King James. Queen Elizabeth, who was still amusing Mary and the court of France with deceptive negotiations for the restoration of that unfortunate princess to her liberty and her throne, required the rebel commissioners to declare the grounds on which they had deposed their queen. Instead of gratifying her, as she expected, with the repetition of all their frightful accusations against her hapless kinswoman, they favoured her Majesty with a lengthy manifesto, setting forth that Scotland had from time immemorial been governed by male monarchs, and that they had the authority of Calvin to prove that magistrates had power to punish wicked sovereigns by imprisoning and depriving them of their realms, that they had shown their queen great favour in permitting her son to reign, and that she existed at that time only through the mercy of her people. Elizabeth could not listen with even a show of patience to sentiments so opposed to her notion of passive obedience and the divine right of kings. She told the deputies that they had not shown, nor could she perceive, any just cause for the manner in which they had troubled their queen, and advised them to seek other means for composing the discord then raging in Scotland. When Morton refused to agree to the articles of the treaty with Scotland, which had been proposed by the commissioners of Elizabeth, she told the 4 commissioners, who brought his answer to her, that she perceived in that answer the arrogance and hardness of a very obstinate heart, and that she knew that Morton himself had not brought such a one to her country, but that he had acquired it here from some of the members of her council, of whom she could well say, that they were worthy of being hanged at the gate of the castle, with a copy of their advice about their necks, and that it was not her will that Morton should stir from London, or his suite from her court, till some good conclusion had been made in this affair. On the 23rd of March, 1571, Queen Elizabeth held a council at Greenwich, at which the affairs of Mary Queen of Scots were debated in her presence, and the articles of the treaty, then on the tapis, caused such a fierce contention among these statesmen, that her majesty was compelled to interpose for the restoration of order. This she did in the very tone of old Henry, her father, by calling one of the assembly a fool, and another a madman. The French ambassador had been invited to attend this council, as a matter of courtesy to Mary's royal kindred in France, and entered just at the moment the discussion had reached this interesting climax. His arrival gave a different turn to the scene, for instead of proceeding with the subject, His Excellency paid his compliments to the Queen, and told her it was a long time since he had received news from France, and he came express this time to inquire of hers. She told him, with much satisfaction, that she could inform him that the public entry of their Majesties of France had been made on the first Monday in March, and that her ambassador, Lord Buckhurst, had informed her that it was very magnificent, and also had written to her accounts of the combat at the barriers, and all the other feats that had been performed by the royal bridegroom, Charles IX, whose personal prowess he had greatly extolled, and had also praised Monseigneur, his brother, and that one of her equerries whom she had sent with Lord Buckhurst had already returned, and had affirmed that, without making comparisons between kings, for he had never seen any other besides his present Majesty of France, it was impossible for any prince, lord or gentleman to go beyond him, or perform his part more gallantly, or with greater skill, in every sort of combat, whether on horse or foot, and that he related to her many particulars, all which had given her such pleasure to hear that she had made him repeat them several times, not without wishing that she had been present, as a third queen, to see it all herself, and that in truth she could willingly have reserved for herself the commission which she had given to Lord Buckhurst, to go and congratulate their most Christian Majesties on their present felicity, adding, that she trusted, that by the blessing of God, that the most Christian queen would be happily cured of all her sickness in the course of the next 9 months. She then said, she had to solicit pardon for having sent a thief to Paris to steal a likeness of the queen, that she might enjoy the satisfaction of possessing her portrait. She drew it forth, as she spoke, from that capacious pocket, to which she was accustomed to consign the letters of foreign potentates and dispatches from her own ambassadors, with other diplomatic papers, and showing it to Monsieur de la Mothe, inquired if her most Christian Majesty had as much embonpoint, and whether her complexion were as beautiful as the painter had represented. Before the interview concluded, La Mothe said, he was instructed to inquire how her Majesty meant to proceed with respect to the Queen of Scotland. On which Elizabeth observed, that she had doubted whether he would allow the audience to end without naming the Queen of Scots to her, whom she could wish not to be quite so much in his master's remembrance, and still less in his. After this shrewd hint, she said, that she had used her utmost diligence to have the treaty perfected, and complained that the Cardinal of Lorraine had said and done various things against her, which Monsieur de la Mothe took some pains to explain, and the interview ended pleasantly on both sides. After an interval of 5 years, Elizabeth found it necessary to summon a new parliament to meet at Westminster, for the purpose of granting an enormous property tax, consisting of 2/10 and 2/15, and 1 subsidy by the laity, and 6 shillings in the pound by the clergy. The interference of Elizabeth in the continental wars, and the pensions she had paid for years, and continued to pay to the mercenary agitators in France, Scotland, and elsewhere, compelled her to inflict these grievous burdens on her own subjects. The spoils of the nobility and gentry who had taken part in the late risings in the north might have sufficed to pay the expenses of the armament employed to crush the insurrection, but the queen had been harassed by the importunities of a greedy set of self-interested counsellors and servants, who expected to be paid for their loyal adherence to her cause out of the forfeitures of their misguided neighbours. At the head of these bold beggars was her cousin, Lord Hunsdon, who, to use his own expression, was laudably anxious that her majesty's friends "may pike a sellet" from the spoils of the house of Percy. He and his sons made a good thing of the late revolt. Nothing tends more to establish despotism in sovereigns than the unsuccessful efforts of a faction to resist lawful authority. In consequence of the late rebellion, statutes were made for the security of the queen, which stretched the prerogatives of the crown beyond the limits to which the haughtiest of her predecessors had presumed to carry it, and the penalties against nonconformity assumed a character as inconsistent with the divine spirit of Christianity as the religious persecutions which had disgraced the preceding reign. In the very face of these arbitrary enactments, George Strickland, Esquire, one of the leaders of the Puritan party in the House of Commons, moved a reformation in the liturgy of the Church of England, and his motion was supported by those members professing the same opinions. The queen was highly offended at the presumption of Strickland in daring to touch on matters over which she, as the head of the church, claimed supreme jurisdiction. But when this intimation was given to the Commons, Strickland and his party unanimously exclaimed, that the salvation of their souls was in question, to which all the kingdoms of the earth were nothing in comparison. Elizabeth, in a transport of indignation, summoned the uncompromising northern member before her and her council, and laid her personal commands upon him not to appear any more in the House of Commons. This arbitrary interference with the proceedings of the representatives of the great body of her subjects excited murmurs, both deep and loud in the House, which, for the first time, entered the lists with royalty, on the subject of violated privilege, and in defense of that palladium of English liberty, freedom of debate. They maintained, withal, the constitutional truth, that it was neither in the power of the sovereign to make laws singly, nor to violate those that were already established. Elizabeth had the wisdom to relinquish the struggle, and Strickland triumphantly resumed his place in the House, where he was received with shouts of congratulation. If we may trust the reports of La Mothe Fenelon, Elizabeth was heard to say, that she was tired of parliaments. None of her predecessors, she observed, had held more than 3 during their whole lives, while she already had had 4, and she had been so much tormented in the last about marrying, that she had resolved on 2 things. The first was, never to hold another parliament; the other, never to marry, and she meant to die in this resolution. But as concerned holding the parliament, it was easier to make that resolution than to abide by it. One of the statutes of this parliament rendered it penal, even to speak of any other successor to the crown of England than the issue of the reigning queen. Elizabeth's fastidious delicacy in refusing to have the word lawful annexed, as if it were possible that any other than legitimate children could be born of her, gave rise not only to unnecessary discussions on the subject, but some defamatory reports as to her motives for objecting to the customary word. I remember, says Camden, being then a young man, hearing it said openly by people, that this was done by the contrivance of Leicester, with a design to impose hereafter some base son of his own upon the nation, as the queen's offspring. In the preceding August, a Norfolk gentleman of the name of Marsham had actually been tried for saying, that my lord of Leicester had 2 children by the queen. and was condemned to lose both his ears, or else pay £100. Both punishments combined would have been a trifling mulct for the propagation of so injurious a scandal of a female sovereign. Early in April, 1571, Signor Guido Cavalcanti arrived in England, bearing a joint letter from Charles IX. And Catherine de Medicis, addressed to Queen Elizabeth, in which a formal tender of the Duke of Anjou's hand was made to her. Cavalcanti was stopped at Dover by order of the Queen, and conducted under a guard to the house of Lord Burleigh in London, where she had a secret interview with him, on the subject of his mission, before he was permitted to see the French ambassador, to whom the office of delivering the royal letter to her Majesty was assigned by his own court. The next day, April 12th, La Mothe Fenelon obtained an audience of her Majesty, who received him in a retired part of her gallery, and, after a few observations had been exchanged on other subjects, he made the proposal in due form, and delivered to her the letter from the King and Queen Mother of France. She received it, according to Fenelon, with evident satisfaction, and replied modestly, but expressed herself so desirous of the accomplishment of the marriage, that he was fully convinced of her sincerity. She referred him to Leicester and Burleigh as the chosen counsellors by whom the conditions of the marriage were to be arranged on her part. The limits of this work will not admit the insertion of the official correspondence on the preliminaries of this marriage that was exchanged on the part of their Majesties of France and Queen Elizabeth, but it is among the richest documentary specimens of deceit. The state papers of France abound in professions of the true love and esteem which impelled Charles and Catherine to solicit the hand of the Queen of England for their devoted servant, Monsieur, together with a few apologies for not having come to a positive declaration sooner. Having been informed that her Majesty was determined never to take a consort, and that she was accustomed to deride and mock every one who pretended to her hand, which had deterred their most Christian Majesties from preferring the suit of their said son and brother, and had made Monsieur very sad and sore at heart. Elisabeth, in her reply, gravely defended herself from the charge of ever having mocked or trifled with any of the princely candidates for her hand. She availed herself at the same time of the opportunity of enumerating a few of the most considerable of those. When the King of Spain first proposed to her, she said, she immediately excused herself on a scruple of conscience, which would not permit her to espouse one who had been her sister's husband, and as to the princes of Sweden and Denmark, she had within 8 days replied to them, that she had no inclination then to marry, so that they had no occasion to wait, and as for the proposal of the King Charles IX., which was made when he was very young, she had also done all that was proper to let him understand her mind. The Archduke, she must confess, had been kept longer in suspense, because of the troubles and hindrances that were happening in the world, but it might nevertheless be seen that she had used no deceit towards him. She artfully hinted, with regard to Scotland, that when Monsieur should be her lord and husband, the prosperity and peace of England would be his concern no less than hers, and he would see that the dangers, caused by the intrigues of the Queen of Scots, would be more easy to parry while she was in her care, than if she were at large. End of section 23. Section 24 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 6, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter VI, Part 5. On the 13th of April, articles were presented by the French ambassador and Cavalcanti as preliminaries, among which it was proposed that the marriage might be solemnized without the ceremonies prescribed by the Catholic ritual. The Monsieur and his domestics should have free exercise of their religion. That, immediately the marriage was concluded, Monsieur should govern jointly with the Queen, and that, the day after the consummation of the marriage, he should be crowned as the husband of the Queen, and received by her subjects as king, and 60,000 livres a year should be granted for his maintenance. It was replied, on the part of Elisabeth, that she could not concede the exercise of his religion to the duke, but that she would promise that neither he nor his servants should be compelled to use those of her church. The title of king, of which she notices, there was precedent in the case of her sister's husband, King Philip, she was willing to allow. With regard to the pension, she objected, but did not refuse it, observing, that King Philip had no manner of thing allowed him, but sustained all his own charge, and gave also to noblemen, gentlemen, and yeomen of our nation good entertainment. She then made some inquiries as to the dominions of the prince, and in what manner they were to be inherited, whether by daughters as well as sons. She notices that the ambassador had earnestly required that if the duke should survive her and have a child living that should be heir to the crown, he might retain the regal title, with this modification, to be called Rex Pater, and if no child should be surviving, then to be called Rex Dotarius, or King Dowager. Of this very original clause, her Majesty contents herself with observing, that she considers it rather matter of form than substance, and meeter to be thought of when greater matters are accorded than in the present stage of the business. In a conference between Walsingham and Monsieur de Foix on the subject of the disputed articles, when Walsingham told de Foix that the difference on religion appeared the principal obstacle, the other replied, that it was necessary, both for the prince's happiness and honour, that he should have some religion, and that he believed him to be well disposed in that way, yet not so assuredly grounded, but that some change might be effected in time, and with the queen's good persuasions, whereof, continued the Catholic negotiator, we have seen good experience of woman's virtue in that way. Constantine was converted by his mother Helena, the king of Navarre by the queen his wife, and therefore I cannot doubt but, this match proceeding, monsieur will be turned by his wife. To this it was replied on Elisabeth's part, that although it would be a glory to her to imitate the Empress Helena in so great a thing, yet it by no means followed that such would be the case with regard to monsieur, for there were to the full as many wives converted by their husbands as husbands by their wives. As to the articles submitted to her on the part of their majesties and monsieur, she found the greatest difficulty in those which related to religion, and she wished some of the ceremonials required by the prince in the marriage service to be omitted. The reply to this was, that her majesty's marriage with monsieur ought to be dignified with all the solemnities suited to their relative positions, and that the king and queen of France were sure she would not treat the prince so unkindly as to wish to deprive him of the exercise of his religion. Neither could she esteem him if, for the sake of worldly advantages, he were to dispense with it. To which Elisabeth very obligingly replied, that she had herself been sacred and crowned according to the ceremonies of the Catholic Church and by Catholic bishops, without, however, assisting at the mass, and that she would be sorry if she thought monsieur was willing to give up his religion, for if he had the heart to forsake God, he might also forsake her. However, she referred all to the lords Leicester and Burleigh, whom she appears to have constituted lord keepers of her conscience in this delicate affair. In a private conversation with La Mothe Fenelon, Elisabeth observed, facetiously, that one of her reasons for wishing to dispense with the elaborate matrimonial service of her proposed bridegroom's church was on the score of portents, for if monsieur, in consequence of so many ceremonies, should chance to let the nuptial ring fall on the ground, she should regard it as an evil omen. She expressed a great desire for him to accompany her sometimes to prayers, that neither she nor her people might see any manifestation of ill will on his part towards the Protestant religion. He need not doubt, she said, of being very honourably provided for by her, in case of being the survivor, and during her life he and she would have all things in common. Then she spoke of the praises she had heard of the prince, with a fear, put in parenthetically, that he would not receive such advantageous reports of her, and fell to repeating the commendations she had heard of his sense, prudence, and good grace, of his valour and magnanimity, and the beauty and elegance of his person, not forgetting to speak of his hand, which she had been told was one of the most uncommonly beautiful that had ever been seen in France. And then, says the ambassador, concluded with a smile by telling me, that she would have me told one day by my said lord, if things come to a good winding up, that I ought rather to have maintained that a match with her would be more honourable for him than with the Queen of Scots. Notwithstanding these flattering words, La Mothe Fenelon had his doubts, and in order to come to a clear understanding of her Majesty's intentions on this subject, he endeavoured to cultivate the good will of the Countess of Lennox, who, as the first lady in the realm, next to the Queen and her nearest relative, he supposed would be in the secret. All the information, however, that Lady Lennox gave him, he says, only amounted to this: that by what she could observe in the Queen, she seemed to be not only well disposed, but affectionately inclined to my said lord, that she generally talked of nothing but his virtues and perfections, that her Majesty dressed better, appeared more lively, and more of a belle than was usual, on his account, but that she did not use much confidence with her ladies on this subject, reserving it entirely between herself, the Earl of Leicester, and my Lord Burleigh, so, if I required more light on the matter, I must obtain it from one of the twain. On this hint, La Mothe Fenelon applied himself to Leicester and Burleigh, and inquired of them how the nobles of the realm stood affected to the match. Leicester replied, that he had sounded the Duke of Norfolk on this point, for he was the leader of the ancient nobility, and he had professed himself entirely devoted to the wishes of the King of France and his brother of Anjou. Some communication had already taken place between Norfolk and La Mothe Fenelon on the subject, and the latter had promised that in case the Duke made no objection to the matrimonial treaty between the French prince and Elizabeth, his own marriage with the Queen of Scots would be facilitated through the friendship of the court of France. Meantime, one of La Mothe's spies informed him that the opinion of the people was that the Queen neither could, would, or ought to espouse Monsieur, and that her intention was merely to lull the French court on the affairs of Scotland, and also to induce the King of Spain to offer better conditions to her, and for the satisfaction of some of her subjects. But even if all the articles of the contract could be agreed upon, the marriage would never take effect, and that leagues were already formed to strengthen the malcontents from the dangers that might befall from this marriage. Elizabeth had, at the same time, received reports of a far more annoying nature from her spies in France, and, in her next interview with La Mothe, she complained bitterly, that it had been said in France, that Monsieur would do well to marry the old creature, who had had for the last year the evil in her leg, which was not yet healed, and never could be cured, and, under that pretext, they could send her a potion from France of such a nature that he would find himself a widower in the course of 5 or 6 months, and after that he might please himself by marrying the Queen of Scotland, and remain the undisputed sovereign of the United Realms. She added, that she was not so much shocked at this project on her own account, as she was from her regard for Monsieur, and the honour of the regal house from which he sprang. La Mothe, with all the vivacious eloquence of his nation, expressed his detestation of the project, and of the person by whom it had been promulgated, and entreated the Queen to name him, that their Majesties of France might punish him. Elizabeth replied, with great anger, that it was not yet the proper time to name him, but that it was undoubtedly true, and she would soon let them know more about it. The next time she vouchsafed an audience with his Excellency was, on the 10th of May, in her privy chamber, to which he was conducted by Leicester and Burleigh. When her Majesty entered, she presently gave him a shrewd hint on the sore subject, by informing him that, notwithstanding the evil report that had been made of her leg, she had not neglected to dance on the preceding Sunday at the Marquis of Northampton's wedding, so she hoped that Monsieur would not find himself cheated into marrying a cripple, une boiteuse, instead of a lady of proper paces. That Sunday evening's performance of the Royal Terpsichore must have been well worth witnessing. How high and disposedly she danced on that occasion, and the energetic nature of the pirouettes she executed for the honour of England, as a public vindication of the activity of her insulted limb, may be imagined. It was at this crisis that Walsingham wrote to Elizabeth, that the court of France projected a marriage between the Duke of Anjou and Mary Queen of Scots, and matters were so far advanced that the Pope had been applied to, and had promised to grant a dispensation, and that it was determined, if the treaty for restoring her to her liberty and royal authority did not succeed, that an expedition should be immediately prepared for taking her by force of arms from England. Elizabeth was transported with rage and jealousy at the idea that the prince, whose addresses she had condescended to encourage, actually preferred to her and her royal dowry the deposed, calumniated princess, whose existence hung on her fiat. This preference, though unsought by her beautiful rival, who, wrapped up in the excitement of her romantic passion for Norfolk, regarded the addresses of all other suitors with coldness and impatience, was probably the cause of the vindictive cruelty with which the last 15 years of the hapless Mary's imprisonment was aggravated, and the many petty mortifications which Elizabeth meanly inflicted upon her. Mary's treatment at this period was so harsh, that Charles interposed in behalf of his hapless sister-in-law by his ambassador, who, ceasing to speak of the Duke of Anjou, warned Elizabeth that unless she took means for the restoration of the Queen of Scotland to her rightful dignity, and in the meantime treated her in a kind and honourable manner, he should send forces openly to her assistance. Elizabeth stifled her anger at this menace so far as to commence her reply with deceitful softness, that she was grieved that he should always put her friendship at less account than that of the Queen of Scots, and then began angrily to enumerate a great number of offences which she had received from that lady before she entered into her realm, and many and more heinous ones since, by her intrigues with Rome, France, and Flanders, and lately with the Duchess of Feria in Spain, of all of which she had such clear proofs in her possession that she could not but regard her as her greatest enemy. In June 1571, Elizabeth wreaked her long-hoarded vengeance on the hoary head of her ancient foe, Dr. Story, who had, during her time of trouble in her sister's reign, loudly proclaimed before the Convocation that it was of little avail destroying the branches, as long as the Princess Elizabeth, the root of all heresies, was suffered to remain. On her accession he had entered the service of Philip of Spain, but in the year 1569 he was taken on board an English ship on his voyage to London. He was tried on the charges of magic and treason, and condemned to death. One of the charges against him was, that every day before dinner he regularly cursed her majesty as part of his grace. The Spanish ambassador endeavoured to save Story's life by claiming him as a subject of the Catholic king. "The King of Spain may have his head if he wishes it," replied Elizabeth, "but his body shall be left in England." About this time the Emperor Maximilian offered his eldest son, Prince Rodolphe, as a husband for Elizabeth, a youth about 6 months younger than the Duke of Anjou, and Elizabeth gave an encouraging reply to the overture. On this, the ambitious Queen Mother of France, dreading the loss of so grand a match for her son Anjou, conjured him to waive all foolish scruples, and win the prize from this powerful rival. She even entreated Walsingham to treat the effect of his rhetoric on her perverse son, in private conversation, for the purpose of prevailing on him to exchange the mass for the crown matrimonial of England. The prince replied as evasively as Elizabeth herself could have done under such temptation, by saying, that he rather desired to become the means of redressing inconveniences than causing any, which he trusted would not happen. Not to be outdone by Elizabeth's boasts of the numerous matrimonial offers she had received, he added, that though he was young, yet for the last 5 years there had been many overtures of marriage made unto him, but that he found in himself no inclination to yield to any, till the present. "But," said he, "I must needs confess, that through the great commendations that were made of the queen, your mistress, for her rare gifts, as well of mind as of body, being, as even her very enemies say, the rarest creature that has been seen in Europe these 500 years, my affections, grounded upon so good respect, make me yield to be wholly hers. And if I thought any inconvenience could ensue to her disquiet through me, I would rather wish myself never to have been. He then requested, as it touched his soul and conscience, that some private place might be accorded for the exercise of his own religion in secret. Walsingham replied, by recommending him to dispose himself to a devout attendance on the church service. On which he rejoined, that he knew not how God hereafter would dispose his heart, therefore for the present he requested her majesty to weigh, in her own mind, what it was to do anything with scruple or remorse of conscience, and so requested Walsingham to present his most affectionate and humble commendations to her, and to assure her that she only had authority to command him. A very dutiful declaration, if it had been sincere. Elisabeth had, about the same time, the offer of the young hero and hope of the Protestant cause in France, Henri of Navarre, but she gave little encouragement to his suit. Her pride was more flattered by the addresses of the princes of the royal house of Valois or Austria. She coquetted with all in turn, both amorously and politically. Whenever Elisabeth perceived that the negotiations flagged, she said, that her inclination for matrimony had decreased, and she had in fact never suffered such great constraint since her imprisonment in the Tower during her sister's reign, as she had done in making up her mind to marry. She also caused reports to be circulated that she was going to send Sir Henry Sidney and Sir James Crofts into Spain on a secret mission, touching the rival candidate for her hand, Prince Rodolphe. Then the indefatigable Monsieur de la Mothe, alarmed at the possibility of such an alliance, redoubled his flatteries and persuasions in behalf of his recreant client, Anjou, whom neither gallantry, ambition, nor maternal authority could induce to come to England and plead his own cause. All, however, that could be effected in the way of deputy courtship was done by our silver-tongued diplomatist from day to day, and still the treaty advanced no further, though Leicester affected to be anxious for its completion, and her majesty appeared to be well disposed towards it. One evening, in June, she sent for La Mothe Fenelon to go with her into her park at Westminster, to witness a salvo of artillery, and a review of some arquebusiers, that the Earl of Oxford had led there, when she was pleased to say, that she should not fail to provide in good time such pleasures for monsieur, but that she was astonished at the tardy proceedings of his ambassador in coming to some conclusion. In his dispatch of the 9th of July, Monsieur de la Mothe informs the Queen Mother of France that he has many times inquired of the lords and ladies about the Queen, how her majesty stood affected to the marriage, and that one of her ladies had told him that one day when she was alone with the Queen, her majesty had of her own accord commenced talking of Monsieur, and had said, that up the present hour she was resolved on the match, and that she hoped much from the virtue, valour, and praiseworthy qualities, and good graces that were in him, that he was reputed wise, brave, and generous, and very amiable, like all the members of the royal house of France, that he was handsome but not vain, and she trusted that he would deport himself so pleasantly to her subjects that all would be agreeable between him and them, and that they two would live very happily together, although some of her nobles, who were in the interest of others, would do all they could to traverse it. For herself she confessed that she had been and still was struggling with many doubts, for as he was younger than herself, she feared he would soon despise her, especially if she should have no children, but that she hoped God, in his grace, would give her some, and at all events she would place all her affection on the prince, and love and honour him as her lord and husband. The lady to whom these observations were made endeavoured to encourage her royal mistress in her present disposition. The next day, however, some of the other ladies strove to infuse scruples into the mind of the queen by speaking of the dangers that were involved in this marriage, and prognosticating that she would have cause to repent it, on which her majesty said, that in truth she feared the young prince would despise her, and that she neither found herself in health nor inclination for a husband, and that she wished to delay the treaty till she found herself more disposed to it. This being repeated to the French ambassador the same evening, he hastened to represent to her two male confidants, that it would by no means be advisable for her majesty to trifle with the Duke of Anjou, now matters were so far advanced, for he was not to be considered like the King of Sweden, the Duke of Holstein, or the Archduke, who were all poor princes, too far off to do her any harm, but Monsieur was the best loved brother of a very powerful king, and that he was himself a duke and military leader of a very warlike nation, and so near a neighbor that in 10 hours he could invade her realm, and that she might be assured he would not brook such treatment as she had shown to the other princes. The next night, the queen, while she was undressing to go to bed, sprained her right side so severely that she was much alarmed, and in great pain with violent spasms, for more than 2 hours, which caused a pause in the negotiations. After which, a privy council was held at the house of the Earl of Leicester, to deliberate on the old stumbling block, the demands made by the Duke of Anjou for the unrestrained exercise of his religion. As usual, much was said, and little done. The queen could not grant enough to satisfy the scruples of a Catholic, and she had conceded too much to please the Protestant portion of her subjects. Meantime, having received a portrait of her princely suitor, she sent for the French ambassador to discuss it with him. She said, although it was done in crayons, and his complexion had been chafed and injured with the chalks, enough of the lineaments remained to indicate great beauty and marks of dignity and prudence, and she could easily see the manner of a perfect man. Then she adverted to the disparity of age between herself and the prince, and said, that, considering her time of life, she should be ashamed to be conducted to church, to be married to any one looking as young as the Earl of Oxford, who was the same age as her bridegroom elect. But that Monsieur had such a modest and dignified mien, with so great an appearance of gravity and wisdom, that no one could say but he looked 7 years older than he was, and she only wished that it really were so, not because those years would have given him the crown of France, which in right of primogeniture pertained to his brother, for would to God that she might never desire anything more, it being well known what pain she had been in about his majesty's wound, and her fear lest it should have ended in making Monsieur so great, that he would not have required the grandeur she had it in her power to bestow upon him. Her only reason for wishing him to be older was, that he might not find such a great disparity between them, for she confessed to have seen 35 years, although neither her countenance nor her disposition indicated that she was so old. As Elisabeth was born in 1533, she was 3 years older than she told the ambassador. But so far from correcting her small miscalculation on the delicate point, he courteously replied, that God had so well preserved her majesty that time had diminished none of her charms and perfections, and that Monsieur looked older than her by years, that the prince had shown an unchangeable desire for their union, and he, Monsieur de la Mothe, doubted not, that she would find in his said lord everything that she could wish, for her honour, grandeur, the security and the repose of her realm, with the most perfect happiness for herself. All this her majesty received with great satisfaction, and everything appeared to progress favourably towards the completion of the matrimonial treaty. Elisabeth sent a portrait to Anjou, and ultimately declared her full determination to espouse him, and to grant him the free exercise of his religion in private, when lo, the unfortunate youth, who had relied on her caprice and insincerity, had no other way of escape, but declaring he would not go to England, unless he could be allowed the full and public profession of the Catholic religion, on which his disappointed queen mother penned the following letter, in which her hypocrisy is fully displayed, for if she had believed in the religion for which she committed so many crimes, Could she have been so angry because her son refused to compromise it? Or ought she have vowed vengeance on his adviser? Monsieur de la Mothe Fenelon. As I place particular confidence in you, I will not hide from you that the humor in which I find my son Anjou has given me great pain. He is utterly determined not to go over to England without having a public assurance for the open exercise of his religion, and neither the king nor I can prevail on him to rely on the word of the Queen of England. We suspect very strongly that Villequier, Lignerolles, or Surette, possibly all three together, are the originators of these fantasies. If we could have assurance that such were the case, I can assure you that they should repent of it. For all this, I would not that they reveal it, since it is possible we may work something on his mind, or on that of the Queen, Elisabeth. If, unfortunately, matters do not accord for my son, Anjou, as I could wish, I am resolved to try all efforts to succeed with my son Alençon, who would not be so difficult. Meantime, as we propose to make a league with this queen, to attach her the more to us, and distance the son of the emperor and others, let no hint of this appear, but burn this present, after having read it, and believe nothing that may be told you, and nothing that is written to you, save that which bears the king's signature or mine. And this you are told not without reason, for those who desire not that things should be as they are, thanks be to God, so well advanced and disposed to be successful, have artifices enough to write and publish which they think may hinder the good work. Praying to God for you, etc., etc. At Fontainebleau, this Thursday, 25th day of July, 1571. Catherine. On the 31st of July, Monsieur de la Mothe informs Catherine de Medicis that Queen Elizabeth on the previous Tuesday filled one of her own little work baskets, which always stood in her cabinet, with beautiful apricots, and desired the Earl of Leicester to send it to him, with her commendations, that he might see that England was a country good enough to produce fair fruits. Leicester employed his secretary to deliver her Majesty's present and message to the ambassador, and to inquire if he had had any news from France, for the satisfaction of the Queen, whom he assured him he had never seen in better health or spirits than at present, and that she would not go out in her coach any more to the chase, but on a fine large horse. I replied, continues our diplomat, that I thanked the Earl very much for the continuation of his good will towards me, and that I entreated him to kiss her Majesty's hands very humbly in my name, and to assist me in thanking her properly for her greeting and beautiful present, and added, that these fine apricots showed very well that she had fair and good plants in her realm, where I wished the grafts from France might in time produce fruits even more perfect. This last compliment was intended as an allusion to the marriage, which was then in negotiation between the Queen and the Duke of Anjou. Some delay had occurred in the arrival of communications from France, at which it should seem her Majesty was impatient, for on the 5th of August she sent a gentleman to the ambassador with the present of a fine stag, which she had shot with her own hand, with an arblast or crossbow, and inquired again if he had any news from France. The Earl of Leicester, writes Monsieur de la Mothe, has sent to me, that the Queen his mistress, having seen this great stag as she was hunting at Oatlands, and wishing to kill it, that she might send me the venison of her forests, as well as the fruits of her gardens, that I might be better able to judge the goodness of her land, called hastily for an arblast, and with one blow from the bolt she had herself broken its leg and brought it down, and her old chamberlain had finished killing it. I was at the time assured that the said lady persevered in her good intentions towards monsieur, and often talked of the agreeable pleasures and exercises they should take together, in hunting and visiting the beautiful places in her kingdom, but that she considers that your Majesties are very tardy in your replies, and thinks it strange that she has not yet had the portrait of monsieur in large and in colours. That which had been sent about a month before was evidently only a sketch in black chalks. 2 portraits, from the skilled hand of Genet, were afterwards sent, one to show the face, the other the figure of the prince. But the original, though Elisabeth had so frequently intimated how agreeable a visit from him would be, remained obstinately on the other side of the water, whence reports were perpetually transmitted by Walsingham, sometimes of his projected marriage with the Queen of Scots, and at others with her venerable rival, the Princess of Portugal. The detection of the share the French ambassador had taken in the Norfolk plot had the effect of suspending the negotiations for the alliance between Elizabeth and the Duke of Anjou, and though Burleigh, in one of his oracular letters to Walsingham at this crisis, writes, "Truly, the more matters are discovered, the more necessary it is seen that her Majesty should marry," all attempts to agitate the matter proved abortive. The reluctance of the proposed bridegroom was, in fact, insurmountable, though the farce was carried on a few weeks longer. When Anjou told his ribald companion, the Marshal Tavannes, that the Earl of Leicester has endeavoured to forward his marriage with the Queen of England, the other profanely rejoined, "My Lord Robert would marry you to his friend. Make him marry Chateauneuf, who is yours," Leicester having importuned for a French lady of rank as a bride. Elizabeth honoured her kinsman, Lord Hunsdon, with a visit in September, 1571, at his mansion, Hunsdon House. A curious contemporary painting, in the possession of the Earl of Oxford, is supposed to commemorate this event, and the manner of the royal approach. The queen is seated in a canopied chair of state, carried by 6 gentlemen, preceded by knights of the garter, and followed by a procession of the most distinguished ladies of the household. They are all portraits. Henry Lord Hunsdon carries the sword of state before her Majesty. Among the knights of the garter, Leicester walks nearest to the queen. Then my Lord Treasurer, Burleigh, with his white staff, and Charles Howard the Admiral, afterwards Earl of Nottingham, followed by Sussex, Russell, and Clinton, each adorned with a profile portrait of her Majesty, pendant from a ribbon. The ladies are all richly jewelled, and Elizabeth herself, according to custom, outdoes the Queen of Diamonds in her bravery. She is represented of a comely and majestic presence. The picture is conjectured to have been painted by Marc Gerard, Elizabeth's court painter, and it has been splendidly engraved by Vertue among his historic prints. A posthumous portrait of Mary Boleyn, Lord Hunsdon's mother, and aunt to the Queen, appears in the background, in a grave dark dress. Lady Hunsdon is in white and nearest to the Queen. Lady Knollys, his sister, and young Catherine Carey, his daughter, who afterwards married her cousin, Charles Howard, the Lord Admiral, are also among the dramatis personae of this remarkable picture. We find by Stowe that the Queen was carried to St. Paul's occasionally after this fashion, which reminds us of the procession of a pagan goddess, surrounded by her priests and worshippers, or the ovation of a Roman conqueror, rather than the transit of a Christian queen in civilized times. The semi-barbarous display of pomp and homage suited the theatrical taste of Elizabeth, who inherited the pride and vanity of both her parents, and understood little of the delicacy and reserve of an English gentlewoman, which, even in the days of Alfred, deterred royal females from exhibiting themselves to the vulgar in a manner unbefitting the modesty of their sex. End of Section 24. Section 25 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 6, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter VII, Part 1. While Elisabeth was deluding herself into something like an imaginary passion for the youthful heir presumptive of France, her kinsman, the Duke of Norfolk, had resumed his interdicted correspondence with the captive Queen of Scots, and the luckless lovers had suffered themselves to be entangled by the intriguing Florentine banker, Ridolfi, in the meshes of a political plot, of the full tendency of which they appear not to have been aware. Its ostensible object was the liberation of Mary, her marriage with Norfolk, and her restoration to her rightful throne. As this could not be effected without foreign aid, Mary and Norfolk empowered Ridolfi to apply to the Duke of Alva. Alva by no means approved of his client, whom he regarded as a chattering visionary, half madman, half knave, but as it was the policy of his sovereign to cause all the annoyance in his power to the Queen of England, he promised to assist the Confederates with 10,000 men in the following spring. Letters to that effect were found on the person of Bailey, the Queen of Scots' courier from France, and a watchful eye was kept on all parties. Meantime, Fenelon, by Mary's desire, furnished 2,000 crowns in gold for the relief of her faithful friends in Scotland. These the Duke of Norfolk undertook to forward, and his servant, Higford, gave the bag to a person of the name of Brown, telling him it was silver for the Duke's private use, and bidding him to deliver it to Bannister, his lord's steward. Brown, judging by the weight of the bag that it contained gold, carried it to the council. It was opened, and letters in cipher discovered, which betrayed the whole business. Norfolk was arrested, and the letters from the Queen of Scots, which Higford had been ordered to burn, but had treacherously preserved, were found under the mats of his chamber door, and the key of the cipher in which they were written under the tiles of the house. There is something peculiarly revolting in the fact that Elisabeth should have been so callous to all the tender sympathies of the female character as to enjoin the application of torture to extort a confession against their unfortunate lord from Barker and Bannister, two of the Duke of Norfolk's servants. She says, "If they shall not seem to you to confess plainly their knowledge, then we warrant you to cause them both, or either of them, to be brought to the rack, and first to move them with fear thereof, to deal plainly in their answers. And if that shall not move them, then you shall cause them to be put to the rack, and to find the taste thereof, until they shall deal more plainly, or until you shall think meet." 2 days subsequent to the date of this warrant, Sir Thomas Smith writes thus to Lord Burleigh respecting Barker's, Bannister's, and the other examinations. "I suppose we have gotten so much as at this time is likely to be had, yet tomorrow do we intend to bring a couple of them to the rack, not in any hope to get anything worthy that pain and fear, but because it is so earnestly commanded to us." Melancholy comment on the royal order! When the confessions of Higford and others of his servants were read to the unfortunate nobleman, he exclaimed, in the bitterness of his heart, "I am betrayed and undone by my own people, for not knowing how to distrust, which is the new sinew of wisdom." Ridolfi deposed before the council, "that the Catholics were resolved to seize the queen's person, or to assassinate her, during one of her progresses in the country, and that the Marquis Vitelli had offered to strike the blow." The Pope, the King of Spain, and the Bishop of Ross were all stated to be cognizant of these intentions, but the Duke of Norfolk passionately denied having the slightest evil intention against his royal mistress. He acknowledged that he had been undutiful in disobeying her commands, but that he would have died 1,000 deaths rather than have suffered her to be harmed. The queen was greatly irritated, especially against the Bishop of Ross, whom she had at one time determined to put to death. While her indignation was at its height, the French ambassador came to intercede for the bishop, and presented a letter in his behalf from Charles IX, which he prayed her majesty to take in good part. The queen read the letter, and replied angrily, "That she could not take it in good part, that the King of France should have written to her in that fashion, for the bishop had been plotting against her, to introduce foreigners as invaders of her realm, who were to be joined, she found, by some of her own subjects, and that there was a conspiracy to declare her illegitimate, and to place the Queen of Scots on her throne, for which, as he had violated the character of an ambassador, she had him imprisoned." She said, "She wished to know to whom the Bishop of Ross had written 2 letters, marked 40 and 30, since the Spanish ambassador and the Queen of Scots had affirmed that it was not to them," and significantly observed, "that the King of France, who had been implicated in the conspiracy against her, wished, she supposed, to exemplify the truth of this saying of Machiavelli: "The friendship of princes does not go beyond their convenience." Charles might have retorted that all the domestic troubles by which his realm was convulsed had been, in like manner, fomented by Elizabeth. He had been especially incensed at the protection afforded by her to the Count Montgomery, by whose erring lance his royal father had been slain at the bridal tournament 12 years before, and who had since distinguished himself as one of the Huguenot leaders. After the defeat of his party at Moncortour, Montgomery had taken refuge in England. Charles demanded by his ambassador that he should be given up. "Tell your master," said Elizabeth, "that I shall answer him in this case, as his father once did my sister, when some of her traitors having fled to France, she demanded that justice must be done on them, to which he replied, 'I see no reason why I should be the Queen of England's hangman.' And such is my answer touching Montgomery." As neither Charles nor Elizabeth were prepared for open hostility, they contented themselves with doing each other all the ill turns they could, under the name of friendship, exchanging meanwhile all the compliments and affectionate professions that the deceitful tempers of either could devise. On the 11th of November, the French ambassador gave a banquet at his own house to Leicester, Burleigh, the admiral, and the other members of Elizabeth's cabinet, on which occasion Leicester enlarged on the affection borne by his royal mistress to the King of France, and assured La Mothe that nothing could disunite them unless it were interference with her majesty in the affairs of Scotland, and at the same time openly avowed that it was not her intention ever to liberate the Scottish queen. The court of Elizabeth was enlivened by 4 weddings, December 22nd. That of the sister of the Earl of Huntingdon with the son of the Earl of Worcester, the eldest daughter of the Lord Chamberlain with Lord Dudley, the daughter of Burleigh with the Earl of Oxford, and the Lord Paget with a rich young widow. Elizabeth honoured the nuptials of the daughter of her premier with the representative of the ancient line of de Vere with her presence, and, becoming a little merry at the wedding feast, she was pleased to observe to the French ambassador that so many marriages at one time seemed to her a presage that her own would soon take place. Monsieur de la Mothe, though well aware of the state of the handsome and reckless Henry of Anjou's feelings toward his royal fiancée, made a complimentary reply to this intimation, and took care to charge the blame of the tardy progress of the treaty on her majesty's confidential advisers. It was a singular coincidence that the month of January, 1572, was fraught with the condemnation of Mary Stuart's affianced lover, the Duke of Norfolk, and the rupture of the matrimonial treaty between the Duke of Anjou and Queen Elizabeth. Matters had indeed come to such a pass that Elizabeth perceived that if she would avoid the mortification of being refused by that prince, she must refuse him, on the grounds of religious scruples. She expressed her regrets at the necessity that compelled her to decline the alliance, and hoped that neither the King of France nor Monsieur would consider her fickle, but, till the last communication she received from them, she had flattered herself that the disputed points might have been arranged. The plenipotentiaries of France, who had long been aware of the impossibility of inducing their wilful prince to fulfil the engagements which had been promised and vowed in his name, felt themselves relieved from an embarrassing dilemma by the declaration of Elizabeth, and the very same day proposed, as a candidate for her majesty's hand, the Duke of Alençon, the younger brother of Henry of Anjou, who was disposed to be more complying on the subject of religion than the said Henry. The first hint touching this absurd alliance was given to Burleigh and Leicester, and not, on the whole, unfavourably received, though one of them exclaimed, in his first surprise, that the royal pair would rather remind people of a mother and son than of a husband and wife. Particular inquiries were then made as to the prince's age, and especially what was his precise height. The artful Frenchman had no distinct remembrance on these points. Burleigh, who was sick of an intermittent fever and cold, caught at the marriage of his daughter with the young Earl of Oxford, wrote to Walsingham the 23rd of January, 1571-72. in allusion to this new suitor of the royal house of France. In the matter of the third person, newly offered, his age, and other qualities unknown, maketh one doubtful how to use speech thereof. The ambassador hath dealt, as he saith, secretly with me, and I have showed no argument from one hand or the other, but fear occupieth me more in this cause of her marriage, whom God suffered to lose so much time, than for my next fit. When the premier broke the matter to Elisabeth and told her that the treaty of alliance proposed with the Duke of Alençon would be attended with the same political advantages as that lately negotiated for Anjou, Her Majesty replied quickly, that however suitable it might be in other respects, there was too great a disproportion in age as well as stature between them, and asked, how tall the Duke of Alençon was? About your Majesty's own height, was the reply. Elisabeth was not to be put off with generalities on such important points. She insisted on date and measurement being produced. Burleigh applied to the ambassador for these, and both were promised. Notwithstanding the semblance of indifference assumed by Elisabeth on the rupture of the matrimonial treaty with Henry of Anjou, it was a bitter mortification to her in reality, for Burleigh writes in confidence to Walsingham, this matter of Monsieur is here grievously, or in secret, taken, and surely it was not here well used, in drawing it out at length, which was politically done, so hath it not there been friendly ordered, and yet I do not so show mine opinion of her Majesty's stomaching that part, where the amity is so needful. Thus it appears that the suavity with which the ridiculous proposal of the youngest brother of France was received, proceeded at first, not from the coquetry of Elisabeth, but the diplomacy of Burleigh, who was determined not to allow his sovereign to take an affront with the court of France. Her Majesty in consequence smothered her resentment, and revenged herself by playing on the maternal ambition of the queen mother, and tantalizing her for years with delusive hopes that she might be induced to share her crown with the ugly untoward imp Alençon. Burleigh appears to have done all in his power to induce the queen to entertain the proposal. He even wrote out, some say made, an astrological calculation of her Majesty's nativity, by which it seemed that the stars decreed that she was to marry a young man, a stranger, who had never been married, that she would have by him a son, healthy, famous, and fortunate in his mature age, that she would highly esteem her husband, and would live with him many years, and also survive him. The fact was, Burleigh did not mean the queen to marry at all, and judged that the negotiations with Alençon would amuse and prevent her from looking out for another husband, till it was too late to think of matrimony. This proved to be the case. Early in this year arrived a deputy from Flanders, with a message from the Duke of Alva, announcing to Queen Elizabeth the accouchement of the Queen of Spain, and informing her that the king, his master, who was dispatching a courier to the emperor at the same time, had not had leisure to write to her, to ask her congratulations on the birth of the son which God had given him, but that he had charged the Duke of Alva to do so in his name by a special messenger. Elisabeth replied with infinite disdain, that she rejoiced at the good luck of the King of Spain, but not at the fashion in which it had been made known to her, for as a courier had been dispatched so far expressed for that purpose, he might have been delayed a few moments, or even an hour, to write the same thing which the Duke of Alva had sent to her. The messenger requested leave, through the Spanish ambassador, to remain till they should receive some communication from their sovereign, to which she replied, that in 4 days she would let them know her pleasure. But before that time she sent her orders to the ambassador to depart, but detained his maitre d'hotel as a prisoner, on the charge of having conspired against Lord Burleigh. Elisabeth held the axe suspended over her unfortunate kinsman, the Duke of Norfolk, for many weeks, during which time earnest supplication was made for his life, by his mother, sister, and the French ambassador. He endeavoured himself to mollify her by his submissive deportment, though he behaved like a faithful and stainless knight, with regard to his royal love, the captive Queen of Scots. Early in February, Elisabeth issued her warrant and order for his execution on the following morning, and at 11 at night her mind misgave her, and she sent to revoke it. Burleigh, who, some months before, had offered to save the life of this great peer if he would resign his pretensions to the hand of the Queen of Scots and marry his sister, had, on his declining, though with all possible courtesy, an alliance so unsuitable in point of birth, conceived the most vindictive hatred for him, and sorely grudged at these indications of the royal disposition to mercy. In one of his letters to Walsingham, dated February 11th, he says: I cannot write to you what is the inward stay of the Duke of Norfolk's death, only I find her majesty diversely disposed. Sometimes, when she speaketh of her danger, she concludeth that justice should be done. Another time, when she speaketh of his nearness of blood, meaning his close degree of relationship to herself, of his superiority in honor, she stayeth. On Saturday, she signed a warrant for the writs to the sheriffs of London for his execution on Monday, and so all preparations were made, with the expectation of all London, and concourse of many thousands yesterday in the morning, but their coming was answered with another ordinary execution of Mather and Burney, for conspiring the Queen's Majesty's death, and of one Ralph, for counterfeiting her Majesty's hand twice, to get concealed lands. And the cause of this disappointment was this. Suddenly on Sunday, late in the night, the Queen's Majesty sent for me, and entered into a great misliking that the Duke should die the next day, and said, she was and should be disquieted, and that she would have a new warrant made that night to the sheriffs, to forbear until they should hear further, and so they did. God's will be fulfilled, and aid her Majesty to do herself good. Norfolk was nearly allied in blood to the Queen, and whether from that cause or from the consciousness of his accomplishments and great popularity, she appears to have entertained many misgivings before she could resolve to carry the sentence against him into effect. Through the incessant importunity of Burleigh and Leicester, she again signed an order for his execution on the 27th, and revoked it the next morning, 2 hours before day. 2 other warrants were afterwards signed and revoked in the same manner. The last letter of revocation, the original of which is written entirely in the Queen's own hand, is extremely curious, and worthy of the reader's attention. It is addressed to Lord Burleigh, and is as follows. My lord, methinks that I am more beholden to the hinder part of my head than will dare trust the forward side of the same, and therefore sent the lieutenant and the sheriff, as you know best, the order to defer this execution till they hear further, and that this may be done, I doubt nothing, without curiosity of my further warrant, for that this rash determination upon a very unfit day was countermanded by your considerate admonition. The causes that moved me to this are not now to be expressed, lest an irrevocable deed be in meanwhile committed. If they will need a warrant, let this suffice, all written with my own hand. Your most loving sovereign, Elisabeth R. This letter is endorsed in Burleigh's hand. 9th April 1572. The Queen's Majesty, with her own hand, for staying the execution of the D.N.R. at 2 in the morning. Elisabeth appears to have been much exasperated at this painful crisis by a letter addressed to the Queen of Scots to the Duke of Alva, which was unfortunately intercepted. When she gave an audience to Monsieur du Croc, who had just arrived on a mission from France, and wished to obtain permission to see Mary, and also to convey her to France, she told him, she would not grant either request, and took a paper out of her pocket, says La Mothe Fenelon, which she showed us was a letter in cipher, and we recognized that it was really signed by the Queen of Scots' hand. She then read to us a portion of the decipherment, which was addressed to the Duke of Alva, exhorting him to send ships to the coast of Scotland to carry off the prince, her son, whom she had committed to the King of Spain. Unfortunately, Mary adverted to the state of affairs in England in this letter, and said, that she had a strong party there, and of the lords who favoured her cause, of whom, although some were prisoners, the Queen of England would not dare to touch their lives. She concluded by expressing a hope that the whole island would, by these means, in time be restored to the Catholic Church. La Mothe goes on to say that Elizabeth's comments on this decipherment were very bitter, and she enlarged angrily on all the plots, which she said, the Queen of Scots had devised to deprive her of her life and royal estate. It was this letter which, probably, decided the fate of Norfolk, for Elizabeth was not of a temper to brook the opinion that she dared not touch the life of the mightiest in her realm who had offended her, although the noble blood that she was preparing to shed on a scaffold was the same that flowed in her own veins, the Duke and herself being the descendants of the same great-grandfather, the victorious Earl of Surrey, afterwards Duke of Norfolk. Elizabeth vented a portion of the vindictive rage that was rankling in her heart against her royal captive, Mary Stuart, by replying in the following bitter terms to several piteous letters of supplicatory remonstrance, which the latter had written to her from the bed of sickness. Queen Elizabeth to Mary Queen of Scots, February 1st, 1571–72. Madam, of late time I have received divers letters from you, to the which you may well guess, by the accidents of the time, why I have not made any answer, but specially because I saw no matter in them that required any answer, as could have contented you, and to have discontented you had been but an increase to your impatience, which I thought time would have mitigated, as it commonly doth, where the cause thereof is not truly grounded, and that it be so understood. But now, finding your last letter, the 27th of the last month, an increase of your impatience, tending also to many uncomely, passionate, and vindictive speeches, I thought to change my former opinion, and, by patient and advised words, to move you to stay, or else to qualify your passions, and to consider that it is not the manner to obtain good things with evil speeches, nor benefits with injurious challenges, nor to get good to yourself with doing evil to another. And yet, to avoid the fault which I note you have committed, in filling a long letter with a multitude of sharp and injurious words, I will not, by way of letter, write any more of the matter, but have rather chosen to commit to my cousin, the Earl of Shrewsbury, the things which I have thought meet, upon the reading of your letters, to be imparted unto you, as in a memorial in writing, he hath to show you, wherewith I think, if reason be present with you, and passion absent at the reading, you will follow hereafter rather the course of the last part of your letter than the first, the latter being written as in a calm, and the former in a storm. Wishing you the same grace of God that I wish to myself, and that he may direct you to desire and attain to that which is meet for his honor and your quietness, with contentation both of body and mind. Given at my palace of Westminster, the 1st day of February, 1571–72. Your cousin, that wisheth you a better mind, Elisabeth. It is very probable that the sudden and dangerous attack of illness with which Elisabeth was seized, about the 20th of March, was caused by the mental conflict she certainly suffered at this anxious period. This illness appears to have been severe inflammation of the chest and stomach, attended with agonizing pain, and, according to the temper of the times, it was at first attributed to poison, though her Majesty's physicians declared that it was occasioned by her contempt for physic, and utter neglect of such potions as they considered necessary to keep her in health. But from whatever cause it originated, her illness was most alarming to her cabinet, and with good cause, considering how deeply one and all stood committed with the captive heiress of the realm. The whole court awaited the event in breathless suspense. The two whom it most concerned, Leicester and Burleigh, watched 3 whole nights by her bedside, and the French ambassador detained his courier, who was ready to start with his dispatches, till it was decided whether her Majesty would live or die. The shadow of death passed from over her, after 5 days of intense pain, and, as soon as she was convalescent, she again issued her mandate for the execution of the Duke of Norfolk, and, for the 4th time, revoked her order. This was the 17th of April. Meantime, a lively dialogue on the affairs of England and her queen took place in the gardens of the royal castle of Blois between the queen mother of France and Elizabeth's astute ambassadors, Walsingham and Sir Thomas Smith, which we abstract from the official report of the latter, as affording a most amusing episode in the negotiations for the Alençon alliance. Catherine asked, "If the Duke of Norfolk were executed yet?" We said, "No, not that we could learn." "No," said she, "then belike the Queen will pardon him?" We answered, "We could not tell." "I would," resumed Catherine de Medicis, "that she were quiet from all these broils. Do you know nothing now how she can fancy marriage with my son, the Duke of Alençon?" "Madam, you know me of old, except I have sure ground. I dare affirm nothing to your majesty." "Why," rejoined Catherine, "if your queen be disposed to marry, I do not see where she can marry better, though I, as a mother, may be justly considered partial. But as for those I have heard named, the emperor's son, the Archduke Rodolph, or Don John of Austria, they both be lesser than my son is, and of less stature by a good deal. If she should marry, it were pity any more time should be lost." "Madam," quoth I, "if it please God that she were married, and had a child, all these brags, and all these treasons would soon be appeased, and, if her child's father were the Duke of Alençon, for my part, I cared not if ye had the Queen of Scots here, for ye then would be as jealous over her, for the queen my mistress's security, as we, or as she herself is." "That is true," replied her majesty, "and without this marriage, if she should marry otherwise, I see not how our present league and amity will be sure." "True, madam," quoth I, "the knot of marriage and kindred is a stronger seal than that which is printed in wax. Yet all leagues have not marriage joined with them, as this may be, if it please God." "I would it were done," replied Catherine. "Then surely would I make a start over to England, and see her myself, which I most desire of all things." "Madam," quoth I, "if I had now as ample a commission for Monsieur de Alençon as I had at the first for Monsieur, the Duke of Anjou, the matter would soon, by God's grace, be at an end." "Would you had," enthusiastically replied the royal mother of both the princes. "And if you have such a one when you return to England, would you not come over again to execute it?" "Yes, madam," quoth I, "most gladly, for so good a purpose would I pass again the sea, if I were never so sick." "Surely," interposed Mr. Walsingham, "it was not religion which made that stop in the marriage of Monsieur, the Duke of Anjou, but some other thing." "No, surely," replied the queen mother, "my son Anjou never showed me any other cause." "I assure you, madam," says Mr. Walsingham, "I can marvellous hardly believe it, for, at Gaillon, he was so willing and well affected, that methought it did me much good to hear him speak of the queen my mistress. I perceived it in his words, in his countenance, and in all things, but when he came again to Paris, all was clean changed." "It is true," replied Queen Catherine, "and it may be much to marvel, but even at Gaillon all things he liked well but the religion, at which he made a little stop, yet nothing as he did afterwards. Upon this I bear him in hand, for it grieved me not a little, and the king my son, as you know, that he believed all evil rumors and tales that naughty persons, who wished to break the matter, spread abroad of the Queen of England, and that made him so backward. I told him," continued Catherine, "that all the hurt which evil men can do to noble and royal women is to spread abroad lies and dishonorable tales of us, and that we princes, who be women, of all persons, are subject to be slandered wrongfully by them who be our adversaries. Other hurt they cannot do us. Then my son Anjou said and swore to me, that he gave no credit to them, for he knew that Queen Elizabeth had so virtuously governed her realm for this long time, that she must needs be a good woman and princess, and full of honor, and other opinion of her he could not have, but his conscience and his religion did so trouble him, that he could not be in quiet." Walsingham and Smith were recreated with another diplomatic walk in the garden of the castle of Blois with the scheming queen mother of France. Some curious conversation occurred relating to the mutual jealousies felt by England and France at the Ridolfi plot, the gist of which was to steal young James of Scotland from his guardians and deliver him to Philip II, in order that marriage might be contracted between him and the young Infanta. Likewise the project of Alva to free Mary Queen of Scots by an invasion of Flemish troops at Harwich. Jesus! exclaimed Catherine de Medicis, and doth not your mistress Queen Elizabeth see plainly that she will always be in such danger till she marry? If she marry into some good house, who shall dare attempt aught against her? Madam, replied Sir Thomas Smith, I think if she were once married, all in England that had traitorous hearts would be discouraged, for one tree alone may soon be cut down, but when there be 2 or 3 together, it is longer doing, for if she had a child, then all these bold and troublesome titles of the Scottish Queen, or of the others, who make such gapings for her death, would be clean choked up. I see, observed Catherine, that your queen might very well have 5 or 6 children. I would to God we had 1, devoutly rejoined the zealous Smith. No, said Catherine, 2 boys, lest one should die, and 3 or 4 daughters to make alliances with us again, and with other princes to strengthen the realm. Why then, replied Ambassador Smith gaily, you think that Monsieur le Duc shall speed? Catherine laughed and said, Je le désire infiniment, and I would then myself trust to see 3 or 4, at the least, of her race, which would make me spare nor sea nor land to behold them myself. And if, continued she, Queen Elizabeth would have fancied my son Anjou as much as you told me, why not this, the Duke of Alençon, come of the same house, and every way equal to his brother? Nevertheless, her Majesty expressed her doubts that Alençon had stopped growing, and that he would never attain the fine stature of Anjou. She, however, interrupted a remark of the English ambassador on the height of this candidate for Elizabeth's hand, by exclaiming, Nay, he is not so little, he is as high as you, or very near. For that matter, replied Smith, I, for my part, make small account of height, provided the Queen's Majesty can fancy him. Since Pipinus Brevis, who married Bertha, the King of Almain's or Germany's daughter, was so little to her that he is standing in Aqua's grave or Muger, a church in Germany, she taking him by the hand, that his head reaches not her girdle, and yet he had by her Charlemagne, the great emperor and king of France, reported to be almost a giant in stature. As to your Oliver Glesquim, the Brighton constable, that you make so much of, who lieth buried among your kings at Saint Denis, if he were no bigger than there portrayed on his tomb, he must have been very short, scarcely 4 foot long, and yet he was valiant, hardy, and courageous, and did us Englishmen most hurt of any one. Thus did Ambassador Smith fluently vindicate the honor and valor of little men, including among them the redoubtable descendant of King Pepin, Elizabeth's small suitor Alençon, and doubtless himself, since Catherine de Medicis considered them nearly the same height. It is true, resumed her Majesty, that it is the heart, courage, and activity that are to be looked for in a man rather than his height. But hear you no word of the Queen's affection in my son's way? Can you give me no comfort? Smith assured her he had no fresh intelligence, for their courier had only departed on the 11th of the month, and had not yet returned. End of section 25.